Chapter 387. Door of the Ancients, open for me. Boom! A stone door opened above the array, and the ancient power poured down. It was only for an instant. The array was filled with incomparably brutal power, and the ground was scorched black. Luo Tian glanced at Zhao Chen and said, "You go rest at the side too." Awesome. A complete mess of awesome. Zhao Chen didn't even start forming seals, and he lost. There was no comparison at all. The ancient dragon-slaying array, the goblin race's secret technique, how was this possible? His expression was distorted, and his thoughts were also distorted. When he looked up, Luo Tian had already left, and he could only see his back. Suddenly, in Zhao Chen's eyes, Luo Tian's back was too tall, so tall that he couldn't even touch it. On the martial arts field, silence, not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was so shocked by Luo Tian that they couldn't make a single sound, and even forgot to breathe. It was as if everything was an illusion. How could this be? What on earth had happened? Mom, I want to go home. Luo Tian was really too crazy, too domineering. In just 10 minutes, he defeated the Healing Hall and the Inscribing Hall. The two of them didn't even start to do anything, and they lost. They didn't even know how they lost. And they lost to the point where they couldn't even say a word. This feeling was like an absolute crushing. They weren't on the same level at all. The gap was too big, too big. The expressions of the elders became more and more unsightly. They lost in alchemy, lost in healing, and lost in inscribing arrays. Every time they lost, it was as if their old faces were slapped by Luo Tian. What was the background of the person they tried so hard to chase down the mountain? What kind of person was he? They couldn't understand at all, couldn't understand, and couldn't say a word. At this moment, Luo Tian walked to the side of Lu Feng, who was forging the profound weapon. He took a glance at the forging process and said, "The forging of the profound weapon must be done with one's own thoughts. Using your thoughts to outline the profound weapon, you must turn it into a vessel. Finally, you must inject all of your profound qi into it and let it absorb it crazily. At this time, your thoughts must be in sync with the profound weapon's breathing. Only this kind of profound weapon can be forged at the soul." After saying that, Luo Tian left again. Lu Feng stopped what he was doing and retreated to the side. He was very reluctant, but his eyes were full of admiration. I lost. Another talented outer sect disciple had lost. It was Lu Feng, a rank 9 blacksmith. Everyone's heart sank. This kid is too. F***CK. Where did he come from? I'm about to cry. I want to go home. I can't bear to look at it anymore. Luo Tian once again walked in front of the Beast Taming Hall's disciple and looked at the tall and ferocious demonic beast in front of him. The disciple was still using his mental power to communicate with the demonic beast and continuously casting spells. "Get out of the way." Luo Tian walked forward and cast a light of enticement. Ding! Congratulations, player. Enticement successful. The demonic beast had become his war pet. The disciple who had tamed the demonic beast even had the heart to die. How the hell could he compare to this? He felt like he was a clown. He wasn't qualified at all. Everyone's hearts were struck by another heavy blow. At this moment, it was as if the air had been sucked out and breathing became extremely difficult. Oh my God! What exactly happened? I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. This kid, this. I'm going to be incoherent. Uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Especially the person who had mocked Luo Tian just now. His face felt red and swollen, as if he had been slapped a few times. That kind of feeling was not even as good as Wu Xiaoyang's hand being cut off. Primordius, Holy Man's face changed. Tian Yuan, Holy Man's face also changed. The faces of the 9 supreme elders of the inner sanctum all changed. It became very ugly. They did not expect Luo Tian to be so domineering, so arrogant, so savage, and they could not find any words to refute him. They could only watch him be domineering arrogant, and savage. He challenged them one by one, and in less than half an hour, the disciples who had been sent out were all defeated. Everyone accepted their loss wholeheartedly, and no one dared to show the slightest bit of ridicule. In their hearts, other than respect for Luo Tian, there was only worship. He was really too cool, so cool that it was a mess. Luo Tian walked to the center, and his gaze swept across the crowd. He vented the anger in his heart and roared towards the sky. "Damn it, who else? I just want to ask, who else?" His voice was very deep. It exploded above the square, and the tens of thousands of disciples in the square could not make a sound. They were all shocked by Luo Tian. He was simply a monster, an omnipotent monster. No one could stop him, and his sharpness was incomparably dazzling, causing every disciple to feel a trace of fear. After a long time, Primordius, holy man, exhaled heavily, and his eyes looked towards the sky. He closed them slightly and then said, "You have passed the test. From today onwards, you are an outer disciple of the Huashan immortal sect. Great Elder, you can't. This kid is a scourge. We can't let him stay. Yeah, we can't afford to offend the Xinghai immortal sect. We can't let him become a disciple of Huashan just because he has some special talent. He is just a piece of trash with a shattered dantian and can't cultivate. We can't push Huashan into a bottomless abyss because of a piece of trash like him." "Yeah, great elder." The surrounding elders lamented bitterly. Luo Tian's face darkened again, and he shouted, "A bunch of cowardly trash! How dare you? Kid, I dare you to say that again." A few elders immediately glared and scolded. Luo Tian was not afraid at all as he said, "I say that you are a bunch of cowardly trash. I really don't know how you guys cultivated. Cultivation requires cultivation of the heart. Each and every one of you is afraid of the Xinghai immortal sect. How can you guys strengthen the Huashan immortal sect?" In the immortal sect competition, 18 disciples were crippled by Morong Wanjian alone, and since then, they have been unable to recover. Haven't you guys found the reason for this from yourselves? 8,000 years ago, the Huashan immortal sect was also glorious. Your ancestor, the Huashan supreme god, laughed his entire life. May I ask, has he ever been afraid of anyone? Has he ever taken a step back? You call me trash? A piece of trash with a shattered dantian? All right, I'll show you what a piece of trash is. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian walked step by step towards the crystal pillar that tested the potential of the dantian and placed his hand on it. What is he trying to do? His dantian is shattered, so he can't use profound chi at all. Could it be that he still wants to try? Isn't the result the same? Luo Tian's brows twitched, his eyes swept across the entire audience and shouted, "All of you, look carefully! Level 5 Berserk. 5 million profound chi. Charge!" Chapter 5. Those brothers who still have monthly votes, don't waste them. Give them all to Old Cow. Old Cow will have more energy to write. Thank you. Chapter 388. Since he was arrogant, then he would be arrogant to death. Laughing at my broken dantian, right? Fine. I will use my broken dantian to slap your faces. Luo Tian roared into the sky. 5 million Xian chi points, charge! Under the control of Luo Tian's mind, the Xian chi value instantly decreased by 5 million points. Then, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up under his feet, shaking the sand away. His robes trembled, and his entire body emitted an unimaginable power. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's body continued to emit deafening sounds of thunder. The Xian Qi in his body continued to flow into his arm, and the Xian Qi in his palm continued to rush into the crystal pillar. Buzz! A buzzing sound erupted from the crystal pillar, just like the sound of energy filling a section. The bottom half of the crystal pillar lit up. Buzz. Another half of it lit up. Buzz. Buzz. The entire crystal pillar was divided into sections, just like the energy fillers in science fiction novels, filling up section by section. However, the crystal pillar's energy filler was too powerful. Buzz. Buzz. It's blue. It's already blue. It's already reached the Dantian Sea realm. If it's the assessment standard, it's already met the standard. It's still rising and the light is still changing. Oh my God, what is going to happen? My heart can't take it anymore. How did he do it? How can a broken Dantian trigger Xianqi? This is absolutely impossible. The martial arts field was in an uproar. All of them were shocked by Luo Tian. At the same time, their faces turned into pig liver that had been left out for a long time. It was incomparably ugly, purple with a hint of black. It was even more uncomfortable than being slapped 100 times. Those mocking laughter had just sounded in the square. It even reverberated in the air above the square. Now that he thought about it, how ridiculous he was. He was just like a clown. Uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. Primordial Tao Sovereign's face was also turning green. Luo Tian's words made him angry, but at the same time he also felt ashamed. What had the Huashan Immortal Sect done all these years? They hid when they encountered trouble. He didn't even dare to participate in this year's Immortal Sect disciple competition. Too cowardly. Luo Tian's words were like a clap of thunder that resounded within his body. Seeing the light from the crystal pillar constantly changing and surging upwards, a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart. However, he immediately shook his head and thought to himself, why would I think that way? How can a martial artist with a shattered Dantian save the Huashan Immortal School? That's absolutely impossible. I'm really thinking too much. The faces of the other 8 elders were also very ugly. At this moment, the entire training field became Luo Tian stage. The surroundings were completely silent. It was so quiet that it made people panic. Some people didn't even dare to continue watching. Their hearts couldn't take it anymore. Purple. The crystal pillar has reached purple. Oh my God! This is the first time I've seen a purple Dantian. Another round of shock. Luo Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the expressions of the surrounding disciples. He shouted angrily, so what if you're a strong enemy? So what if you're number 1 or number 2 immortal sect? People live in this world with a single breath. If you don't accept it, then do it. There's no way back in the path of martial cultivation. If you retreat once, then retreat again and again. If this continues, how can you strengthen yourself? Live, you have to live freely. If I can't beat you, I'll use all means to kill you. In the face of any problem, any difficulty, no matter how strong the enemy is, don't give in. Your heart to become stronger will be affected. His voice echoed in the air above the square. Luo Tian's expression suddenly changed. He had only digested 1/5 of the 5 million Xianqi points. Seeing that the surrounding Huashan disciples were still thinking about his words, he was furious and roared, "Explode!" Bang, 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 bang. Purple, dark purple, black, dark black, gold, dark gold, and finally the colorless light at the top. Rumble. The top of the crystal pillar suddenly exploded. Unable to withstand the Xianqi that rushed into Luo Tian's body, it directly exploded. One had to know that this crystal pillar was brought back from the outer realm by the Huashan Patriarch. Its hardness was comparable to a divine artifact. Yet it was forcibly broken by Luo Tian's Xianqi. The entire city was in an uproar. Some were so emotional that tears even gushed out. People kept rubbing their eyes and muttering, "Illusion, it must be an illusion. It can't be real, it can't be real." Luo Tian's appearance had completely overturned their understanding of martial artists. Their thoughts were distorted, and they couldn't change at all. Boom! The Qian-Chi at the top of the crystal pillar rushed into the sky with 7 colors. It rushed into the clouds at the speed of light, shocking all living creatures within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. At this moment, thousands of beasts roared. Thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens, and the depths of the earth shook violently. Luo Tian, his body, carried an aura that looked down on the world. It was ridiculously powerful. Few after a long time. Luo Tian gently exhaled. His forehead was covered in fine sweat. Using up 5 million Qian-Chi points in one go was really not an ordinary kind of injury. However, this feeling was really, really good. Looking at the shocked faces of the surrounding Huashan disciples, Luo Tian's heart boiled. He had only used 5 million Qian-Chi points to shock them to this extent. What if he fused with the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines? Wouldn't his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys be shattered? Luo Tian walked unhurriedly in front of Primordial Chaos, Holy Man, and said, "Great Elder, Second Elder, Elders, let me ask you one question. Do I have the qualifications now? Have I passed the test?" Primordial Chaos, Holy Man, looked at Luo Tian. The other 8 elders were also looking at Luo Tian. Each of them wanted to see through Luo Tian and see what kind of power he was hiding. However, they couldn't see anything clearly. It was still a broken Dantian. It was still a body with an ordinary bloodline. There was nothing special about it. Primordial Chaos, Holy Man, pursed his lips. His lips were dry and cracked. He wanted to say something, but he forgot for a moment. Agree to him. Agree to him. If such an awesome person can't even pass the test, I will refuse to take the test today. Me too. This kid is simply too awesome. I have never seen someone as awesome as him. Great Elder, agree to him. Let him stay. Everyone on the martial arts field was convinced by Luo Tian's strength. They were shocked by him. Primordial Chaos, Holy Man's heart heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the second elder. Elder Tianyuan's face was also gloomy. He couldn't say a word. All the elders were the same. They couldn't say a word. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "What? Do you still want me to show off my innate bloodline?" Chapter 6. Just one more monthly vote away from surpassing the one in front. Please support. Chapter 389. Luo Tian's words caused the surroundings to quiet down once again. Primordial Tao Sovereign looked at Luo Tian very seriously, and then looked at Luo Tian in disbelief and said, "You still have innate bloodline?" Guess? Luo Tian laughed and said, looking at the serious Primordial Tao Sovereign, he said, "Don't take it seriously, I was just joking. How could I have innate bloodline? If I had innate bloodline, I would have detected it a long time ago. Haha." Primordial Tao Sovereign's face darkened as he rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. "Bastard! How dare you fool the great elder?" An elder jumped out and shouted. Primordial Tao Sovereign was not angry and said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, you have passed the examination. You are now an outer sect disciple. As for which hall you will be a disciple, I will have to go back and discuss with the sect master, and also see which hall is willing to accept you." Finished. Primordial Tao Sovereign once again looked at Luo Tian seriously. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he said, "Mount Hua Immortal School is not as weak as you think, nor is it as unbearable as you think. The disciples you will be facing today are all outer sect disciples. Their energy is not focused on cultivation. You should take care of yourself in the outer sect." Finished. Primordial Tao Sovereign said slightly, "Return to Mount Hua's main hall." A cloud of immortals rose up. The 9 elders floated into the air and disappeared in an instant. The plaza was in an uproar again. They were all looking at Luo Tian with all kinds of expressions. Some were filled with admiration, some were filled with disdain, some were filled with envy, and of course there were also many people who hated Luo Tian. The most unexpected thing was, the lines that had been queuing for days and nights had gradually decreased. and the warriors who had come to take the examination had all sneaked away. My stomach hurts. No, I don't think I can take the exam today. My aunt is here. It hurts. About that, my aunt's Anna's here. The one who just left was my aunt. I'm sorry, I have to take care of my aunt. I want to go home and farm. Cultivation is not suitable for me at all. The long line suddenly, there was not a single person left. Only the outer sect disciples of the Huashan Immortal School remained. They all looked at each other, completely unable to understand what was going on. Just a moment ago, he had been desperately trying to squeeze his way in, but now it was as if he had seen a ghost. He wished he could grow a few more legs so he could leave the Huashan Immortal Sect. It was as if he was afraid that someone would stop him. This was not important. The key point was that the warriors who had passed the assessment had all used various excuses to leave Mount Hua. After more than half a month of hard work, there were less than 100 people left, and most of them were martial artists who had not yet taken the assessment. How could this be? Everything was fine just now. How did it become like this all of a sudden? It's all because of him. He killed the emissary of the Star Ocean and shamelessly stayed in the Huashan Immortal Sect. Who would dare to come? I think it's not just them. Even us disciples of the Huashan Immortal Sect would leave quietly. That's right, the Star Sea Immortal Sect is so powerful, we can't afford to offend them. If we stay, we can only suffer. We might even lose our lives. Obviously, the reason why these disciples left was because of Luo Tian's existence. Everyone knew how powerful the Star Sea Immortal Sect was. Offending such a powerhouse would definitely not lead a good life. All of them knew very well that the Huashan Immortal Sect could not even protect themselves. If they stayed, they might even lose their lives. Rather than that, it was better to leave. Luo Tian's face darkened. Su Shan walked up and smiled faintly. Don't lower yourself to their level. They are telling the truth. Because of you, I'm afraid the Huashan Immortal Sect will not be able to recruit many disciples this year, let alone those who are slightly more talented. If the Huashan Immortal Sect does not participate in the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge next year, I'm afraid they will be removed from the list. Sigh, then, Su Shan sighed softly. Luo Tian did not care much and asked, Elder, can't the huge Huashan Immortal Sect send out a better disciple? If they don't even participate this year, it will be an even greater blow to the Huashan Immortal Sect. Su Shan lowered his voice and said, the inner sect has suffered heavy losses, and the outer sect has not been able to recruit any better disciples, causing the Huashan Immortal Sect to be in a state of shortage. In order to nurture new disciples, this year's sect leader directly ordered the disciples who will participate in next year's Immortal Sect Challenge to go into seclusion, so much so that they have to give up this year's competition and focus on next year's competition. If they lose again, the Huashan Immortal Sect will really become an ordinary sect. Seclusion. Luo Tian was startled. He did not know much about cultivation, but he knew very well that cultivation was not something that could be forced out. Then, Luo Tian thought of Feng Lei and the others and could not help but laugh as he muttered to himself, if only I could bring Feng Lei and the others here. At that time, we would be able to participate in the Immortal Sect Challenge and heavily injure the elite disciples of the various sections. Before, Luo Tian left. He had specially begged Wu Nian, but to no avail. Feng Lei and the others also voluntarily gave up. However, Luo Tian, Feng Lei, and the others had agreed that 2 years later, on the day of Li Shuer's wedding, they would meet in Broken Sky City. This was a promise between them. Thinking of this, Luo Tian could not help but smile and muttered, Fatty, Xian Yuan, Blind, are you guys all right? Pure, big brother Luo Tian misses you. Yes, he missed it a lot. However, he was also very relieved. And Chen Chen and the others had the protection of the Frenzied Blade, with an additional Sage Realm expert overseeing the Heaven Sword City. Those who wanted to cause trouble would have to think twice. With the Frenzied Blade here, no one would dare to cause trouble. Tangjiu was also doing his best to develop and expand. The great Tang dynasty was steadily improving. Hua Mountain Great Hall. Yunji frowned. After listening to Elder Hunyuan, he sighed and said, "It seems like this is the will of the heavens. Elders, what do you think about Luo Tian keeping you here? Is there any reason for the outer sect to accept him as a disciple?" Sect leader, "This child really cannot be left alive," Yunji frowned and said. "Since he has passed the examination, then he is a disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect. In the future, don't say anything else. The Huashan Immortal Sect must be united." Heavenly Spirit, Holy Man, said, "The Outer Sect Medicine Hall no longer has the resources to add new disciples. My Refining Hall is the same. Beast Taming Hall is the same. All of them rejected. No one wanted to accept Luo Tian as their disciple for any reason. No one was willing to provoke this scourge. Luo Tian had become their disciple. Once the Star Sea Immortal Sect came looking for them, the first to bear the brunt would be their hall. This kid definitely could not be accepted. Empyrean Cloud Fate's brows tightened again. Hunyuan, who had been silent all this time, said, "Sect leader, why don't we let him develop on his own? Maybe after a long time, he will feel that he is not welcome and will leave on his own. Let's observe carefully." Great Elder is right. Yunji's expression was calm and said, "Then let's leave it at that." Outer Sect. Su Shan's residence. Luo Tian could not help but ask, "Elder, do you know where to enter the ancient battlefield of the Huashan Immortal Sect?" Chapter 7. Chapter 390. Ancient Battlefield. Su Shan's expression instantly changed. He immediately pulled Luo Tian and whispered, "You didn't come to Huashan Immortal Sect for that, did you?" Luo Tian pondered for half a second and didn't deny it. "I came for that." He didn't want to lie to Su Shan. In Huashan Immortal Sect, other than Master Wu Nian who left, only Su Shan valued him. In the morning at the martial arts arena, Luo Tian really wanted to fuse the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines. He wanted to display his greater strength, but he didn't do so in the end. The reason was simple. When you stood tall enough, you would realize that you couldn't see the person next to you. If he displayed the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines, it would definitely cause a commotion. It would definitely be 10,000 times more sensational than breaking through the crystal pillar with 5 million xianqi. The entire Tianxian continent would tremble for him. The appearance of a true dragon son in 10,000 years would make humans extremely excited. Murong Wanjian, a dragon among men. Bright and dazzling. All the humans on the continent were paying attention to him. If Luo Tian fused the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines at the same time, it would definitely cause a sensation. But it would also attract endless killing intent. No one would allow such a person to exist in other forces. The Imperial Immortal Sect would immediately send people to kill him. The same went for the Xinghai Immortal Sect. They wouldn't let Huashan Immortal Sect rise again. Plus, the current Huashan Immortal Sect didn't have enough power to protect him. It wasn't that Luo Tian was afraid. It was just that he didn't want to fuse at this time. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger bloodlines were prepared for Murong Wanjian. That was the time to fuse. If he wanted to step on him, he must step on him to death. Humans feared fame, and pigs feared being fat. Luo Tian only wanted to keep a low profile and prepare for the wedding in Duantian City 2 years later. This was a preparation that he couldn't afford to lose. Su Shan was shocked and said to himself, "I knew that Elder Wu Nian would not bring an ordinary person up the mountain for no reason, and you must be extremely powerful to be able to kill the emissary of Starsea. Before that, you must be qualified to choose any celestial sect, the Royal God Sect or the Starsea Sect. Elder Wu Nian must have promised you something to take you up the mountain." Good analysis. He was the one who told me about the primordial battlefield. He was also the one who told me about the rules of the Huashan immortal sect. Everything I did today, other than breaking through the crystal pillar, was all predicted by Master Wu Nian. Luo Tian did not intend to hide anything. He asked again, "Elder, the ancient station is very important to me. Do you know where its entrance is?" When Luo Tian entered the Huashan immortal sect, he only had one thing on his mind: level up. 2 years was really not a lot of time. The amount of experience he needed to level up right now was just too much. Within 2 years, he had to enter a higher realm. Otherwise, how could he fight against Morong Wanjian? Su Shan smiled faintly and said, "I know. Every disciple of the Huashan immortal sect knows about it, but no one can enter. Furthermore, no one dares to enter. Inside are all ancient mystical beasts. They are extremely powerful and unbeatable. Even a peak mystique, venerable rank powerhouse would find it difficult to fight against them." One could imagine how powerful the mystical beasts in the ancient world were. Hearing Su Shan's words, Luo Tian became even more excited. The stronger the mystical beasts, the more experience he would gain, and the faster he would level up. He was secretly delighted and said, "Looks like Master Wu Nian didn't lie to me. I really came to the right place this time. Do you have a way to go in?" Luo Tian suppressed his excitement and asked. Su Shan was shocked and said, "How could I have a way? Logically speaking, Master Wu Nian should have told you the way to go in. Didn't he tell you?" "No, not at all. He only told me that there was a forbidden area in the Huashan immortal sect. The forbidden area was the primordial battlefield. He didn't say anything else. I thought I could just go in. I didn't expect to be fooled by him." Luo Tian laughed bitterly. He suddenly felt like he had been tricked. If he could not enter, then coming to the Huashan immortal sect would really be a waste of time. He might as well find a mountain range where mystical beasts roamed and slowly level up. "Elder, has no one gone in?" "If no one went in, how would they know that it's the primordial battlefield? Someone must have gone in before to know the situation inside. Just tell me, I really have an urgent matter." Luo Tian asked earnestly. Su Shan's face darkened. After half a minute, he relaxed and said, "When the Huashan immortal sect was at its peak, someone opened the primordial battlefield. 10 mystic emperors went in, but only one came out alive. It was from that day onwards that the Huashan immortal sect slowly declined. That senior who left alive only lived for a year before dying. He warned the disciples to never open the primordial battlefield again. He must not let the disciples go in and risk their lives. The creatures inside are the most ferocious, mystical beasts on this continent. If they were released, the Huashan immortal sect would be destroyed. From that time onwards, no one dared to mention the primordial battlefield. Rumors." At this point, Su Shan's face darkened. He was struggling in his heart. In the end, he said, "Rumors say that the 4 cardinal blood and the heavenly dragon pearl can open the primordial battlefield. As for whether it's true or not, no one knows." 4 cardinal blood. What's the 4 cardinal blood? He had never heard of this term before. Su Shan said, "The southern elf blood, the northern barbarian beast blood, the western demon blood, and the eastern deep sea titan blood. Every drop of blood must be the blood essence of the leader of each race. Only with the power of the 4 cardinal blood essences can the giant door of the primordial battlefield be activated. Just the 4 cardinal blood alone is not enough. We have to find the heavenly dragon pearl of the celestial race. Only then can we open it. Brat, just give up on that idea. These things can't be found at all. We don't even know where some places are." The Titan clan of the Eastern Deep Sea had already disappeared during the Great War of the Races 10,000 years ago, let alone the most mysterious Heavenly Palace god clan of the profound sky continent. "It's impossible to open the primordial battlefield," Lin Feng said. Luo Tian left Su Shan's residence. His eyes were lifeless as he walked back to Dugu Peak. He cursed in his heart, "Wu Nian, you cowardly Taoist, you tricked me here. I'm going to die because of you." Where do you want me to find these things? It's impossible to find them. And it's the leader's blood essence. That kind of high and mighty leader treats every drop of blood essence as his life. Who would give it to me? What the F***CK? This time, I've really been tricked to the point where even my underwear is wrong. Luo Tian muttered unhappily in his heart. However, Su Shan also gave him a ray of hope. It was not impossible to find these things. Every immortal sect had a merit hall. That was the place to distribute missions and exchange things. Some things could be exchanged. It was rumored that the Huashan immortal sect kept a few items from the last time they opened the primordial battlefield. Luo Tian muttered to himself, "I'll take a look tomorrow!" Suddenly, his body shook. Luo Tian's brows suddenly tightened, and he thought to himself, "Is the dragon egg about to hatch?" The 8th chapter was delivered. He was only 7 votes away from the first place. A fresh and tender chrysanthemum was right in front of him. How could he not blow him up? Chapter 391. There was a commotion in his body. The dragon egg began to tremble violently. It was as if it was about to hatch. Luo Tian did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly walked back into the house and spread out his idea, clearly sensing everything within a few miles of Dugofeng. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out the dragon egg. According to the system prompt, Luo Tian had dripped the last drop of blood essence on it half a month ago. The incubation level had also reached 100,001,0000, but it did not hatch. It was still lying there quietly as usual. Luo Tian was very puzzled. He couldn't find any other reason for this thing. He could only wait quietly. He was thinking, could it be that the dragon egg had released a force like a meat grinder in the ghost forbidden land that affected the killer ink dragon, causing the incubation time to be pushed back? He really couldn't understand this thing. However, he was also very much looking forward to it. He believed that the dragon egg would hatch sooner or later. Seeing that he was still trembling violently on the ground, Luo Tian's heart was in his throat. He stared at him motionlessly and said excitedly, "Is it going to hatch? Is it going to hatch? Is it really going to hatch?" He was excited. If it was a divine dragon in the world of China, how cool would that be? Riding a huge dragon, holding a divine sword, wearing a divine armor, arriving at Duantian City, pointing at Morong Wanjian's nose and scolding, "Brat, you dare to touch my woman. Do you believe that I won't beat the shit out of you at any time?" This scene was too explosive. Thinking about it, Luo Tian felt extremely excited. He also silently prayed in his heart, "Hurry up and hatch it. If it hatches the dragon god of China, then it will be awesome." However, just as he finished praying, the dragon egg calmed down again. There was no reaction at all. It was just an egg. It was a very, very big egg, and there was no change at all. This made Luo Tian extremely unhappy, and he couldn't help but curse. F***CK. What the F***CK are you doing? Are you playing with me like this? It's time to hatch. Do you believe that I won't fry you into a poached egg on that day? The dragon egg rolled a bit. As if it was afraid, it immediately rolled back and gently bumped into Luo Tian's foot, as if it was trying to act cute. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said in astonishment, "It seems like you can understand what I'm saying." The dragon egg started rolling again. Luo Tian smiled happily and said, "Why were you so scared just now? Are you going to hatch? You've already absorbed 10,000 points of essence blood, and it's time for you to hatch. How are you going to make my master feel?" The dragon egg remained motionless. Luo Tian sighed and couldn't help but frown as he asked, "You were moving around just now because of what I said about wanting to find the 4 cardinal blood." The dragon egg started rolling again. The extent of the rolling was a bit greater than before, as if it was very excited. Luo Tian was taken aback. "Danger!" The dragon egg did not move. Luo Tian asked again, "You need blood from the 4 directions?" The dragon egg remained motionless. Luo Tian asked again and said, Heavenly Palace, divine race? The dragon egg started to roll violently again. Rays of red light rose from within the egg, and the white eggshell turned blood red. It was extremely excited. Luo Tian could not help but be shocked and asked again, "Do you need something from the Heavenly Palace divine race to hatch?" It rolled again. It was also at this moment. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the SSS level quest. Head to the Heavenly Palace divine race. Mission 1. Head to the Heavenly Palace divine race. Mission 2. Mission 3. Mission reward level up, profound chi value of 30 million. Reward. Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. Reward item. Divine Dragon Soul. What the F asterisk CK? SSS level super quest. This F asterisk cur actually triggered such a heaven-defying quest. I'm so moved that I'm about to cry. It's too shocking. So the reason why the dragon egg did not hatch was because there was still a quest that had not been triggered. And it's fortunate that I came to the Huashan Immortal School and asked about the method to open the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, how could I have triggered the SSS level quest? Luo Tian was so excited that he was in a mess. He had been playing games for many years. In his previous life, not to mention an SSS level super quest, even an S level quest was hard to come by. An SSS level quest only existed in Legends. He had never triggered it before. He never thought that Luo Tian would trigger it on a dragon egg. How could he not be excited? Moreover, the mission reward was directly prompted by a level. How much experience was that? Not to mention the profound chi value. The reward was directly a holy artifact. Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. And there was even a Divine Dragon Soul. They were all awesome items. Luo Tian was excited just thinking about it. He immediately hugged the dragon egg and kissed it fiercely and laughed. Not bad, not bad. It seems like you were right not to hatch. Ha ha ha. Happy. However, the dragon egg was trembling nonstop. It was as if it was afraid that Luo Tian would kiss it again. Heavenly Palace, Divine Race. Big Brother will definitely go, Luo Tian said excitedly in his heart. Right now, he felt more and more that there was a Chinese divine dragon inside the dragon egg. That kind of divine dragon was the most awesome existence, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Morong Wanjian, your son of the true dragon is amazing, right? The son of the true dragon is my son, ha ha ha. The night passed without a word. Actually, Luo Tian said a lot of things in the night, but they were all sleep talk. He was really too happy. Early morning, Luo Tian shamelessly ran over to Su Shan's place to get breakfast. After eating breakfast, Luo Tian went straight to the achievement hall. The achievement hall was a bit like the place where quests were issued in the game. Luo Tian could hear all sorts of shouts from afar. Level C quest, still missing a cure. Senior brother from the healing hall, give me one. There are 70 contribution points as a reward. 10 contribution points to buy 5 iron thread spirit grass. Level B quest, 300 contribution points. Senior brother from the Mystique Venerable Realm. Please help. All sorts of shouts. Luo Tian stood in a daze from afar. This was too similar to the game in his previous life. At this moment, he couldn't tell if he was in another world or in a game. Hurricane Team. Everyone look, it's the Hurricane Team's senior brother. Last month, they completed 3 level A quests. Their team's contribution points have already reached the highest in the outer sect. It seems that even if they don't participate in the inner sect assessment this year, they can still use their contribution points to exchange. Yeah, their contribution points are enough to exchange. Contribution points were equivalent to currency. However, in Huashan Immortal Sect, contribution points were worth much more than currency. Here, as long as you had enough contribution points, you could exchange for anything. Even the position of an elder could be exchanged, as long as you had enough contribution points. Luo Tian walked up. Immediately, a few cold gazes were cast at him. The 9th chapter has been delivered. 6 more votes, and I'll catch up. Brothers, please fire support and kill him. There's still a 10th chapter tonight. Chapter 392. Luo Tian's appearance caused the surroundings to suddenly fall silent. Everyone had a different look in their eyes. The atmosphere had also changed. He's the one who made us unable to recruit a single disciple with a talented bloodline. Look at him, that smug look on his face. I don't like him. He killed the Star Ocean emissary and hid in our Huashan immortal sect. He's a ticking time bomb. Who knows when the people from the Star Ocean immortal sect will come? Our Huashan immortal sect will be in trouble. Yesterday he challenged all the outer sect halls by himself, other than the Martial Hall. He defeated all of them in an absolute manner. He's quite awesome. I don't know why such an awesome person would come to our Huashan immortal sect. And he's an outer sect disciple. Hee. I heard that no hall has accepted him yet. Who would want to take in a scourge? It's not that I want to say this, but no hall will accept him while he's in the Huashan immortal sect. Many disciples said one after another. There was fear, disdain, and a small portion of respect and admiration. Zhao Qin was a small portion of people who admired him. Yesterday, when he returned to the array engraving hall, he tried his best to recommend him to his master. However, before he could finish speaking, he was directly rejected. Zhao Chan went up to him and said with a smile, "Junior brother Luo, are you here to accept a mission?" If others smiled at him, he would naturally treat them with respect. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Yes, I'm here to take a look. I'm bored anyway." Suddenly, a young man from the Hurricane squad walked out and said with disdain, "You're that trash with a shattered dantian? Get out of the Merit Hall. There's no mission for you to accept here. Don't even think about getting any merit points in the outer sect." Luo Tian ignored him. He didn't take him seriously at all. Zhao Chen was a little unhappy and couldn't help but say, "Senior brother Zhou, we're all brothers of the same sect. You don't have to be like this. How can you survive in the outer sect without merit points?" Zhou Feng snorted and said, "You've embarrassed the Huashan immortal sect. I really don't know what's the use of trash like you. I've already said that alchemy, refining, and engraving are all unorthodox methods. The only truth in this world's eyes is power. Yesterday, we didn't let our Martial Hall disciples step out. Otherwise, this trash would have long been lying on the ground like a dead dog." His face was filled with disdain. In the Huashan immortal sect, the martial arts hall was the first hall. They had many disciples and were the strongest, so they occupied the most cultivation resources. Basically, the other halls were established for the sake of the martial hall. Those disciples who were in seclusion this year and would be participating in next year's Immortal Sect competition all came from the martial hall. Regardless of whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, the martial hall's disciples were extremely arrogant and did not put the other hall's disciples in their eyes. Zhao Chen's expression changed. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "No matter where I go, there are always some annoying flies. Some people are just cheap. If you don't fuck their mother, they won't know that you are their father. For this kind of people, brat? Who are you talking about? Do you have the guts to say that again?" Zhou Feng was enraged. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded. Luo Tian didn't care about that at all. With a move of his body, his power suddenly erupted. With a move of his fists, he shouted in a deep voice, "Raging lava!" Both fists turned scarlet red. The power was released like steam. Zhou Feng never thought that Luo Tian would dare to make a move at the entrance of the Merit Palace. He was caught off guard and his expression changed. Both of his fists sunk heavily as he shouted, "Primeval Shield!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A chi shield appeared on Zhou Feng's body. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's fists directly smashed forward. Bam! Rumble! Zhou Feng staggered back, his face pale, the blood below his chest churned, and a blood sword shot out. His face turned sinister, and his anger soared to the heavens. Brat, you are courting death. There are a lot of people who said that to me. Everyone said that I was courting death, but I'm still alive and well. Luo Tian laughed disdainfully. It was also at this moment. The corner of Zhou Feng's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He was enraged to the extreme, and with a move of his right hand, a treasured sword that was shining with green light appeared. Junior brother Zhou. Stop! 5 men dressed in tight clothes walked over. The leader was a middle-aged man, his robes fluttering without any wind, emitting a terrifying aura. He first glanced at Luo Tian, squinted his eyes, and then stopped Zhou Feng. Junior brother Zhou, this is the Merit Palace. Don't be reckless. Senior brother, who's right? If we meet this brat outside, senior brother will definitely teach him a lesson for you. Following that, a disciple walked to Zhou Feng's side and said, Yunling, Yun-Yi is here. Don't make things difficult for eldest senior brother. Zhou Feng immediately trembled. He kept his sword, stared at Luo Tian, and coldly snorted and said, Brat, consider yourself lucky today. Luo Tian laughed in disdain. Tisk, you're the one who's lucky. Zhao Qin also quickly walked to Luo Tian's side and said, Junior brother Luo, don't compete with them. They're disciples of the martial hall. We can't play with them. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet a few people. Don't you want to do a mission? I'll bring you in. Luo Tian didn't want to cause any trouble. He had also promised Wu Yan. However, as long as he touched his bottom line, he would kill him without hesitation. In his entire life, he hated people who acted cheap in front of him. Towards this kind of person, there was only one word, fuck. Zhao Chun led Luo Tian forward in a hurry. With a smile on his face, he warned in a low voice, Junior brother Luo, don't stare at other people's faces later. They don't like people staring at their faces. Huh. Luo Tian was slightly startled. He did not know who Zhao Chun was going to bring him to see. Yunling, junior sister Yun-Yi. Zhao Chun shouted. 2 girls dressed in light blue turned around. The corners of their mouths curled up as they smiled. When they smiled, their eyes narrowed into crescent moons. They were very beautiful and cute. The most important thing was, the 2 of them looked exactly the same. Without a doubt, they were twins. They were twin sisters from the outer sect. They looked beautiful, wore sexy clothes, and were especially charming when they smiled. Wherever they went, they would cause trouble. Luo Tian was slightly startled. He looked at the girl on the right, then looked at the girl on the left. But he stared at their faces like an idiot and said loudly, Similar, too similar, completely the same. He had seen twins before, and identical twins were basically the same. But Luo Tian had never seen twins who looked so similar. He really couldn't find any differences. Even their smiling expressions were the same. Zhao Chen kept reminding him, Junior brother Luo, don't look at their faces. Don't look. If you keep looking, they will get angry. Luo Tian still stared at them and laughed. Being good-looking is for people to see. This pair of sisters is too beautiful. Yunling was angry. Yun-Yi was the same. Zhao Qin was stunned and muttered, Someone is going to be unlucky. The 10th chapter has been delivered. Are there any more monthly votes? 10 chapters were released today, and the monthly votes were not as many as yesterday. The old cow was about to cry to death. Chapter 393. Yunling and Yun-Yi hated it when others looked at their faces. Why did they hate it? No one knew. But in any case, the 2 of them were considered special existences in the outer sect. They were good-looking and liked to smile, and when they smiled, their eyes would turn into crescent moons. Logically speaking, daughters should be beautiful, but they hated it when others stared at their faces. No matter who it was. Even the elders were the same. Luo Tian's eyes were red. He looked at Yunling, then looked at Yun-Yi. He wanted to see if there was anything different about the twins, just like in the game of everyone is looking for trouble. A little serious, but in the end, Luo Tian still admitted defeat. He couldn't find it at all. Zhao Chun laughed bitterly. He had reminded them a few times, but there was no response. He was clear that every new disciple would be like this when they saw Yunling, unable to take their eyes off her. Ha ha, ha ha ha, there's a good show to watch. The sisters are going to go crazy. This kid is going to be unlucky. Yunling's face was filled with anger as she walked to Luo Tian's side and asked, "Is it nice to see?" Luo Tian nodded his head and said, "It's pretty good. It's just that I'm a little worse than my wife." Yun Yi's face darkened and immediately said, "Left hammer." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Suddenly, a heavy hammer appeared in her delicate hand. She smashed it down on Luo Tian's head almost instantly. There was a trace of terrifying lightning power on the hammer. It was very ferocious. Yunling also made her move in an instant and shouted, "Right hammer!" The same power, the same warhammer. Just like forging iron, the left hammer moved, and the right hammer followed closely behind. In the outer sect of the Mount Hua Immortal Sect, countless disciples had cried and screamed under the twin hammers. In their hearts, these two sisters were definitely not to be trifled with. They had the Gemini bloodline and were of the same heart and strength. Even their will, sea of consciousness and mental state were the same. Complete synchronization. The combined power of two people was even stronger than that of four people. Moreover, the two of them were extremely powerful in the outer sect. Luo Tian's gaze darkened. He did not dodge, and instead shouted, "Golden Bell, cover!" Buzz! A golden air shield that looked like a giant bell appeared on his body, flickering in and out of existence. Clang! Clang! It was as if a temple bell had been rung, producing a deafening sound. This cultivation technique seemed to be very suitable for Yunling. Just like the Yun-Yi sisters wore hammer attacks, the two attacks were completely blocked. Moreover, the golden bell canopy was still on Luo Tian's body, so it only trembled slightly. Everyone was shocked once again. She was even more worried about Luo Tian. This brat actually went to block it. This is even worse. When the beautiful sisters get angry, even the elders can't stop them. This is going to be tough. Zhao Qin didn't expect Luo Tian's reaction to be so fast. Before he could warn him, Luo Tian had already blocked the sisters' attack. Zhao Chen's expression turned ugly as he sighed. "Junior brother Luo, you should have just been hit by them. Why did you have to block their attacks?" The force of 10,000 caddies. Left hammer. Boom! The force of 10,000 caddies. Right hammer. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! The sisters said in unison. Suddenly, a ball of energy stripes shot out from the battlefield. With a wave of their arms, the strength of the two suddenly increased, and they once again aimed at Luo Tian and bombarded him. Luo Tian was startled. "Huh, interesting. Perfect. I'll also test how much power my golden bell canopy can withstand." Then, Luo Tian giggled and said, "Sister, give me a little more strength. 10,000 caddies is really not enough." As soon as he finished, the moment their warhammers fell, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Level 1 Berserk!" Buzz! When the double stats were released, the golden bell canopy buzzed loudly. The patterns on the golden bell became clear. The Buddhist secret sect's runes were densely packed and looked like some kind of scripture carved on it. The defensive power instantly increased. Clang! Clang! Another two deafening bell sounds rang out. The golden bell canopy trembled slightly, and the moment it was about to shatter, it once again condensed. Yunling and Yun-Yi looked at each other. Both of their eyebrows twitched as they shouted at the same time, 50,000 caddies of strength, left hammer, right hammer. His strength had increased by 5 times. All of a sudden, strong energy stripes erupted from their bodies. They were clearly visible, as if they were real. His speed was fast. The thunder and lightning wreaked havoc on their war hammers without restraint. The surrounding disciples quickly retreated, looking at Luo Tian with a look of schadenfreude. This brat definitely won't be able to block it. 50,000 caddies of strength. With the addition of the power of thunder and lightning, the air shield on that brat's body will definitely be shattered. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said calmly, 50,000 caddies of strength, it's still not enough. If you can't break my air shield today, I'll have to look at your beautiful, delicate faces every day. Ha ha ha. While they were talking, Luo Tian had a teasing smile on his face. At the same time, Luo Tian's voice moved, and he shouted in his heart, Level 3 Berserk! 8 times the attribute was released. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 2 heavy hammers fell. The golden bell shield on Luo Tian's body was almost shattered, but in that instant, it was able to withstand it and condense once again. Luo Tian's forehead was covered in sweat as he laughed out loud. It's still not enough. It still hasn't broken the shield. Ha ha ha. Yunling and Yun looked at each other again. His face was filled with anger. The girl was very angry. The consequences were very serious. The two of them moved their arms, which were twice as thick as usual. Their originally small arms erupted with endless power. Not only did the two of them possess the Gemini bloodline talent, they were also born with divine strength. This pair of warhammers was also passed down from their ancestors. 100,000 caddies of strength. Left hammer. 100,000 caddies of strength. Right hammer. The two of them moved. The figure suddenly laughed. In a split second, 2 beautiful figures descended from the sky and shouted in unison, 200,000 caddies of strength. Vertical strike. Boom. Luo Tian raised his head slightly and just happened to see the small pants under their clothes. It was white, and there was even a little white rabbit embroidered on it. Their 2 slender legs were filled with temptation, and only he would think of this at this time. Sister. It's white. And 2 little bunnies, ha ha ha. The faces of the 2 girls flushed red. In an instant, the 2 of them seemed to have turned into one person. The twin hammers also turned into a huge war hammer, descending from the sky and smashing down vertically. At this moment, Luo Tian's fist sank, and he shouted in a heavy voice, Level 5 Berserk, come out! Buzz. 32 times the attribute's strength was released. The golden bell shield on Luo Tian's body seemed to have materialized, as if it was a simple and unadorned giant bell that was supporting his body. Boom! Thank you to the Alliance leader for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful. Thank you, brothers, for your support, and thank you all for your rewards, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. With your support, the old cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 394. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 1. The strongest attack. The strongest defense. When the 2 forces collided, the shockwave that erupted caused many of the surrounding disciples to be shaken out. The 2 warhammers were firmly locked above Luo Tian's head. Under the warhammers, a golden shield was trembling as it held on. It kept spinning, condensing, and condensing again. Buzz! Suddenly, the golden bell cover let out a bell-ringing sound, and a thick force shot out, directly forcing the sisters to retreat. Luo Tian was also shocked in his heart and thought to himself, it seems that this golden bell cover can still attack when it is trained to a certain extent, and the recoil just now seems to have been absorbed from their warhammers. It is indeed not simple. The sisters' figures floated down from the sky. His face was slightly red. His breathing also became hurried as he stared at Luo Tian with his 4 eyes. Luo Tian smiled mischievously, put away the golden bell cover on his body, and said with a smile, In the future, I can openly look at your faces. Don't be angry, hee, humph. Humph. The 2 girls snorted coldly at the same time and looked at Luo Tian angrily. This expression was quite cute. They did not refute Luo Tian's words. This caused a series of jeers from the surrounding disciples. Senior sister, I also want to look at you guys every day. I also want to try it. Even if you beat me to death, I will hold on until I die. Senior sister, he is first-rate. Hooligan, from the day I entered the Huashan immortal sect, my heart did not belong to me. It has already been stolen by you guys. TSK, I entered the Huashan immortal sect for senior sister. The surroundings were in an uproar. They were incomparably envious of Luo Tian. They didn't expect that resisting the joint attack of two people could actually meet the special requirements. He could actually brazenly look at their faces. What a wonderful thing this was. Who knew how many people were hiding in the dark to peek at them? This was simply a crime. Yunling swept her gaze across the place, and wherever her gaze landed, she immediately shut her mouth, not even daring to raise her eyes. Yun Yi was the same. Their abilities were truly powerful. Furthermore, they did not use any techniques just now. It was purely an attack of strength. It was very powerful and had already surpassed their own cultivation. Even an ordinary mystique venerable rank powerhouse would not be able to release such powerful pure strength like theirs. Luo Tian could only block it. The reason was that the Golden Bell shield was the nemesis of pure strength. In gaming terms, the physical defense of the Golden Bell shield was extremely high and difficult to break. Coupled with Luo Tian's level 5 Berserk attribute strength increase, the two of them naturally couldn't break through. Luo Tian was also extremely shocked when he saw the 200,000 genes of power falling down. He thought to himself, these two aren't pretty girls at all. They're two valiant women. Junior sister, who's bullying you? I'll cripple him immediately. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and they automatically opened up a path. A middle-aged man walked over to Yunling and Yun Yi. He smiled politely and said, Junior sister, who bullied you? At the same time, Zhou Feng's eyes darkened. He stared at Luo Tian and said coldly, It's you again, trash. Luo Tian's eyes twitched. He said eerily, If you say trash again, I'll turn you into a dead dog. He's the one who bullied you? Without waiting for Zhou Feng to speak, the middle-aged man stood up and stared calmly at Luo Tian. An arrogant aura was released from his body. A wave of pressure rushed into Luo Tian's consciousness. He snorted and said, Kneel down and apologize. His consciousness shook violently. Luo Tian was instantly enraged. He hated it when people used pressure to crush him. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. His body shook slightly and his eyes were filled with anger. When he was about to speak, Yunling stared coldly at the middle-aged man and said, Insolence, we sisters don't need you to care about us. Don't be a busybody. He's our friend. If you dare to be rude again, don't blame us for being rude. She called him by his name. According to seniority, they should call him senior brother. But they didn't. The middle-aged man was called Insolence. He was the eldest senior brother of the Martial Hall and also the captain of the Hurricane team. He had the highest merit points in the outer sect. Last year, he had the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, because Yunling and Yun Yi failed the test, he automatically gave up on entering the inner sect. He said that he wanted to enter the inner sect with the two of them. This caused a commotion at that time. Even the elders of the inner sect were alarmed. Yun Yi directly walked to Luo Tian's side and held onto his arm. She stared at Insolence and said, Retract your pressure. Humph. Luo Tian was stunned. Before he could react, Yunling also walked up and held onto his other arm. She looked at Insolence and said, Please don't bother us in the future. The two of us don't like you at all. We. The two of them looked at Luo Tian at the same time. They calmed down and said, The two of us like him. Please respect yourself in the future. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Happiness came so suddenly. Wasn't this too fast? Wasn't it just using the Golden Bell cover to block their attacks? There was no need to repay them with their bodies, right? This was the first time they met, and it was already like this. The speed of development was too fast, even my little heart couldn't take it anymore. Kid, don't think too much about it. We are just annoyed with him. We don't like you. Yun Ling's idea sent a sound transmission. Luo Tian was startled again and thought to himself, "Damn, you're using me as a shield. Then I'll have to reap some benefits." Immediately, Luo Tian cleared his throat and said, "From today onwards, the two of them are my Luo Tian's women. If anyone dares to touch them, I'll kill them. Good wife, kiss me, Baji." Without waiting for Yunling to reject, Luo Tian immediately kissed Yunling's cheek. Yunling was stunned. In that instant, Luo Tian turned his head and kissed Yunyi's cheek. The two girls were instantly stunned. The anger in his heart churned and churned, wishing that he could immediately chop Luo Tian into minced meat. Luo Tian's idea sent a sound transmission. If you're acting, then act more realistically. You have to calm down. Don't act recklessly, or else this show will be for nothing. I'm doing this for your own good. My first kiss, sigh. It's gone just like that. My heart is broken. You guys have to compensate me in the future. Luo Tian looked very wronged and hurt. In his heart, he was laughing as lowly as he could. Ha ha ha! If he didn't take advantage of it, he would be a bastard. The two girls' anger surged once again, but they did not flare up. At this moment, the sound of countless hearts shattering could be heard, and some people even cried bitterly. Zhang Kuang was furious. An endless killing intent emerged from his body. Chapter 395. Zhang Kuang was enraged. All the outer sect disciples knew that he liked Yunling, Yun-yi, and her sister. Even in his dreams, he wanted to get the two of them into bed. Yunling, Yun-yi said such words in front of so many people, causing Zhang Kuang to look extremely ugly, not giving him any face at all. But in order to show his gentlemanly demeanor in front of them, he suppressed the anger in his heart. He was also clear. Yunling and her sister were only using Luo Tian as a shield. It was impossible for them to like a trash with a shattered dantian, and a disciple that no hall would take in. Everyone knew Luo Tian was the scourge of the Huashan immortal sect, and who knew how many people wanted to chase him down the mountain. What happened yesterday was very clear, and even the inner sect elders hated Luo Tian and wanted nothing more than to chase him down the mountain. Who would like such a disciple? It was too late to hide. Thinking of this, Zhang Kuang endured it. However, Luo Tian's words caused his anger to surge and instantly rushed to his head. Seeing Luo Tian kiss left and right, the killing intent in his heart was released uncontrollably. He had liked this pair of sisters for a few years, but not to mention kissing them, he had never even touched their hands. Seeing Luo Tian being so arrogant, he immediately could not endure it anymore. His expression changed, his gaze darkened, and the surging power in his body rushed out, directly staring at Luo Tian and shouting, "Brat, I think you are tired of living. You dare to touch my woman!" Angry, completely angry, many of the surrounding disciples revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Marshall Hall's great senior brother, one of the top 10 outer sect experts. This brat is going to suffer. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Zhang Kuang. He is simply courting death. That's right. Do you really think that we don't dare to look at Yunling and her sister's faces? It's all because we are afraid of Zhang Kuang. This brat actually kissed them in front of senior brother Zhang. This time senior brother Zhang will definitely be furious. Sigh. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Everyone laughed. Yunling looked at Luo Tian with interest. Didn't you say that we're your women? Since we are your women, are you going to protect us? I'm so scared now. Look at senior Marshall brother Zhang's face. He looks like he wants to eat me. I'm really scared. Yun-yi directly burrowed into Luo Tian's embrace and giggled. Hubby, quickly go! F***CK. You two bad guys. He had tricked them earlier, and now it was their turn to stab him in the back. In that case, Luo Tian smirked. His left hand and right hand moved, directly touching their buttocks and heavily slapping them. "Papa!" He laughed and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you." Feeling the pain in their butts, the two of them bounced up and glared at Luo Tian. They even had the heart to eat Luo Tian. However, in the eyes of outsiders, they were flirting. This made Zhang Kuang even angrier. Moving his fists, a series of explosions immediately erupted around his body. His speed changed, and he directly rushed out. He was like a furious god of death. The air became oppressive. Luo Tian's heart sank. He thought to himself, "What powerful strength! This strength is too strong. Very strong." Zhang Kuang's cultivation should be at the peak of mystic ancestor. However, the strength he unleashed was not at the peak of mystic ancestor. It had completely surpassed it, and this strength was extremely terrifying. He had been cultivating in the Huashan Immortal Sect for many years. He was an orthodox disciple of the Immortal Sect. The cultivation method he cultivated was also incomparable to the outside world. His strength was pure, and his cultivation method was orthodox. Even a mystic, venerable, rank powerhouse would not be able to deal with him. Facing the Immortal Sect, those mystic, venerable, rank powerhouses were not worth mentioning. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and a faint force rose from within his body. Yunling and Yun Yi also felt that things were getting out of hand. It was beyond their expectations. Their expressions immediately changed, and they said in a low voice, "Senior Martial Brother Zhang, this is the Achievement Hall. Do you still want to kill people? Using force here is against the sect rules." As they spoke, Yuni said in a low voice, "Why aren't you leaving? You're not his match. He's angry now. He'll kill you." Luo Tian was only a mystic ancestor, rank 2. The difference in strength was too great. He did not have a gifted bloodline. Zhang Kuang had the Lion King's bloodline. Among the bloodlines, the Lion King's bloodline was considered a high-grade bloodline. When the bloodline power was unleashed, even a peak mystic venerable rank powerhouse could be killed. In their opinion, Luo Tian was not Zhang Kuang's match at all. Zhou Feng was very pleased. He mocked, "Senior Martial Brother, kill him." "How dare you? Senior Martial Brother Zhang, please stop." The two women stood in front of Luo Tian, their faces filled with anxiety. Zhang Kuang was furious. The power he released had a hint of the Lion King's aura. It was obvious that he had released his bloodline power. He was determined to kill Luo Tian with one strike. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and his fist sank. He shouted in his heart, "Level 5 rage! 9 dragons, 9 elephants, stage 2. Boom! The power in his body was also released without restraint. He said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way first! F***CK. This kid wants to fight head-on. He's dead for sure. Ha ha ha! Someone who even dares to kill the emissary of the Star Ocean must be brainless. Instead of running, he's going to fight head-on. If he's not courting death, what is?" All of a sudden, a deep voice was heard. "Both of you, stop right there." As soon as the voice fell, a figure landed. Wind blew under his feet, and gravel rolled out. He released a surge of immortal energy, opened his hands, and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop right there!" Bang! Bang! Zhang Kuang was forced back 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. His expression changed slightly. Luo Tian was pushed back 20 steps. His face was pale and he was shocked. He said in shock, "What kind of power is this? Why is it so strong?" Shock! It was too shocking. Luo Tian was someone who had fought against Saint Stage powerhouses. Even the Dragon King's power was not as strong. There was no comparison at all. The person in the middle was Su Shan. Su Shan's cultivation was only at level 8 Mystique Venerable rank. He had not even entered the Saint Stage, but he was much stronger than the Saint Stage powerhouses outside. Is this the legendary immortal energy? the power cultivated in the celestial sect? Luo Tian was extremely shocked. He felt that his knowledge of mystique venerables and profound sages was rubbish. The mystique venerables and profound sages in the celestial sect were completely different. Their power completely surpassed the powerhouses outside. It was like one was a master and the other was a mediocre martial artist. There was no comparison at all. Su Shan's expression darkened, and he shouted, "If you want to fight, fight on the life and death arena. If you dare to fight in the Hall of Merit again, don't blame me for being rude." At the same time, Su Shan said telepathically, "Luo Tian, you're not his match yet. Don't mess around." Zhang Kuang's expression changed. He did not give Su Shan any face and snorted, "Kid, you're lucky today. But don't worry. You'll die in my hands sooner or later. Just wait and see." Luo Tian was furious. He pointed at Zhang Kuang's face and said, "You want to kill me, right? I'll give you a chance." Chapter 3. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support me. Thank you. Chapter 396. Luo Tian was instantly enraged. First it was pressure, now it was a threat. These two things that he hated the most had appeared. How could he not be angry? He pointed at Zhang Kuang's face and said, "You want to kill me? Come to the life and death arena." Walala, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a dead man. Su Shan's face also darkened. Zhang Kuang laughed coldly. He did not look at Luo Tian, but first looked at the Yunling sisters, then turned to look at Luo Tian and said, "You're in a hurry to die, right? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Half a month later, I'll see you on the life and death arena. We'll fight to the death." Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned, and without hesitation he agreed, "Fine. I want to see who will become a dead dog." Then, "You still have 15 days to live. Enjoy it, trash." Zhang Kuang waved his sleeves and said, "Let's go." Su Shan immediately walked forward and said, "You brat, didn't I tell you that you're not his opponent? Why did you agree? His cultivation is much higher than yours. No matter how strong you are, it will be difficult to win against him. Furthermore, he has the Lion King bloodline. Once this bloodline explodes, his strength will increase by several times. How are you going to fight him?" Yunling and Yun Yi looked at Luo Tian at the same time. They felt that they owed him. If not for them, they would not have angered Zhang Kuang, and this series of events would not have happened. Half a month. Luo Tian was only a level 2 mystic ancestor, and Zhang Kuang was already a level 8 mystic ancestor. The difference in their cultivation was like heaven and earth. How could they fight? Without even fighting, Luo Tian would lose. Yunling frowned and said softly, "I'm sorry." Yun Yi continued, "Why don't you leave the mountain, since you haven't joined any halls, and there are many people in Huashan Immortal Sect who are unhappy with you? Why don't you leave? If you stay, I'm afraid," she did not continue. Her expression was ugly. They just wanted to get rid of Zhang Kuang, but they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there's still half a month. My cultivation isn't enough right now, but I can still break through. If I find a good place in half a month, I can rise a few levels." Luo Tian did not take Zhang Kuang seriously. He had even killed a mystique venerable rank fighter before. So how could he not kill a mere mystique level 8 mystique grandmaster? However, when he saw that Zhang Kuang only retreated 10 steps under the impact of Su Shan's immortal force, he looked very embarrassed. In fact, he didn't use his full strength at all. Moreover, his bloodline power hadn't completely erupted. One could imagine how strong he was. Luo Tian didn't use his full strength either. But in terms of strength, Luo Tian was no match for Zhang Kuang. The more he thought about it, the more he realized why the immortal sects were called immortal sects. They weren't called immortal sects just because they were strong, but because they were really different. Their cultivation methods and the power they cultivated were all different. Furthermore, most of the disciples in the immortal sects had innate bloodline. Luo Tian now knew why Muron Wanjian, who had the true dragon bloodline, was being watched by everyone. His innate bloodline was far stronger than he had imagined, and his heart tightened. He was considering, should he fuse one of the Azure Dragon bloodline and the Vermilion Bird bloodline? F***CK. Isn't it just a Zhang Kuang? If I can't even deal with such a person, how can I go to Broken Sky City in the future? How can I face Morong Wanjian? Luo Tian immediately gave up on fusing the bloodline. The four divine beasts' bloodline was something he had prepared for Morong Wanjian. If he couldn't even overcome this difficulty, how could he talk about defeating Morong Wanjian? His mind settled. Luo Tian thought to himself, I have to find a place to raise my level. Level 8 Mystique Grandmaster, right? Immediately after, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Don't worry about me. I will definitely raise my cultivation in half a month. Half a month? Time was too short. Su Shan was startled and said, What kind of joke are you playing? How are you going to raise your cultivation in half a month? Furthermore, your pubes is broken. Even if I wanted to impart some immortal power to you, I would be powerless. Yunling said, Yeah, you should listen to my sister and leave quickly. Yun-Yi quickly nodded. Luo Tian didn't know what to say. Thinking about the immortal power that Su Shan had mentioned just now, he couldn't help but ask, Elder, what kind of power is the immortal power? Why is it so strong? I didn't feel any immortal power from Zhang Kuang's body. Luo Tian didn't understand. Su Shan said, The so-called immortal power is the energy absorbed from the heaven and earth in the celestial sect. This energy is refined into immortal power through the pubes. Why is it called the celestial sect? It is because all the celestial sects have an energy that is stronger than profound qi. We call this energy immortal qi. Martial artists see the celestial sect as a holy land for this reason. Immortal qi can only be found in the celestial sect. Zhang Kuang has been in the Huashan immortal sect for 13 years. His strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. In the past, he has never released immortal power. It's not that he doesn't cultivate, but that he doesn't want to release the immortal power in his body when facing an opponent. You have to know that this immortal power is extremely precious. Thinking about the power that Zhang Kuang had released just now, Su Shan faintly said, His cultivation has increased by another step. I'm afraid that within half a month, he will break through to level 9 Mystique Grandmaster. Luo Tian, you should think of a way to avoid this challenge. Once you enter the life and death arena, he will really kill you. Yunling and Yun-Yi nodded. I can't absorb immortal power because my Dantian is bad. Luo Tian muttered. His heart ached, and he thought to himself, the disadvantages of a broken Dantian are finally showing. Is there no way to replace it? Luo Tian frowned. He was different from other martial artists. His Xian Qi was obtained through hunting. Normal martial artists absorbed the Xian Qi of heaven and earth by comprehending it. Now that he was in the immortal sect, his Dantian was broken, so he couldn't absorb this power. How could he obtain immortal power? Sir System, help me, can you give me a hint? Luo Tian shouted in his heart. He knew that it was pointless to shout. He was just a little annoyed. Everyone else could cultivate, but he couldn't. Yunling, Yun-Yi, what happened just now? A woman walked out and looked at the sisters. Beside the woman was a man. Looking at their attire, they should be a couple. Yunling puffed up her cheeks and said in a low voice, Senior sister, we met Zhang Kuang just now. The woman was startled and said, Did he bully you? Yun-Yi shook her head and said, No, but he was tricked by us. He agreed to challenge us on the life and death arena in half a month. Senior sister, what should we do? We don't want to. Do you have any ideas? Him. Why did he agree to the life and death arena? Zhang Kuang is one of the top 10 disciples in the outer sect. He has never revealed his true strength before. How could he be so reckless? The man frowned. This is going to be difficult. Zhang Kuang is not easy to deal with. Yunling bit her lips and said, "How about me and my sister?" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian directly said, "No." The couple also directly said, "No." Chapter 397. He didn't even need to think to know what Yunling wanted to say. Even if he died in the arena, Luo Tian didn't want Yunling to do that. The woman looked at Luo Tian with admiration. At this moment, Zhao Chen also anxiously walked over and said, "Senior sister Yu Hua, senior brother Han Hai, he is Luo Tian, the person who was able to heal the broken bones in an instant." "Huh. He is the Luo Tian who heavily injured Wu Xiaotian yesterday, the one who instantly killed the outer court disciples in refining, inscribing formations, healing, and taming beasts." Yu Hua was startled. She carefully sized up Luo Tian, revealing a great deal of interest in him. Han Hai was also startled. "Your performance yesterday should be that of a person with a high IQ. How could you be so reckless as to accept Zhang Kuang's challenge?" Luo Tian laughed and said, "I was the one who challenged him." "Ah, you." Yu Hua and Han Hai were smashed to death. They couldn't understand Luo Tian. Immediately, Yu Hua said, "You are now at the second stage of the profound sect, and your dantian is broken, so you are unable to control your immortal energy. The best way is to leave Mount Hua Immortal School, but it seems like you don't want to leave either. Even if you leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." Han Hai continued, "He's the kind of vile person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. You've also acted intimately with Yin Yi in front of so many people. This made him even angrier. You won't be able to leave. How about, at this point?" Yu Hua and Han Hai looked at each other. Zhao Chen's face changed slightly as he thought to himself, "Senior brother, senior sister, you guys aren't thinking of exploring the Abyss Cave again, are you?" Yunling and Yun Yi were shocked and said, "Last time senior brother Haishan died there, we can't go there again with our current strength. We will die if we go in. Let's think of another way. This time, with him, I believe we have a chance." Han Hai said slightly, "Zhang Kuang is very strong. If he wants to survive on the life and death arena, he will need an immortal armor. This is his only chance of survival. There must be treasures in the Abyss Cave. As long as he has an immortal armor, it will not be a problem." "Yes. Junior brother Luo, this matter was caused by Yunling and Yun Yi. As long as there is a chance, we will definitely help you. Furthermore, this mission is currently the most rewarding mission in the outer sect. If we were to complete it, our Heavenly Fire battle team would be able to surpass the insolent Hurricane battle team. In terms of momentum, we would be able to suppress them," Yu Hua said calmly. The Heavenly Fire battle team was currently ranked second in the outer sect. They had always been suppressed by the Hurricane team. All these years, he had never surpassed it. Every time she met the Hurricane team, Moonlight would feel extremely unhappy when she saw how arrogant they were. However, she couldn't vent her anger. There were only 3 months left until the inner disciple assessment. With Yunling and Yun Yi's strength, it would be difficult for them to pass the test. Yu Hua wanted to use her merit points to exchange for 2 inner disciple spots and bring them into the inner sect, because she didn't feel at ease leaving them in the outer sect. All these years, the reason why those outer sect disciples didn't dare to touch Yunling and her sister was firstly because of their arrogance, and secondly because of them. There was another reason. The number 1 battle merit points would be rewarded with a celestial equipment. Although this celestial equipment wasn't formed by heaven and earth, it was forged by the master refiner of the inner sect using celestial energy. Its power was extraordinary, even if it wasn't for this. Yu Hua wanted to vent her anger. She hated Zhang Kuang to the bone. After hearing so much, Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "High reward means high risk. From what you said just now, it isn't hard to guess that the underworld Abyss Cave is very dangerous." "It isn't just dangerous. It is relatively dangerous. I advise you not to go. Furthermore, this mission isn't only accepted by the Heavenly Fire battle team. Hurricane, Nether King, Sky, many other teams have accepted it. If they know that you have entered the underworld abyss cave, they will definitely plot against you. It is too dangerous. Su Shan said softly. He was an elder of the Achievement Hall. He knew how many people had accepted each mission. This was considered a secret, but he still said it. He wanted to let Luo Tian and the rest know that they couldn't enter the underworld abyss cave. If they failed, they would lose their lives. Even if they succeeded, they would have to pay a heavy price. There might even be a few battle teams waiting at the entrance. Everyone wanted to be the Oriole that ate the meat, because the reward for the underworld abyss cave mission was too high. It was worth 8,000 points. Just these 8,000 points could be exchanged for the qualifications to become an inner disciple. It was enough for the top 5 to instantly rise to first place. Yu Hua's face darkened. She didn't think of this. Han Hai also frowned. He didn't know what to do at this moment. Luo Tian scratched his head and asked, I just want to ask a question. Are there any demonic beasts to kill in the underworld abyss cave? This was the question he was most concerned about. This was also the question he had been worrying about for half a month. He came to the Huashan immortal sect for the primordial battlefield that Dao Sovereign Wu Nian mentioned. He didn't expect that opening the primordial battlefield would require the blood of 4 parties and heavenly dragon pearls. He couldn't gather them in such a short period of time. Since he couldn't progress or enter, he had to find a place to level up. Unfamiliar with the place, Luo Tian didn't know where to find demonic beasts to kill. He didn't care about immortal armor. The problem he had to consider now was leveling up. There was still a life and death battle waiting for him in half a month. If he didn't level up a few times, the consequences would be very serious. After all, this was the immortal sect. He couldn't possibly transform into the demon Emperor Xing Tian, right? This was the biggest insult to the immortal sect. When the time came, those elders who wanted to chase him down would definitely find something to use against him. Before he could open the primordial battlefield, he would be chased out of the sect, taking 10,000 steps back. Only in the immortal sect could Luo Tian grasp some things that the outside world didn't know. For example, the location of the Heavenly Palace Divine City, an SSS rank mission. If he didn't complete it, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of his life. Also, the hatching of the dragon egg might require the soul of a divine dragon. No matter what, Luo Tian couldn't be chased out of the sect. He had too many things to do. After Luo Tian finished speaking, everyone looked at him. It was as if they were sizing up a monster. Do I have flowers on my face? If you guys look at me like that, I will feel embarrassed. Zhao Chen was the first to speak. Those aren't demonic beasts. They are ghost beasts. They are all ghost beasts sent from hell. They are more than 10,000 times stronger than demonic beasts. Junior brother Luo, do you have any common sense? That's right. The danger we are talking about is these ghost beasts. You can't even kill all of them. It's impossible to reach the bottom of the underworld abyss. Everyone looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Luo Tian laughed. His laughter was a little wretched and excited. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he immediately said, Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill our way over. Senior brother, I just received news that the Heavenly Fire Battle Team has already gone to the underworld abyss cave. Zhang Kuang's eyes turned cold as he sneered. Send this news to the Sky Battle Team, Hades Battle Team, and the Four Seas Battle Team. Tell them not to do anything. Just guard the cave entrance. Understood? Zhang Kuang squinted his eyes and became sinister. Yuehua, you be asterisk TCH. You dare to fight with me? I will play you to death. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Tomorrow is the last day of August. Brothers who still have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. If not, it will be a waste. Chapter 398. The Abyss Cave was not far from the Huashan Immortal Sect. It was very close, in a quiet valley in the Huashan mountain range that emitted a cold aura. At the entrance of the valley, Yu Hua stopped and reminded Luo Tian, "You don't have to do anything. Just be responsible for treating the injured. Don't wander around, otherwise we won't even be able to reach the entrance of the Abyss Cave." Huh. Luo Tian was stunned. He wanted to kill a lot of people, but he didn't expect to become a support priest. He had played a lot of games. Luo Tian was not used to the priest profession. However, he didn't say anything and nodded. "I'll listen to Big Sister." Yu Hua smiled, then looked at Zhao Qin and said, "Old rules. You use the array to scout the way. Yunling and Yunling will be responsible for the ghost beasts behind. Brother Hai, you follow me in front. Is there anything else you don't understand? If not, let's enter the valley." 6-man team. 2 main attackers, 2 support attackers, 1 healer, 1 tank. This kind of classification was very common. Luo Tian had nothing to say about Yu Hua's allocation. He even thought to himself, "Big Sister is also a transmigrator? I've played games in my previous life. This kind of allocation is too similar to the game." Of course, Yu Hua couldn't be a transmigrator. This was the experience she had gathered after entering the Abyss Cave countless times. Enter the valley. The 6 of them stepped into the valley together. Upon entering the valley, Luo Tian felt that the aura was different. The surrounding aura was very cold, with a thick aura of death. This kind of death aura was different from the one in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City. The power of the death aura here was even more terrifying, and it seemed to carry a trace of immortal chi. Death, immortal chi. His heart stirred as he thought to himself, "Could it be that all the ghost beasts here have cultivated immortal chi, and their power is also immortal power?" He didn't think too much about it. Luo Tian released his mind, but before he could speak, Yu Hua's eyes tightened and immediately stopped him. "Junior brother Luo, don't release your mind. These ghost beasts can feel it. You will attract all of them. Quickly, put it away." All right." With no other choice, Luo Tian could only follow suit. He reminded himself, "You're a support. You're a healer. You're not the main attacker. Your job is to heal. Make sure the team doesn't have any casualties." He's here. The small formation under Zhao Chen's palm suddenly moved. It shook a little and flashed with a little light. His face immediately shook as he said, "There are ghost beasts 150 meters ahead. Furthermore, they have already discovered us and are rushing over." The view in the valley was not good. It was dark and foggy. Even if a mystic ancestor could see an ant 1,000 meters away, it was useless here. At most, they could only see 20 to 30 meters ahead. As soon as Zhao Qin finished speaking, Yu Hua and Han Hai immediately stepped forward. The 2 of them drew their swords at the same time and stabbed out almost at the same time. At this moment, the ghost beast rushed out of the fog. Its body was like black iron, and its skin and flesh were incomparably hard. Its body was like a fierce tiger, but its skin was shriveled and its entire body was wrapped in a trace of black death aura. Fierce tiger, ghost beast. 3rd stage ghost beast. Sister Hua, be careful. Yes. Seeing the ghost beast, the 2 of them changed their sword techniques. Han Hai shouted in a deep voice, "Flowing cloud, sword technique, shocking cloud sword. Flowing cloud, sword technique. 1,000 Li cloud chase." It was the same set of sword techniques, but different moves. Yu Hua was a feint, and Han Hai was the main attacker. Yu Hua's sword techniques looked heavy, but this was only on the surface. Han Hai's attack looked calm, but it was filled with terrifying power. The 2 of them cooperated to the extreme. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fierce tiger ghost beast moved its palms, revealing its long fangs. Without waiting for the 2 swords to press in, its body exploded with a powerful force, and a black aura directly rushed out. A fierce tiger, ghost beast that was exactly the same as it separated from its body. It was only a physical body, but it was formed from a black aura. However, it was also incomparably powerful, and directly pounced towards the two of them. Senior Sister Yuhua, be careful. Yun-Yi, cover. Yunling and Yun-Yi took out the battlefield. Their arms suddenly moved, and a wave of power erupted from their bodies, instantly rushing out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Roar. The two swords fell, but the fierce tiger ghost beast's virtual body did not shatter. Han Hai quickly retreated, and Yu Hua did the same. The two of them looked at each other and frowned. It seems to be even more powerful than last time. It seems like the deep abyss cave has changed again. The treasure should be about to appear. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Left hammer, right hammer, vertical strike. The twin hammers of the sisters smashed down. It landed directly on the fierce tiger ghost beast's head. Even the fierce tiger ghost beast could not withstand the force of 200,000 Jun. Its body sank slightly, and half of its head was almost pressed to the ground. Its eyes widened, and it became furious. Yunling, Yun-Yi, be careful. Luo Tian's eyes were startled as he took a step forward. Yu Hua said directly, "Don't go out and cause trouble." As soon as he finished, she and Han Hai rushed out once again, directly blocking in front of the fierce tiger ghost beast. Both swords moved at the same time, and an aura like that of an immortal from outer space erupted from their bodies. The swords moved at will, and the two swords flashed with a pure white light. Zhao Chen almost shouted, "Immortal force!" Huh! Luo Tian was shocked again. Looking at Yu Hua and Han Hai, he realized that their auras were completely different. Their strength was several times stronger than before, and the power on their swords was also terrifying. Even the fierce tiger, ghost beast, trembled slightly. He could not help but say in his heart, "Immortal force is indeed powerful. Why can't I cultivate it? Such a powerful force. Why can't I cultivate it?" What the hell? Luo Tian complained in his heart. Seeing a powerful force, but being unable to cultivate it was a very painful thing. Yunling and Yun-Yi retreated. Yu Hua and Han Hai's two swords instantly rushed out. Hiss! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The two swords pierced into the body of the fierce tiger, ghost beast, with unstoppable force. The fierce tiger, ghost beast screamed in pain. Its body trembled nonstop, and the black flames on its body also surged out. "Die, you bastard!" Yu Hua's eyebrows moved, and another wave of immortal force appeared on her palm, directly chopping down. Bam! A chapter landed on the head of the fierce tiger, ghost beast. Han Hai followed closely behind and also threw a punch. It was also an immortal force attack. At the same time as he attacked, the two of them retracted their swords, and thick black blood spurted out. The two of them instantly jumped away, their faces slightly red, and they panted slightly, as if they had consumed a lot of energy. The two of them stared at the angry, fierce tiger, ghost beast that was rolling on the ground. It was also at this moment. "Let me do it." A figure rushed out. Luo Tian saw that the fierce tiger ghost beast's health was about to reach the bottom, so he rushed out with all his might and punched down. Ding! The first chapter has been delivered. There are only 6 monthly votes left to surpass the previous one. Brothers, please help me. Chapter 399. One day passed. The 6 of them gathered together and leaned against a huge rock. Moonlight. Han Hai meditated to recover his strength. Zhao Chen, Yunling, and Yun-Yi were all around him. As for Luo Tian, he was lying down with his legs crossed and a blade of grass in the corner of his mouth. His expression was as relaxed as it could be. If it wasn't for the sister stopping him, he wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to sing the song, Little Butt. No, it was Little Apple that came out. One day, every time he made a move, he would take the experience of the ghost beast. It had to be said, The ghost beast had a lot of experience, but these demon beasts were too difficult to kill. Luo Tian was also secretly observing if he could find any weaknesses. After a day, he did not find any weaknesses. Then again, the speed was too slow. Mainly relying on Yu Hua and Han Hai's attacks, it was simply not enough. Luo Tian volunteered to stand up several times, but every time he was scolded back by Yu Hua. In the end, he could only give up. Seeing the two of them meditating to recover their strength, Luo Tian shook his head and thought to himself, if this speed was in the game in my previous life, I wouldn't be able to level up in a month, and my stamina wouldn't be able to keep up at all. No way. It's too slow like this. There are still 14 days before the life and death arena. If I don't hurry up and break through, I might really die in the arena. Luo Tian calmed himself down, sat up, walked to Yunling's side and whispered, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Yunling rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and said, No way. Luo Tian said directly, I want to do something big. Yunling did not have any room for discussion and said, What big things are you doing? You can't do anything big. Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Any one of those ghost beasts can take your life. Don't think that you're amazing just because you can block our vertical attack. We didn't use our full strength, otherwise you would have already turned into a pile of meat paste. Humph. They didn't dare to use their full strength last time. They were afraid that Luo Tian wouldn't be able to take it. After all, the two of them were kind-hearted. No matter how angry they were, they wouldn't kill anyone. Yun also had a fierce look on her face. She stretched out her clenched fist towards Luo Tian, as if she was threatening him. You dare to walk around? Be careful of Big Sister's fist. All right. Luo Tian exhaled and unbuttoned his pants. Yunling blushed and said, What are you doing? If you dare to take off your pants again, I won't be polite to you anymore. Luo Tian said, I want to take a dump. Since you won't let me go, I can only do it here. Doing big things means taking a dump? That's right. I said that doing big things should be more civilized. Do you really want me to say that it's shit? Go quickly, go far away. That's right. Humph. Be careful of the ghost beast biting your butt. Luo Tian turned his head and said with a smile, Be careful of the ghost beast touching your breasts. You, bastard, stinky bastard. Hooligan. Huh. Luo Tian walked into the darkness, and after leaving Yunling and the others' line of sight, he immediately hid his aura. He immediately released the wind shadow step and jumped continuously in the darkness, instantly landing a few kilometers away. The idea moved. His eyes were wide open, and a thick ball of flames was released from his body. Buzz! The power of the Devil Flame core was released. Balls of devil flames surged out from Luo Tian's body, directly covering an area of 500 meters. His eyes darkened, and he coldly snorted, All of you, come over here and die! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Roar. Howl. There was a commotion in the darkness. In less than a breath of time, several ghost beasts stood around Luo Tian. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back as he laughed coldly and said, Consider yourself lucky during the day, but at night your luck won't be that good. Hee hee. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A giant elephant ghost beast rushed out, trampling on the ground and shaking it. Next, the surrounding ghost beasts all rushed forward. Luo Tian's brows twitched. He did not dare to be careless. He had to kill these ghost beasts in the shortest amount of time possible and then quickly return. Otherwise, if he left for too long, Yunling and the others would definitely come out to look for him. Immediately, Luo Tian did not hold back in the slightest and shouted in a deep voice, 5 berserk! 9 dragons and 9 elephants. God of Death Domain, come out. Rumble. A muffled sound of thunder rang out. Within the devil flames, Luo Tian's speed increased. Within the God of Death Domain, his speed and strength increased. adding the power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants and the release of the attribute power of the 5 levels of Berserk. Luo Tian's body was filled with explosive power. Facing the giant elephant ghost beast that was trampling over, Luo Tian's fists formed into palms, and he shouted, "Form displacement!" He instantly landed behind the giant elephant and struck out with both of his palms. Heavenly Soul Palm! Die. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. With both palms out, the giant elephant ghost beast let out a blood-curdling scream. 2 deep palm prints appeared on its body, but it did not die immediately. Instead, it turned its head around at an astonishing speed and directly charged forward. Return. Luo Tian was shocked and instantly returned to his original position. The defense of these ghost beasts is too strong. Let's try another cultivation technique. A monster with a strong physical defense would definitely have a weak magic defense. This was the most common setting in the game. The Heavenly Soul Palm was a pure physical attack and was very big. The cultivation technique that the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord cultivated was naturally not bad. Even in the Immortal Sect, it would not be bad. However, it was actually unable to kill him in an instant, which made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. Blazing Magma. Level 4. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, Luo Tian instantly turned into a Magma Man, just like the Admiral Akainu in One Piece. With a move of both of his fists, he once again released the level 5 Berserk and heavily bombarded it. Boom! Boom! The speed was too fast. No matter how fast the giant elephant's reaction was, it was not as fast as Luo Tian's speed. Both fists directly smashed into the giant elephant's body. Luo Tian was overjoyed and thought to himself, "As expected. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Magma Fist. 100 punches, heavy strike." Boom, boom, boom. Fire attribute cultivation technique. Each punch could deal thousands of points of damage. After 100 punches, the giant elephant ghost beast was directly killed. Haha, you must be dead. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and thought to himself, "I wonder if this world has a critical hit gem. If all of my moves have critical hit damage, then that would really be great." Of course, Luo Tian was only thinking about it. After all, this was another world and not an online game. Critical hit damage was simply impossible. At this moment, his back felt a chill. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that there were more than 10 ghost beasts standing behind him. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. Golden Bell cover. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His entire body was sent flying a few hundred meters away. Along the way, he broke one towering tree after another. Uft. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes darkened. "Damn it! All of you come up here!" More than 10 ghost beasts rushed forward. Luo Tian moved both of his fists, Magma Fist, Meteor Fire Rain, 10,000 punches, boom! At the same time, there was a black dagger on Yunling's neck, and a face that was as sinister as a ghost was pressed against her shoulder. She said sinisterly, "Don't make any sound, or else you'll die." Chapter 3. Thank you, brothers, for your help. Currently, the monthly votes are ranked 10th in the creation world. This is a height that the old cow has never reached before. He roared hysterically, "I love you all!" Chapter 400. Bam! Bang, bang, bang. His fists were like magma erupting from a volcano. In the darkness, flames soared into the sky. Luo Tian exerted the strength of each of his punches to the extreme and went all out. Those ghost beasts pounced forward crazily. It was incomparably ferocious. The profound cheese value crazily dropped, and Luo Tian's fist shadows were almost unable to withstand it. The crazier the ghost beasts became, the crazier the Luo Tian became. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. I'll blast you to death, you dogs. If 10,000 punches aren't enough, Lousy will give you 100,000 punches. If you want to play with me, Laozi can use up all 18 generations of your ancestors. Luo Tian roared sinisterly. The speed of his fists increased again, and he calculated the time in his heart. It had been almost half an hour since he left. The limit of time to poop. At this time, Yunling must be very anxious. She might have already come out to find me. No way. I have to hurry up and get back. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He suddenly retracted his fist and did not use the magma fist to attack. Instead, he moved in the air and directly flew into the air, shouting, 10,000 lightning strikes strike! Thunder element attack. The thunder clouds made up for it, and following Luo Tian's order, they immediately came crashing down. Originally, those ghost beasts were almost completely destroyed by Luo Tian's magma fist, and each of them was in a half-dead state. At this moment, how could they withstand Luo Tian's 10,000 lightning strikes? They couldn't withstand it at all. In that instant, fresh blood splattered all over Luo Tian's face, as though it was raining blood. Luo Tian's entire body was dripping with blood, as though he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. Those ghost beasts were all blasted into charcoal. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the fierce tiger ghost beast. The reward is 25,000 experience points, 2,000 immortal chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining, ding, more than a dozen consecutive notifications rang out. Luo Tian was secretly pleased. This way, the experience points will be great and the immortal energy will increase quickly, but Luo Tian realized a very important problem. These ghost beasts only increased the immortal chi value, not the profound chi value. All of his cultivation techniques required the support of the profound chi value. What was he going to do if he couldn't replenish it? Luo Tian frowned. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, I still have a lot of medicinal pills on me. These medicinal pills should be enough to support me for a while. However, the matter of replenishing my Xian Qi should be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Sigh, I really miss Fan Chongjian from the Gnome Tribe. The next time I go to the Gnome Tribe, I'll definitely bring out his entire demon core mountain." Carving the array formation in the Heaven Sword City had consumed all of his demonic cores. He had turned from a tall, handsome, and rich man to a tall, handsome, and poor man. This feeling was really unpleasant. Actually, Luo Tian could use the Heaven Melting Cauldron to break down the equipment and directly extract the profound chi from the equipment, but he did not do so. He wanted to drop a few more good things and then fuse them together, directly fusing them into a super holy artifact. After taking care of these ghost beasts, Luo Tian didn't even have time to find a place to clean them up and directly rushed back. Haha, Yu Hua, even you have a day like this. From today onwards, there will be no more Heavenly Fire Squad and Huashan Immortal Sect. I, Long Sky Battle Squad, have squeezed into the top 3. On the day of the Inner Sect examination, I will be able to obtain an immortal equipment. At that time, even if I enter the Inner Sect, I will be able to stand firm. Mu Chongkong was very excited, extremely excited. He followed them all the way. He told his brothers to hide their auras and maintain a certain distance. After understanding the battle habits of the Heavenly Fire Squad, he immediately attacked in this dark night. It could be said that he had hit the target with one strike. Zhao Chun fainted at the side. Yun Ling and Yun Yi were stopped by the members of the Sky Battle Squad with their daggers. Traces of blood were already flowing out of their throats. Yun Ling shouted at that moment. However, it was too late. Mu Chongkong immediately released the immortal energy in his body. In the blink of an eye, he continuously punched out 18 times, directly beating Han Hai into a half-dead state. Then, Vice Captain Mu Chongfeng followed closely behind, directly blocking Yu Hua. Yu Hua and Han Hai were separated. They were unable to display their exquisite sword techniques and were instantly broken. Following that, Mu Chongkong and his brother attacked together, heavily injuring Yu Hua. Looking at the two of them, Mu Changkong couldn't help but laugh complacently. Junior sister Yu Hua, aren't you usually very arrogant? Isn't the Heavenly Fire Squad very arrogant? Now, give me another one, ha ha ha. Yu Hua and Han Hai had used up too much of their immortal energy during the day, and their physical strength was severely lacking. They thought that no one would come to the Nether Abyss Valley. Unexpectedly, he was really careless. Senior apprentice, Brother Changkong, that trash Luo Tian is not here. Mu Changkong coldly snorted and said, a trash with a shattered pubes, don't bother about him. A person like him still dares to challenge and be so arrogant. He must be tired of living. Thinking about it, I find it funny just because he can refine a few pills, carve a few arrays, and forge weapons. He is already powerful. He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes, even if Shou Feng had specially instructed him to kill this brat. However, to him, Luo Tian was not important. Who would care about a trash who could not even cultivate immortal energy with a shattered pubes? Yu Hua's face was pale white as she stared coldly at Mu Changkong and said, killing your fellow sect members. Aren't you afraid that the elders will find out? Ha. Do you think that any of you will be able to walk out today? With that trash who is scared out of his wits and who knows where to hide? As long as he dares to return to the Huashan immortal sect, he will immediately be killed. Even the inner sect elders hate him. Do you think that anyone will care if he dies? Mu Changkong had thought of everything. Even if Luo Tian escaped, he would immediately be killed when he returned to the immortal sect. Yu Hua's eyes darkened once again. Suddenly, a sound transmission sounded out from her body. Senior sister, I'm here, don't move. Yu Hua's expression changed slightly, and she immediately sent a sound transmission. Luo Tian, quickly run. You are not their match. Quickly go back and find Elder Su Shan and tell him what happened here. Luo Tian directly said, distant water will not cause close fire. It is useless to tell him. At most, he will convict Long Sky Squad, and you will still die. Mind transmission. Humph. Looks like that brat is still nearby. The corner of Mu Changkong's mouth revealed a cold smile. He looked at Yunling and revealed a lewd sneer. Brothers, this pair of twin sisters is too beautiful. I'll reward them to you. Tonight, let them feel good to the heavens, ha ha ha, in the dark. Luo Tian clasped his hands together and silently chanted, Amit Ba, Master Wu Nian, I'm sorry, I'm going to start a massacre. He couldn't hold it in any more. Luo Tian couldn't hold it in at the Huashan immortal sect. Now he was going to kill. Chapter 4. Chapter 401. Buddha said, what if he couldn't help it? Endure it again. No, hit his mother. Luo Tian said that he couldn't do something like hitting his mother. What he wanted to do was to kill all the people in front of him. He had promised Wu Nian that he wouldn't make a move on the disciples of the Huashan immortal sect. However, when Wu Nian said this, he was silent for a long time before saying, if you can't help it, then do it. Luo Tian endured it. He endured it in the main hall of Huashan. He also endured it on Dugu Peak. He was mocked and despised in the martial arts field. He even endured it when Wu Xiaoyang used the spirit liquid to cheat when refining pills with him. He endured it outside the Hall of Merit. Now, he didn't want to endure it anymore. From today onwards, he wouldn't endure it anymore. Seeing what Mu Changkong had done to Yu Hua, Luo Tian understood what he had said. No matter where it was in this world, the strong were the kings. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. It was the same for changing the Huashan immortal sect. They said that they had to unite and get through this together. In reality, this wasn't the case. The disciples framed each other and formed cliques. When they met outside, they would even fight with each other and even have the intention to kill. This kind of sect had to be changed. If he wanted to change, he had to have enough strength. Not convinced. I'll beat you until you're convinced. After thinking through this point, Luo Tian's guilt towards Master Wu Nian was swept away. He didn't continue to hide. Instead, he walked out of the darkness. His eyes were hidden, and his face was stained with the blood of ghost beasts. His appearance shocked everyone. Mu Changfeng laughed even more unscrupulously. Ha ha ha. This trash must have been beaten up by the ghost beasts and had nowhere to run to. So he came back. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The other members of the Sky Battle team also laughed. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back? Junior brother Luo, leave quickly. Don't worry about us. Why are you so stupid? Why did you come back? Look at you. You're seriously injured and covered in blood. What's the use of running back? Yunling and Yun both had tears in their eyes as they said at the same time, Junior brother Luo, run quickly and tell the elders what happened here. Even if we die, we can't let them off easily. Run. Where can an injured piece of trash like him go? Even if we let him run, he can forget about leaving the Abyss Valley alive. Any ghost beast can easily kill him. Mu Changkong's face was filled with disdain. He looked at Luo Tian's cold face and mocked, Hey, trash! Before he could finish a sentence. Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's palms were covered in dense devil flames as he furiously roared, Die! Boom! Mu Changfeng's eyes darkened as he looked at his chest. He realized that his abdomen had already disappeared and had been pierced through by a pair of palms. His internal organs had all turned into powder. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Mu Changkong. His face was incomparably pale, and his lips trembled as he stammered, Brother, 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 save me, the word I had yet to be said. Luo Tian's right palm formed a fist and directly punched upwards, causing Mu Changfeng's head to explode. Blood splattered onto Luo Tian's face, and his expression became even more sinister as he gloomily shouted, One! Changfeng! Mu Changkong let out a mournful cry and instantly released all the energy in his body, rushing towards Luo Tian with all his might. You dog, I'm going to kill you! The moment he rushed over, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Bam! The second one. Another member of the Sky Battle team fell, dying a miserable death. Luo Tian's speed was completely different from his usual speed. They couldn't catch him at all. He was like a ghost, as if he was the ruler of this darkness, controlling all living things. His speed was different, and so was his strength. The moment he killed Mu Changfeng, Yuehua saw it clearly. She was incomparably shocked, and she couldn't speak of it. She muttered to herself, Shouldn't a shattered Dantian be unable to absorb immortal energy, and even more unable to condense immortal energy? How can he use immortal energy? And why is his immortal energy so much stronger than ours? It's like a disciple who has cultivated for many years, and his control of immortal energy is so perfect. What is the reason? She couldn't understand. She couldn't understand at all. Yuehua's eyes couldn't see Luo Tian's figure clearly anymore. Boom! The third one. Die! Another member of the Sky Battle team fell, dying a miserable death. His chest was shattered, and all the organs in his body were shattered into powder. You, Luo Tian, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Mu Changkong shouted and chased after Luo Tian, but he couldn't catch up at all. Even if he used immortal energy, he still couldn't catch up. He was furious, but Luo Tian didn't even look at him. Boom! The fourth one. Die! An ice-cold voice spread out. The surrounding temperature dropped. The two disciples who were holding on to Yun Yi and Yun Ling felt their legs go soft. Their faces turned white, and they were covered in cold sweat. They trembled as they said, Don't come over. Don't come over. I'm going to kill her. Before they even finished, Luo Tian appeared behind that person. He grabbed that person's right hand, and then his palm pierced through. He scoffed coldly, The fifth one, die. Too terrifying. They were all under Luo Tian's control. The other guy who was holding on to Yun Yi threw his dagger and ran for his life. He shouted, Ghost, ghost. Mother, I want to go home. I won't dare to do this anymore. Please spare my dog life. Boom! The sixth one. Die. Luo Tian didn't have any sympathy at all. When he placed the dagger on Yunyi's neck, he was destined to die. After dealing with the 6 of them, Luo Tian turned around and walked step by step towards Mu Changkong, who was not far away. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he had a grim smile on his face as he said coldly, "You are the 7th!" Gudong. Looking at his brother who had died, Mu Changkong's face turned white. His body couldn't help but tremble. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "Killing fellow sect members is a crime punishable by death. Luo Tian, aren't you afraid of the Huashan sect rules?" "Sect rules? Why didn't you say so just now?" Luo Tian sneered and said, "In your words, if you die here, who would know that I killed you? Do you think you can escape? Ah ha ha, run for me to see. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Trash on the left, trash on the right, try calling for another one now." While they were talking, Luo Tian's heart stirred, and he released all of his remaining immortal energy. The aura on his body became abnormally terrifying, and he immediately punched out, "Die!" The 7th one. Ding! The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, this month's old cow, thanks you all. Bow and thank you. Tomorrow, September 1st, the old cow asks for a guaranteed monthly vote. If you want 10 chapters, then vote more fiercely. Chapter 402. Without any hesitation, he directly released all the immortal energy in his body. He wanted to kill him in one hit. Mu Changkong had already touched Luo Tian's bottom line. Even if Wu Nian was here, Luo Tian would still kill him. Such a person was of no help to Huashan. He would only harm his fellow sect members and scheme against them. If not for Luo Tian sensing Yu Hua, Han Hai and the others would have died in his hands today. Since that was the case, Mu Changkong naturally wouldn't be able to live. He punched out. The fist carried an unstoppable force. Mu Changkong didn't even have time to react before he was killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mu Changkong, for obtaining 50,000 experience, 2,000 immortal energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. He didn't drop anything good. Luo Tian didn't think that Mu Changkong would drop anything good. He wasn't a boss and wasn't even an elite monster, so it was naturally hard for him to drop anything good. Even if he had 100 points of luck, it would still be the same. Mu Changkong was dead. Luo Tian's heart relaxed, and he instantly took a step forward. It was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had collapsed. He released all of his immortal energy. This power completely exceeded Luo Tian's imagination. It was too strong. It was a power that completely surpassed the profound qi. He felt excited in his heart. At the same time, his body couldn't take it anymore. It was as if every part of his body had been sucked dry. It was very uncomfortable. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. He laughed bitterly. Luckily, I killed all of them. Otherwise, it would be difficult. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that trash with a broken dantian would be able to cultivate immortal energy and even kill Mu Changkong. It really opened my eyes. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Wang Sihai smiled as he walked out from the darkness. Yu Hua's gaze instantly darkened. The 5th ranked 4C's team. No one would have thought that there would be people hiding nearby, and it was even a team. Luo Tian's expression darkened. Yunling helped Yu Hua up, while Yun Yi helped Luo Tian up. Yu Hua didn't even have the time to be shocked. His relaxed heart suddenly tightened as he looked at Wang Sihai and asked, "Senior Brother Sihai, are you also here to eliminate our Heavenly Fire battle team?" The corners of Wang Sihai's mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "What do you think? Once the Sky battle team is destroyed, my 4C's battle team will rise by 1 rank. With your Heavenly Fire battle team gone, my 4C's battle team will rise to 3rd place. Immortal equipment is an incredible treasure, Everyone wants it. You want it, I want it too. So, haha. The corner of Wang Sihai's eyes moved, and the 6 disciples behind him rushed out and surrounded everyone. Wang Sihai looked at Mu Chongkong, who had died miserably. His heart trembled slightly as he said in disdain, Mu Chongkong, you didn't even know your strength, and yet you acted recklessly. It's normal for people like you to die. Luo Tian gritted his teeth as he endured the pain in his body. He let go of Yun Yi's hand and took a step forward. He sneered, Do you think you're very smart? If I were you, I would leave and bury everything that happened here in my stomach forever. I'm not smart, but I know that you and him are all exhausted of your immortal energy. You're already clenching your teeth and barely standing. Wang Sihai pointed at Luo Tian and Yu Hua. He then looked at the unconscious Han Hai and sneered. Exhausted of immortal energy. Anyone who cultivated immortal energy would know how terrible this feeling was. Seeing Luo Tian kill the Sky Battle team, Wang Sihai thought of retreating. But when he saw Luo Tian fall to the ground, his eyes moved. His chance had come. Is that so? You'd better think carefully. I don't want to kill you, but if you insist on forcing me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Tian's voice grew colder and colder. The demonic flames on his body were faintly released. In the dusky night, it looked a bit sinister. Yu Hua frowned. Sihai, you better think carefully. If you don't kill me in today's battle, you'll die the next time we meet. Oh, I'm so scared. Junior sister Yu Hua, your temper hasn't changed at all. I like it. Everyone in the outer sect says that Yun Ling and Yun Yi, this pair of sisters, are very attractive. But in my Wang Sihai's eyes, you're the most attractive little chili. There's not a moment when I don't want to get you on the bed and have a good time. Ha ha ha. The 4 C's battle team members also laughed. Senior brother, today is a good opportunity. Senior brother, let us have this pair of beautiful sisters. Hee hee, big brother is mighty. At this point, Wang Sihai had nothing to hide. To him, these people were already dead. Yun Ling and Yun Yi were trembling with anger. Yu Hua's face was also pale. Bai Qi came over. Han Hai, who had just woken up, heard this. He clenched his fists and struggled to get up from the ground. Without waiting for him to stand up, Wang Sihai suddenly moved and kicked him, saying, You better obediently lie on the ground for me. Later, I will let you open your eyes wide and clearly see how I dote on your junior sister Hua. Wahaha, Han Hai was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted at Wang Sihai, If you dare touch a single hair of hers, I'll make sure you can't even be a ghost. Oh, Han Hai, why are you doing this for a trash that Zhang Kuang is tired of? He's just a bitch. Son of a bitch, Han Hai. Don't tell me you haven't slept with her yet. I heard from Zhang Kuang that Yu Hua's skills in bed are quite good, ha ha ha. Wang Sihai laughed. This was a past that Han Hai didn't want to remember. It was also the most painful and hateful thing for Yu Hua. When she heard this, Yu Hua's face was even paler than paper. Han Hai was even more furious. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into madness. The last of the immortal energy in his body was frantically circulating. His face was extremely cold as he stared coldly at Wang Sihai. His killing intent was incomparably strong. Wang Sihai was not afraid, and even laughed even more happily. He pointed at Han Hai's nose and scolded, You Green Hat King, it's really hard on you. Who in the outer sect doesn't know that Yu Hua is a trash? Only you, ha ha ha. Don't worry, after I'm done playing today, I'll also let my brother have a good time. This time, in front of you, I'll definitely let you know that she's a trash, ha ha ha. Brothers, get ready. Suddenly, Wang Sihai suddenly realized that there was one person missing. A disciple behind him ran up, looked around, and reminded, Senior brother, Luo Tian is gone. It was also at this moment. Killing intent filled the air. Compared to before, it was even stronger. The first chapter has been delivered. September 1st. Do you want to read more? Please vote crazily for the monthly votes. If you guys are crazy, I will be even crazier. Chapter 403. The overdraft of immortal energy was indeed very uncomfortable. Luo Tian had also used up all his immortal energy. However, he had killed 7 people in a row and obtained more than 10,000 immortal energy points. The moment Wang Sihai appeared, he knew that things were going to be difficult. Immediately, he directly fused the 10,000 immortal energy into 100 or so immortal energy. He took a look at his experience points. His heart faintly moved, and in the instant that Wang Sihai wasn't paying attention, he used the shadow shift that had finished its cool down and disappeared into the dark night. Humph! Don't worry about this trash brat. I won't be able to do much to him. Number 5, Number 6, you two are in charge of guarding. After I'm done, I'll let you guys have fun first. Wang Sihai bellowed. He was already impatient as he walked in front of Yu Hua with a lewd smile. He had already set up a tall tent under his crotch as he laughed lewdly. Little slut, this grandpa is here, ha ha ha. Then he did not forget to remind Han Hai. Han Hai, since you are a cuckold, it doesn't matter if you bring one more. It's just for a while. I will let the 2 of you die together. This way, you 2 will be able to live together in hell, and no one will know that she's a piece of trash, ha ha ha. Senior brother, just give the 2 of them to us. No way. The 2 of them are people that senior brother Zhang Kuang wants. If you dare to touch them, you know the consequences. Huh. Wang Sihai laughed lewdly with interest. However, I can still touch it, ha ha ha, evil thief. Give me your life. Yunling and Yun Yi were extremely angry. The warhammers on their left and right instantly rushed forward, bringing with them a strong thunder power and a trace of immortal energy. Although it was very weak, it was all of their immortal energy. The 2 of them had not entered the Huashan immortal sect for long. To be able to comprehend immortal energy in such a short period of time was already very impressive. To be able to condense immortal energy into immortal energy was even more impressive. However, compared to the disciples of Wang Sihai who had been cultivating in the Huashan immortal sect for many years, this bit of immortal energy was not enough. Ha ha ha! 2 little chilies, your immortal energy is not even enough to scratch my itch. No problem, ha ha ha. Without waiting for Yunling and Yun Yi to approach, the 2nd and 3rd brother of the 4 Seas squad rushed out and blocked them. At this moment, Yuehua was so scared that her face turned pale. Thinking of the last time, her body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't have any attack power at all. Her hands were on the ground, and she kept retreating. Her eyes were filled with endless fear. She said in a trembling voice, "Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't come over. Brother Hai! Big brother Hai! Save me! Save me!" She was too scared. Although she possessed decent strength, even if she was injured right now and had overdrawn her immortal energy, she wouldn't be scared to this extent. However, she was still a woman. After her last experience, it was the darkest time of her life. She used a full year to walk out of that nightmare. She originally thought that she had sealed this nightmare in the deepest part of her heart, a place that no one could touch. But now it seemed that she was wrong. There was no way to get rid of it. At this moment, moonlight felt cold all over her body. She was very scared as she shouted, "Big brother Hai! Save me!" Wang Sihai's expression was incomparably ferocious and lewd. He had already taken off his coat, revealing his fat belly. His saliva was about to flow out. He said with a lewd smile, "Little beauty, no one can save you. You just obediently lie on the ground and enjoy, ha ha ha." On the other side, Han Hai. His entire body was crimson red as he released all the energy in his body. He had already entered a state of qi deviation. Cultivating immortal energy was the same as cultivating demonic arts. If it was used well, it would be of great help and benefit a lot. However, if it was not used well, the immortal energy would also backfire on the body, mind, sea of consciousness, and even the soul. Seeing moonlight like this, his heart seemed to have fallen into the demonic path. The killer was filled with an incomparably strong killing intent as he turned into a ball of scarlet light and rushed towards Wang Sihai, shouting mournfully, "I'm going to kill you!" "Haha, OL for go up." "Understood." Almost instantly, a disciple immediately stopped Han Hai and laughed playfully. "Senior brother Han Hai, it's better if you don't disturb them. It's fun to watch the show from the side. Ha ha ha. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom!" The power of the two collided. Han Hai was forced to retreat a few steps, and that disciple also retreated a few dozen steps, but in an instant he blocked in front of him. At this time, Zhao Chen also slowly woke up. Without waiting for him to stand up, OL 7 took a step forward and directly stepped on Zhao Chen's head. He fiercely spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said with disdain, "Lie down properly for lousy!" Bam! Despair. Complete despair. Yunling and Yun Yi were blocked by others as they retreated step by step. The second and third brothers of the Four Seas battle team were deliberately teasing the two of them. Several pieces of their clothes were torn, revealing their snow-white skin. The two of them looked at Moonlight's trembling body and felt anxious in their hearts. The more anxious they were, the more distracted they would be, and the more they wouldn't be able to win. Although Han Hai was moving forward step by step, his speed was too slow. Furthermore, OL5 and OL6 did not continue to be on guard. Instead, like OL4, the three of them blocked Han Hai at the same time. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Sihai laughed arrogantly and lewdly. "I said that no one can save you. You better cooperate with me obediently, ha ha ha." While they were talking, Wang Sihai took off his pants. There was only a pair of underwear left on his body. His underwear was pushed up high, giving off an aura of breaking out of his clothes. Moonlight's body became colder and colder, seeing that Han Hai was blocked, seeing that the Yunling sisters were blocked, seeing that Zhao Chun was firmly pressed into the ground. Unable to even raise his head, she despaired. Her eyes looked at the pitch-black night sky. "Save me, God, save me." It's useless to call the heavens. Even if you call your ancestor now, it's useless. No one can save you. If you obediently let me finish my pleasure, I will leave you with an intact corpse. Ha ha ha. Wang Sihai took a step forward and was only half a meter away from Moonlight. His eyes lit up, and his expression was as excited as it could get. Suddenly, Moonlight suddenly exclaimed, "Luo Tian, save me!" The best life-saving straw in his heart. Luo Tian was able to instantly kill Mu Changkong. She was extremely shocked, but before she could be shocked, Wang Sihai appeared. Now, think about it. Luo Tian was really not ordinary. She hysterically shouted, "Luo Tian, save me!" Rumble. Not far away, with a heavy thunderous sound, an incomparably huge ghost beast was sent flying. It landed heavily and directly landed not far away from Wang Sihai. A person stood on top of the ghost beast's corpse. There was no overdraft of immortal energy at all. "Luo Tian." Luo Tian laughed lightly, his laughter filled with rage and the strongest killing intent of a death god. "Sorry, I went to level up." Chapter 2. Don't you want the old cow to be in 10 chapters? I beg for a monthly ticket. Can you give me one? Let me have more energy to write. Chapter 404. Overdraft of immortal energy? His body couldn't take it and was about to collapse? These weren't problems. As long as he leveled up, everything would be restored. It was the same for immortal energy. It had the same meaning as the profound chi value. As long as you leveled up, all of your attributes would be restored. You used 500 points of immortal energy in the first level, and after you finished using them, the immortal energy value would be completely restored to 500 points. It was a snowball that kept rolling. This was the strength of the system. Standing on top of the ghost beast's corpse, Luo Tian looked at his surroundings with a disdainful gaze. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he smiled at Yu Hua. "Big sis, I'm sorry I'm late." Everyone was shocked. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Luo Tian. Yunling and Yunyi's tears rolled down their cheeks as they cried. They didn't know why, but their hearts relaxed. Seeing Luo Tian appear, it was as if he could hold up the sky even if it collapsed. Han Hai was incomparably furious, on the verge of going berserk. Zhao Chun used all his strength to raise his head and look at Luo Tian. A glimmer of hope ignited in each of their hearts, as if they were grabbing onto a life-saving straw. However, after Wang Sihai was slightly shocked, the corner of his mouth revealed a disdainful sneer, and said, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you, the trash with the broken pubes again. What? Are you trying to scare people with the corpse of a ghost beast? With your cultivation, you can kill a ghost beast by yourself? Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it." Luo Tian looked up to the sky and took a deep breath, then said indifferently, "Master Wunyan, I really don't want to kill anyone, but there are always people who like to be cheap in front of me and cross my bottom line, so I'm really sorry." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. With a ghostly speed, he couldn't see any movement in the darkness, and he couldn't even sense his aura. It wasn't hiding, but it was too fast. The first one. Die. Boom. As Luo Tian's voice fell, the Four Seas battle team's old four lay in a pool of blood, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. He didn't even know how he had died. There was a deep fist imprint on his chest, shattering all of his organs, killing him instantly. The system beeped. Ding. Luo Tian didn't care. He changed his speed and attacked again. Bang. Second one. Die. Old 7, who was standing on Zhao Chen's body, was killed in a very miserable manner. He did not even know how he died. His eyeballs were about to pop out as he stared in a direction with a shocked expression. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone, stick together. Second bro. Third bro, defense form. Old 5, old 6, use your will to sense and use your strongest power to find the location of that trash. Wang Sihai's face sank. He wasn't Mu Chongkong. He wouldn't wait for his brothers to die before reacting. At this moment, he made a prompt decision and immediately got everyone to surround him. Even if Luo Tian dared to sneak attack again, if he dared to appear, he would definitely die. The members of the Four Seas battle team quickly gathered together. Yunling and Yun immediately ran forward to help Yuhua up. Senior sister is fine, it's fine. Junior brother Luo is here, nothing will happen. As he said that, Yunling took off her coat and covered the trembling Yuhua with it, hugging her and looking at her terrified expression. The two sisters felt extremely uncomfortable. Yun Yi directly said, "Junior brother Luo, kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. To scare senior sister to this extent, they all deserve to die. If you can kill them, I'll be yours." Yun Yi didn't even think about it and directly said it, because she really cared about these people. Han Hai's expression recovered as he stared at Wang Sihai with a gloomy look in his eyes. He walked forward step by step. Wang Sihai did not panic. His expression was extremely calm as he revealed a playful smile. He stared at Han Hai and mocked. "Green Hat King, you want to kill me with your current appearance? If it was in the past, I might have some fear, but with your current strength, Old 6, kill him. Old 5, be on guard." Understood. Old 6's palms sank as he released the immortal energy in his body. He laughed sinisterly as he shouted and used a powerful cultivation technique to stab towards Han Hai's life gate. Han Hai did not stop. His gaze was still on Wang Sihai's body, not even moving. He did not even look at Old 6's attack and directly ignored it. He only had one target in his heart, Wang Sihai. He only had one thought in his heart, to kill him. He did not waver at all. It was as if he was possessed, completely ignoring everything in the outside world. He was not present when Yu Hua was being violated. He hated himself for not being there, but he was powerless to change it. Today, this kind of thing happened again, and it was in front of him. The pain in his heart was indescribable. The hatred in his heart made him lose his mind. He wanted to kill, He wanted to tear Wang Sihai into pieces. Die for me. Old Six moved in the air as his sword accurately stabbed towards Han Hai's life gate with a powerful force. Seeing that Han Hai did not have any defense and did not even have the intention to dodge, his heart was ecstatic. Being able to kill Han was also something worth bragging about. However, just as his sword was half a centimeter away from Han Hai's life gate, it stopped. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stab it down. It was as if he was blocked by a force. Die! Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded in his ears, as if it came from hell. A sinister expression appeared on his right hand. His right hand was fixed by a force and could not move at all. This was also the reason why he could not stab it in. Luo Tian's right hand sank as his left shoulder heavily pressed against it. Bam! Old Six's chest was in severe pain as his body staggered back. Without waiting for him to stabilize himself, Luo Tian's figure had already arrived behind him. His fists formed a seal as he shouted, "Heaven's soul palm, break for me!" Boom! The Heaven's soul palm with immortal energy attacked, and Old Six's body was immediately turned into fine powder. As the wind blew, it scattered all over the ground, even saving the cremation. The third one, die. With a cold snort, Luo Tian disappeared once again. This time, he walked directly beside Han Hai and looked at the last 4 people of the Four Seas team. In his eyes, they were all experience points. Immortal chi value, another instant kill. Wang Sihai was a little flustered in his heart. He grabbed OL2 with one hand and OL3 with the other and threw them out, shouting, "OL2, OL3, it's up to you now." Then, with another kick, Old Fifth was kicked out as well. Wang Sihai fled frantically. Wearing only a pair of underpants, he ran out naked. Luo Tian's gaze turned cold as he sneered, "Is this even considered a brother?" Wang Sihai's actions made Luo Tian extremely disgusted. Just as he was about to chase after him, Han Hai's gaze turned cold as he said heavily, "His life is mine, Luo Tian, take good care of them." Chapter 3. Brothers, can you be any more fierce? I'm going all out, I'm going all out, I'm going all out for the monthly votes. Chapter 405. Han Hai's words were very serious. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Yu Hua, who was still trembling in fear. Clenching his fists tightly, he rushed out like a mad demon, letting out shrill roar, "Wang Sihai, give me your life!" From Han Hai's eyes, Luo Tian could see that Han Hai was prepared to die. He did not stop him. As a man, there were some things that he had to do. Even if he died, he could not retreat. Luo Tian did not stop him. He had no reason to stop him. If it was him, he would have done the same as Han Hai. It was also at this moment. Second brother, third brother, and fifth brother were thrown out, wanting to stop Han Hai. However, the moment they landed, Luo Tian forced them away with a series of kicks. Pointing at the 3 of them, he said, "Your opponent is me." The 3 of them were not easy to deal with. After being abandoned by Wang Sihai, although they were angry, they did not lose their fighting strength. The 3 of them looked at each other and slowly approached. Second brother reminded, "He's only one person," and just now when he was dealing with 7th brother, 6th brother, and the others used up a lot of immortal power. His body will soon be in a state of weakness, and he will definitely not be our match. Third brother also nodded and said, "Second brother is right. After killing this trash, the 3 fresh cabbages behind will all be ours. The 3 of us will each have one, ha ha ha." Fifth brother's face was also filled with excitement. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. To deal with people like them, he should use the cruelest methods. He smiled and said, "It's easy for me to kill you, but I'll still give you a chance to live. Only one of you 3 has the qualifications to live. As for who it is, it will depend on your own ability." Luo Tian laughed. The 3 of them looked at each other, and second brother directly shouted, "Luo Tian, don't try to drive a wedge between us. We have been brothers for many years, before he could finish his words. Third brother and fifth brother attacked at the same time, a palm and a fist sneak attack. Bang! The second brother's body was sent flying, and his face was extremely pale. Luo Tian smiled coldly. He knew that this would be the result. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since Wang Sihai abandoned his life and deaf brothers who had followed him for many years, then his subordinates would do the same. However, Luo Tian didn't expect them to react so quickly. Second brother had been seriously injured. Old third and old fifth instantly jumped away. The third brother pointed at the fifth brother and said, "Fifth brother, you are so cruel. You actually attacked second brother." Lao Wu did not want to be left behind and said, "Third brother, the same goes for you. You were much stronger than me just now. Second brother, you should look for third brother first when you become a ghost. He has done a lot of things to let you down. Second sister-in-law was even. Old five, you're courting death." Third brother was furious. Fifth brother quickly jumped away. In terms of cultivation and immortal energy, he was no match for him at all. However, compared to the scheming third brother, he was much weaker. All the words he said just now were all made up by him. Second brother was seriously injured, but he didn't die. Hearing Lao Wu's words, he crawled up almost instantly. Clenching his fists, his body carried a strong immortal energy as he roared, "Lao San, I'm going to kill you!" Second brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Lao San's expression was flustered. Lao Wu immediately added fuel to the fire and said, "Third brother also said that second sister-in-law is coquettish in bed and has tried 18 different positions. Even big brother knows about this. You're the only one who's still in the dark. Second brother, I feel sad for you." This made second brother even more furious. Luo Tian looked at Lao Wu and secretly said, "What the hell? What a talent!" For a moment, second brother attacked with all his might, while Lao San could only defend with all his might. At this time, he didn't care so much. Since they had fallen out, there was no need to hold back. He directly released his strongest strength. Moreover, Lao San was not a fool. In the process of fighting, he directly involved Lao Wu. Even if Lao Wu wanted to leave the battle circle, he couldn't. For a moment, the three dogs were biting each other. Luo Tian stood at the side and watched the show, but his gaze did not move as he stared at the blood grooves above their heads. Seeing that they were almost done, the corner of his mouth turned cold as he suddenly attacked and said playfully, "Sorry, I was just joking just now. I just wanted to test your brotherhood. I didn't expect you to be this kind of brother. I, Luo Tian, have learned a lot. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian, you despicable and shameless person. You will die a horrible death. Brothers, attack together and kill him. He still dared to be arrogant when he was at the end of his rope? Luo Tian didn't even use his immortal energy and directly killed the three of them like cutting cabbages. The system sounded out 3 times in a row. Ding! Ding! It was a pity that nothing good had dropped. However, what Luo Tian needed right now was the immortal chi and invincible value. After arriving at the Huashan Immortal School, Luo Tian became more and more aware of the importance of bloodline. He also knew why Murong Wanjian, who had the true dragon vein, was valued by the entire continent. After taking care of them, Luo Tian turned around and walked to Yu Hua's side and said with concern, "Senior sister, it's fine, it's fine." While they were talking, Luo Tian continuously used several healing techniques. The pain on Yu Hua's body gradually subsided, but she was still trembling nonstop. Her eyes were filled with incomparable fear as she hugged Yunling tightly like a child. Luo Tian felt a wave of heartache as he watched. Yunling, Yun Yi's tears did not stop. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions occurred not far away. Luo Tian's heart tightened, knowing that something might have happened to Han Hai. He sighed softly in his heart. For some reason, a ball of anger rose in Luo Tian's heart. Why were they discovered the moment they entered the Nether Abyss Valley, and why were there 2 teams chasing after them? Someone must know their whereabouts and spread the news. Who could it be? Bang, bang. A few minutes later, a series of heavy footsteps could be heard from the darkness. Han Hai's entire body was covered in blood, and in his hand was a bloody head, Wang Sihai's head. Seeing Han Hai like this, Yu Hua's trembling body stopped, and she said with a trembling voice, "Brother Hai!" Han Hai chuckled and said, "Sister Hua, I killed him. Wait for me in the next life. I will definitely not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm." His voice weakened. Luo Tian instantly rushed out and released several healing techniques, but it was completely useless. Han Hai's breathing was weak, and he said, "It's useless. My immortal energy exploded, and my body has been shattered." "Luo Tian, help me take care of them." Luo Tian nodded heavily. His heart could not help but clench, and it was very uncomfortable. Han Hai smiled and said, "Thank you. Qian, please don't go to the life and death arena with Zhang Kuang. Please don't." Wang Sihai and the others were sent by Zhang Kuang. His strength has already reached the mystique venerable rank, and the immortal energy he has is something that even the outer elders can't compare to. "Please don't go. Dead!" Luo Tian clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. At this moment, Yu Hua's expression was incomparably calm, and she took out a dagger and directly drew a long scar on her face. "Zhang Kuang!" Luo Tian was extremely angry. Chapter 4. Brothers, just 2 more votes to rush up. 2 more votes. Old Neo begs for these 2 votes. Can you? Chapter 406. Han Hai was dead. Yu Hua's heart was also dead. She slashed her beautiful face with a knife, causing it to bleed profusely. Luo Tian wanted to heal it, but she did not agree. "Yu Hua is dead." "I am not Yu Hua now, I am Han Hua." Her voice was cold. It was as though she had suddenly matured from an injured little girl. The change in her expression was too drastic. Numbness, coldness, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. All of this, it was all bestowed by Zhang Kuang. If not for him, she would not have been violated. If not for him, Wang Sihai would not have known that they were in the Abyss Valley. If not for him, she would still be that innocent, cute, and sentimental girl. Luo Tian looked at her. The fury in his heart had reached an uncontrollable state. He clenched his fists tightly. Junior Brother Luo. The Heavenly Fire Battle Team was built by Brother Hai. His goal was to surpass Zhang Kuang's Hurricane Battle Team in the Achievement Hall. Now that he is gone, you are the new leader of the Heavenly Fire Battle Team. Whether you can lead us to surpass the Hurricane Battle Team is all up to you. Han Hua's voice was calm. Yun Lingyun kept her tears and looked at Luo Tian. Zhao Chen also walked up and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not hesitate and did not reject. He nodded his head and said, "I will carry on Senior Brother Han Hai's will. I swear on my life, I will make the Heavenly Fire Battle Team stand at the top of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Not only the outer sect, but also the inner sect. I will definitely do it." Han Hai would not die in vain. Yu Hua's humiliation would not be forgotten just like that. Luo Tian said fiercely in his heart, "Zhang Kuang, you are very arrogant, right? You like to play tricks, right? Just you wait. I will make you die like a dead dog on the life and death arena." Subsequently, a group of people found a place to bury Han Hai. "I will be the main attacker now. Senior Sister Han Hua, you'll be the secondary attacker. Yunling, Yun Yi, you'll be on guard. Senior Brother Zhao, you'll lead the way. You'll be the tank. Later, I'll teach you a defensive formation. It'll be able to defend against a ghost beast's attack." Everyone looked at him. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, Senior Brother Han Hai's goal was to be number 1 in the battle team. At the same time, he also wanted to be insolent. We can't let him die in vain. We must complete the mission in the Abyss Cave. We must crush the Hurricane Battle Team so that they can't even raise their heads. Huashan Immortal Sect, Outer Sect. Zhou Feng's face was a little unhappy because he had received news from the Netherworld King battle team. The Sky battle team and the Four Seas battle team had been completely annihilated. Not a single one of them had survived. He told this to Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang's expression didn't change at all. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Yuehua, I didn't expect a slut like you to have some ability. I should have ravaged you for a few more days back then. When I think of those days, I can't help but think of you. If you can come back from the deep abyss cave this time, I will definitely pamper you again." Zhou Feng said, "Senior brother, the Pluto battle team is still waiting for your further instructions. Do you want to continue or withdraw?" They were a little scared, and their words implied that they didn't want to continue. "Trash! A bunch of good-for-nothings." Zhang Kuang snorted coldly and said, "Let them be." Zhang Kuang's voice changed as he continued. "However, you have to tell the Nether King that I can make his team rise, and I can also make his team disappear. There isn't a single team in the outer sect that can defeat me. You have to make him think carefully." Zhou Feng smiled excitedly and said, "Understood." Then he hurriedly withdrew. Zhang Kuang looked at the night sky outside the window. His eyes were slightly wide open. A thick stream of immortal energy circulated under his palm. It was as big as a basketball, constantly compressing and expanding, as if there were countless demons that wanted to rush out of it. Hiss! Zhang Kuang flipped his right hand and withdrew the immortal energy into his body. His control had reached a level where he could control it as he wished. Humph! Zhang Kuang snorted coldly. His eyes moved and an endless murderous aura surged from his body. His expression was as ferocious as a ghost as he shouted coldly, "I want to see what you have to fight me. Just you wait and die. Senior sister, the right side. Attack the black spot under its forehead. Beautiful." In that instant, Luo Tian attacked and killed the heavily injured ghost beast. Bam! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Iron-Armored Ghost Beast, for obtaining 30,000 experience, 3,000 immortal chi. Luo Tian withdrew his fist and shouted, "Continue!" The entire night, Luo Tian crazily killed. It was the same for Han Hua. She was even crazier than Luo Tian, and every time, she would use her immortal energy to the extreme. She did not rest for even a moment, and her entire person seemed to have turned into a 1,000-year-old iceberg. However, in her heart, she admired Luo Tian more and more. Luo Tian could always find the fastest way to kill ghost beasts, and Luo Tian taught her something that even her master could not teach her: how to control immortal energy. This kind of power was not something that could be easily controlled. Luo Tian gradually grasped it through continuous research. Immortal chi was actually a type of energy that was even stronger than profound chi. If one wanted to easily control it, one had to integrate one's thoughts into it and make it a part of one's body. This way, one would not be able to freely control it. Other than these, Luo Tian told Yunling, Yun Yi, and Zhao Qin to give up their vigilance and directly meditate in the Abyss Valley. He felt that the reason why the ghost beasts here were so powerful was because the immortal energy here was more abundant than anywhere else. It was because of this that their bodies became so strong and their attacks were so powerful. "Senior sister, take a rest." "Let me do this." Luo Tian took a step forward and stood in front of Han Hua. Facing the 4 ghost beasts that appeared at the same time, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Grandson, Grandpa is here. Come and bite Grandpa." Finished. He immediately rushed forward. He withdrew his aura. He withdrew the power in his body. Yu Hua's face was filled with shock. She did not understand what Luo Tian wanted to do, but she did not step forward. She was very clear about Luo Tian's strength now. It was really strong. Bam. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Bam. Luo Tian did not move and directly allowed the ghost beast's attack to hit his body. His entire body was in incomparable pain, and this kind of attack with immortal energy was truly unbearable. But Luo Tian gritted his teeth and endured it. He had to adapt to this kind of attack. He wanted his body to adapt to the attack of immortal energy. He wanted his body to quickly become stronger. He wanted to show absolute suppression on the life and death arena. He wanted to make it so that Zhang Kuang would never be able to get up. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. An hour later, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood, but his expression became more and more excited. Looking at the 4 ghost beasts that were panting heavily around him, he sneered and said, "Now it's my turn!" Chapter 5. His chrysanthemum was bleeding profusely. Brothers, do your best. Monthly votes. Chapter 407. What is he doing? I don't know. I can't understand him anymore. Sis, does he have masochistic tendencies? I guess maybe probably. The 4 of them stood there, staring at Luo Tian. They watched as he stood in the middle of the ghost beasts and allowed them to attack him. He didn't even have the strength to defend himself. He was completely relying on his physical body to win. He didn't have any intention of attacking at all. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were countless wounds on his body. However, Luo Tian had no intention of stopping. He's refining his body, using the powerful strength of the ghost beasts and the power of the immortal energy to attack his body, increasing his body's endurance and adapting to this kind of immortal energy attack. Luo Tian, he's really strong. Now I finally know why Elder Wu Nian brought him back to Huashan. Han Hua said softly. Seeing Luo Tian withstand the attacks of the ghost beasts, her heart couldn't help but boil. Yunling stuck out her tongue and said, "Must it be like this? I can't bear to watch any longer. Junior brother Luo is completely torturing himself. What if he can't hold on and dies? How dangerous is that?" Yun Yi also said, "That's right, senior sister. You should tell him to stop quickly." The sisters began to worry. Indeed, the ghost beasts' attacks were very strong, and they also carried immortal energy. Every time they struck Luo Tian's body, he almost fainted from the pain. It was very uncomfortable. It was unbearable. However, he gritted his teeth with all his might. When he thought of what Han Hai had said before, his heart secretly tightened. Don't go to the life and death arena. Don't fight with Zhang Kuang. You are not his match. His control of immortal energy has already surpassed that of the outer sect elders. You're not his match. Don't fight with him. These words kept echoing in Luo Tian's heart. He was really unhappy. He had never been as unhappy as he was now. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. He wanted to crush Zhang Kuang with absolute strength. He wanted Zhang Kuang's attacks to be useless against him. He wanted to let those people from the outer sect look down on him, and also let Han Hai, who was in the sky, look down on him. Luo Tian raised his head and roared. Blood flowed from all over his body. He swallowed a few healing pills and cast a series of healing spells, healing his wounds. At this moment, Luo Tian roared again. Come on, you bunch of trash, is this all you've got? Roar! Woo! The ghost beast seemed to be enraged, and its strength became even stronger. It was getting crazier and crazier. Yunling and Yin Yi didn't dare to continue watching. Han Hua secretly clenched his fists and sat down on the ground to comprehend the immortal qi. Zhao Qin also walked to the side to practice the defensive formation that Luo Tian had mentioned. Yunling and Yin Yi looked at each other and also sat down cross-legged. Heavenly Fire Battle Team. Each of them was influenced by Luo Tian and became incomparably serious. Because of Luo Tian, their strength rapidly increased. Luo Tian himself, he, on the other hand, was crazier than anyone else. After the ghost beasts were exhausted, he revealed a cold smile of death. Holding the 7-star sword in his hand, he directly beheaded the ghost beasts one after another. The value of his immortal qi was soaring. His experience points were also soaring. The most important thing was that Luo Tian's body, after being tempered by the attacks of the ghost beasts, his body was like a sponge, crazily absorbing, constantly absorbing. At this time, even if it was the impact of the level 6 berserk on his body, Luo Tian would be able to withstand it. However, he did not raise the level of the berserk. Compared to raising the level of the berserk, leveling up was more important. 3 days later, in the deepest part of the Nether Abyss Valley, there was a dark cave. From time to time, the cave would flash with a red light, and from time to time, a series of strange cries would be heard. The entrance of the cave was enveloped by a thick ball of death aura, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. "We're here." "This is the Nether Abyss Cave," Hanhua said. The entrance of the cave was very narrow, and only 2 people could enter side by side. Moreover, the vision was extremely poor. If there was an ambush here, even a mystic, venerable realm expert would be instantly killed. There was no place to hide at all. Luo Tian frowned and asked, "What's the situation inside the cave?" Hanhua said, "The Nether Abyss Cave is divided into 3 levels, and each level is bigger than the last. It's completely an underground world, and the ghost beasts on each level are stronger than the ones on the other level. The last time we entered, it was also the second time that a senior brother died inside." Luo Tian thought for a moment and then asked, "What are the conditions for completing the mission?" Hanhua said, "The Flower of Death." Luo Tian was stunned and could not help but ask, "The Flower of Death? What's that?" Hanhua said, "The Flower of Death is a legendary spiritual herb, the main spiritual herb used to make the pill of the departed soul. This was a mission issued by an inner sect elder 10 years ago, and no one has completed it. So far, it's the longest mission in the Achievement Hall, and because no one has completed it, the merit points reward has skyrocketed. The pill of the departed soul." Luo Tian was secretly stunned. He had never heard of this kind of pill, and it sounded very evil. He could not help but think to himself, an inner sect elder? I'm afraid only the old Taoist Tianling would refine the pill. What is he trying to do? This kind of mission could be issued to the inner sect. Why would it be issued to the outer sect? Isn't this sending the outer sect disciples to their deaths? Indeed, the difficulty of this kind of mission had already exceeded the limits of the outer sect disciples. No matter what, now that he was already here, he had to go in and take a look no matter what. Besides, all the ghost beasts in the Nether Abyss Valley had been cleaned up by Luo Tian, and not a single one was left. He was still lacking some experience from the 4th stage of the Ascension Profound Sect, and if he could break through to the 8th stage of the Profound Sect in the remaining time, he believed that he would have enough strength to deal with Zhang Kuang. Luo Tian frowned and then said, "You guys go in first. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll be right there." Hanhua led Yunling, Yunyi, and Zhao Chun into the cave. Luo Tian looked around and quickly set up a formation at an astonishing speed. He had to be careful when dealing with everything. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. This ghost beast has such a strong defense. Even the fire element attacks are unable to cause too much damage. Luo Tian's heart sank. In front of them was a huge hall, and there were ghost beasts everywhere. Their eyes were like the flames of hell. "Senior sister, Yunling, Yunyi, you guys take a rest. Zhao Qin, keep an eye on the defensive formation and follow me." Luo Tian had no intention of stopping. There were too many ghost beasts in the hall. This was a holy land for leveling up. Looking at so many ghost beasts, Luo Tian was secretly excited and thought to himself, "If there are so many ghost beasts on the 3rd floor, then there's hope for me to advance to the mystique venerable realm. Hee hee! Rumble!" Just as Luo Tian was having the time of his life, a deafening sound came from the depths of the hall. Hanhua, Yunling, and Yunyi's expressions changed, and they shouted, "Junior brother, the Ghost King has appeared!" Chapter 6. We are not far away from the first place. Old Cow begs for more monthly votes. I beg for everyone's help. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 408. Ghost King. Boss, wow. In an instant, Luo Tian was in an uproar. He thought that there would only be a boss on the 3rd floor of the Nether Abyss Cave, but he didn't expect that there would be one on the 1st floor. How could he not be excited? As expected, in the darkness, a ghost beast flashing with golden light rushed out. Its body was like a qilin, and its body was covered in black scales. With every step it took, a faint immortal energy stripe would shoot out from under its feet. It had a long tail, and at its tail was a large meat hammer. These were all like demon beasts. It was just a little strange. However, it had a face that resembled a human's. It was extremely uncoordinated. That face was quite ferocious and incomparably ugly. Black mucus constantly flowed out from the gaps of its teeth, as if it had eaten the black, dirty water in the gutter. Waves of disgusting stench spread out. It was extremely disgusting. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao, you step down. All of you step down. Luo Tian said directly. Before he finished speaking, the boss had already rushed forward. Its body was like a mountain as it roared at Luo Tian and the others. Countless black spittle sprayed out. Luo Tian's stomach churned, and he almost vomited. At this moment, Han Hua took a step forward and stood on the right side of Luo Tian. Yunling and Yun Yi were the same. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, forming a seal with both hands. He released a bit of immortal energy from his body, directly carving an extremely strong defensive formation, and said, "Captain, how do we fight?" Luo Tian looked at them and was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Aren't you guys afraid of death?" "Afraid, very afraid. But we are even more afraid of being bullied and looked down upon. Captain, if we don't kill this Ghost King, we definitely won't be able to enter the next level. Last time we clearly killed him, but I don't know why he was reborn." Yunling asked in confusion. Han Hua's expression became ugly and said, "He is even more powerful than last time. Ever since we entered the Nether Abyss Valley, all the ghost beasts here have become stronger." It wasn't strange for the ghost beasts to become stronger. What was strange was that all the ghost beasts had become stronger. This was something that people couldn't help but suspect. Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. He only had one question in his mind. What good things could this guy drop? Shortly after, Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Don't attack first. I will use him to refine my body." "Are you crazy?" "No, you will die." "Captain, you are now shouldering the fate of our Heavenly Fire battle team. You cannot treat your life as a joke." The 4 of them tried their best to persuade him. Luo Tian felt warmth in his heart. During the 3 days in the Nether Abyss Valley, he had been using the attacks of the ghost beasts to temper his body. When he was attacked, his body would slowly absorb and transform. He had a feeling that his body was about to break through. This feeling was very subtle, a breakthrough in the physical body. Corporeal bodies were also divided into different grades. His current corporeal body was considered a mortal fetus corporeal body. He didn't even know what was beyond that. However, Luo Tian had a feeling in his heart that his physical body was not far from breaking through. Luo Tian smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." With that, Luo Tian immediately rushed out. Han Hua's eyes darkened and immediately said, "Zhao Chen, be careful if necessary. Help Captain block the fatal blow. Yunling, Yun Yi, you and I will be on guard if necessary. Rush up. We must not let Captain's life be in any danger." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." The 3 of them nodded and quickly spread out to be on guard. They all knew in their hearts how important Luo Tian was. They didn't understand before. Now, they were very clear that Luo Tian was very strong. His strength was something that outsiders could not know, and only those who understood him would be subdued by his strength. They were subdued by Luo Tian, inexplicably disappeared, inexplicably leveled up. The pubes was shattered. Yet he could inexplicably absorb immortal energy, refine immortal energy, and even control immortal energy much stronger than theirs. Luo Tian was really hard to understand. Using the ghost beast's attacks to temper his body, this kind of cultivation method that was close to self-abuse was unheard of, and only Luo Tian could change it. Only a pervert could think of it, and only he could do it. "Grandson, Grandpa is here, come bite Grandpa." Luo Tian pointed at the Ghost King and cursed. Looking at its appearance, he felt disgusted again and said, "You're too ugly. I've never seen a monster uglier than you. Not only is it ugly, it's also smelly." The boss seemed to understand Luo Tian's words. He grinned and let out a series of strange laughter. Without waiting for Luo Tian to continue speaking, his body suddenly rushed forward, and all the power in his body directly crushed towards Luo Tian like a tidal wave. "Be careful! Zhao Chen formation!" Luo Tian's brows twitched, and he immediately shouted, "No need. I want to break the shackles of my body. You don't have to worry about me." Luo Tian did not move. The Ghost King's power pressed down like a huge mountain. Rumble! With a loud explosion, countless pieces of rubble fell. Luo Tian's body sank and was directly pressed down. His internal organs, mind, and sea of consciousness were all shaken, and it was very uncomfortable. The blood under his chest was boiling, and Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale, and he thought to himself, "Damn, so strong!" Huff! Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. After enduring this heavy blow, Luo Tian's fleshly body seemed to be able to breathe. Every pore on his body opened up, constantly absorbing and exhaling, just like a cultivator's breathing technique. Luo Tian himself did not understand. However, he felt more and more that his body was about to break through. He clenched his fists tightly. Although he could not hold on any longer, if his body could really break through and reach a new realm, then he would be able to crush Zhang Kuang even more perfectly on the life and death arena. Again! "Ugly, is that all you have?" Luo Tian stood up with difficulty and cursed loudly. His body was trembling. Han Hua's face was incomparably anxious as he shouted, "Luo Tian, are you crazy? You will die if you do it again. You can't withstand his second attack. Hurry up and leave this place. Pighead, can you stop torturing yourself? You are making me want to cry." Yunling's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at Luo Tian, she could not help but want to cry. They all knew that Luo Tian was doing this for the Heavenly Fire Battle Team. Luo Tian was carrying too many burdens. The current Zhang Kuang, the rise of the Huashan Immortal Sect, the Dragon King of the Dao Commerce Alliance, Murong Wanjian of the Broken Sky City, and Violet Llewellyn Solhall were all weighing heavily on his heart. He had to rise. He had to become stronger. So what if it was just physical pain? Luo Tian gritted his teeth and roared to the sky. Again! Boom! The Ghost King was completely infuriated by Luo Tian. He released a strong immortal force from all over his body and directly pressed down on Luo Tian. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were incomparably worried and fearful. Yunling and Yun Yi were so frightened that they did not dare to look. Rumble! Luo Tian was once again smashed to the ground. His heart meridians were about to rupture, and his body was about to split apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, a notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Chapter 7. We are not far away, just 7 votes away. Brother, help me. Chapter 409. The system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, currently an immortal body. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through to immortal body, obtaining 100,000 experience, obtaining 5,000 immortal energy. Immortal body. Body leveling up? In that instant, the pain on Luo Tian's body abruptly lessened. It was as though an invisible power had devoured him, pushing out all the pain from his body. This feeling was great. Luo Tian could clearly feel that his body was different from before. Every pore seemed to be filled with power. Shortly after, Luo Tian suddenly stood up. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered. "You're too weak. Is that all you've got? Can it be even stronger?" The only way to test the strength of the body was to take the attacks. The two attacks from the Ghost King almost caused Luo Tian's body to split open. Now that his body was an immortal body, how much stronger was it? The immortal body gave him a strong feeling. As for how strong it was, he would test it on the Ghost King boss. "What happened to him? What happened? Your body seems to be a little different from before. Senior sister, what's going on? I can see that his body is emitting a dense, immortal energy. How could this be?" Yunling asked curiously. She originally thought that Luo Tian would faint from the pain. She didn't expect that not only did he not faint, he even revived on the spot and climbed up from the ground. His body also changed. Although it was still the same body, she felt that it was different from before. Yunling was born with godly strength. Her understanding of the body exceeded that of normal people. She had always been cultivating body techniques. Her family had always believed that all power came from the body. The body had no limits. When she saw the changes in Luo Tian's body, her heart sank. Han Hua wasn't sure either. Her senses weren't as clear as Yunling's, and her understanding of the fleshly body wasn't as deep as Yunling's. However, she was certain that Luo Tian's fleshly body had become stronger. On the side, Yun Yi's brows furrowed. Her eyes were startled as she exclaimed, "Sister, is this the legendary immortal body?" "Immortal body," Yunling muttered. Her expression was one of great shock as she said, "It's pretty much the same as what Father described. Could it really be the immortal body that was being transported? How could this be? Our Yun family of the Southwest has always been pursuing the supreme physical body. How is it possible for him to make a breakthrough?" This feeling was indescribable. He was very shocked, very surprised, and at the same time somewhat unwilling. The Yun family had always been famous for their powerful physical bodies. The ancestor of the Yun clan once had an immortal body. He used his strongest body to fight against those powerful immortals and killed them directly. Immortal body. It had been tempered countless times by immortal chi and broken through the body's shackles countless times. It was extremely difficult. In the entire Yun clan, there was only one ancestor whose body had reached the immortal level. The immortal level was the Yun clan's lifelong goal. They didn't expect to see it on Luo Tian's body. It was too shocking. At this moment, Luo Tian didn't know that he had shocked Yunling and Yun Yi. His thoughts were all on the Ghost King. His face was filled with pride as he revealed a sly smile and roared, "Come, ugly, come and hit me again. Let me see what else you can do." The Ghost King was truly enraged. Being looked down on by a human made him furious. Almost in an instant, it spat out a mouthful of pure immortal chi. The immortal chi wrapped around the translucent pearl. The pearl constantly released immortal chi, which enveloped the Ghost King's entire body. This thing looks pretty good," Luo Tian muttered in his heart. Zhao Chen's face was filled with excitement as his voice trembled. "Inner core, the Ghost King's inner core. Captain, that's the Ghost King's inner core. It contains pure immortal chi. You have to be careful, he's already angry." Han Hua's face also changed greatly. He didn't say much and directly said, "Be careful." He thought to himself, "As expected, the Ghost King we killed last time didn't have an inner core. I didn't expect the Ghost King to have an inner core this time. His strength has completely increased by several levels. What exactly is hidden in this abyss cave? Is there really a flower of death? Or are there some powerful creatures inside?" A bad premonition arose in Han Hua's heart. The ghost beasts of the abyss cave were getting stronger and stronger. It was obvious that there was something stopping them. If that was the case, Then the abyss cave was too terrifying. Immediately, Han Hua said again, "Captain, you have to be careful." Luo Tian nodded his head heavily. Looking at the pearl in the Ghost King's mouth, he laughed excitedly. "That pearl is mine now." The Ghost King's eyes darkened as he stared fixedly at Luo Tian. He swallowed the inner core into his body and released all of the immortal energy released from the inner core in that instant. All of a sudden, sand and rocks flew everywhere as explosions sounded in the air. It was as if bubbles had exploded in the air, causing space to distort. Whoosh! The Ghost King moved with all his might, and the large meat hammer on his tail suddenly changed, directly growing out several sharp steel spikes. His tail began to sway violently in the darkness, and in the process of sway, immortal energy began to add to it bit by bit. Holy sh**t. This is a sign that I'm going to be smashed into meat paste. Luo Tian's face darkened, his heart trembled slightly, and he did not have any confidence. He did not know much about the immortal body, but the steel spikes on the Ghost King's tail were fatal. Gudong! Luo Tian swallowed his saliva, clenched his fists tightly, and thought to himself, "No matter what, I have to test the strength of my body." Immediately, Luo Tian's eyes became resolute, and he roared, "Come on!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost King's tail charged out with the power to tear through space. Wherever the tail went, space would shatter and tear through the void. This power was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. His heart sank. He took a step forward, got into a horse stance, gathered his strength, and carried it up heavily. Boom! A stick smashed onto the top of Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian's body sank, and his eyes were tightly closed. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. The huge tail and the steel spikes that came crashing down. Even a deity would be afraid. Luo Tian was the same, and at the same time he was also prepared. However, his body only sank, but it wasn't as painful as he had imagined. Those steel needles didn't even pierce through his skin, but the powerful impact caused his body to sink. Oh my God! This body, wow, he's too strong. Luo Tian himself was scared silly. The defensive power of the immortal body was so strong that it was beyond Luo Tian's imagination. He could now imagine the expression on his face when he was unable to move the arrogance of the life and death arena. It really is the immortal body. Sis, is he still human? No, he's an immortal. There seems to be a saying about F***ck, his immortal board. Are you scolding him? What do you think? The four of them looked at each other, smiled lightly, and said at the same time, "Change. Abnormal. Awesome." Luo Tian shouted fiercely, and then his gaze changed, becoming gloomy. "Now it's my turn, right?" Chapter 8. Today was the 8th chapter. Nio was too noisy and kept crying, so he really couldn't write. Thank you to all the brothers today. If you still have monthly votes, please support Old Cow. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 410. I'll let you make 3 moves. Now it's my turn to make a move. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. His neck swayed, his joints popped, his fingers clenched, and another explosive sound rang out. His 2 eyes stared at the Ghost King, and with an unconcealable killing intent, he took a step forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A ball of energy, ripples, rose from beneath his feet. So cool! Luo Tian's heart was once again filled with excitement for the immortal physique. This immortal physique was simply too awesome. At this moment, the Ghost King trembled slightly, and his body couldn't help but tremble. It was afraid. 3 consecutive attacks actually failed to kill Luo Tian, and instead allowed him to break through his body during his own attacks. What was going on? It was like 2 people fighting. The more they fought, the more powerful they became. How could they continue? If he couldn't continue, he would naturally think of escaping. Without any hesitation, the Ghost King swung the huge rod on his tail, and his entire body shot out. You want to run. Did I agree? Luo Tian's body sank, his hands suddenly grabbed onto the Ghost King's tail, his feet directly inserted into the stone slab, his arms moved, and after rushing into the sky, he said, "Get down for lousy!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power within his body suddenly erupted. The muscles on his arms seemed to be about to burst through his clothes. Extremely powerful. Luo Tian's entire body was filled with immortal energy, all of it released from his body. Grabbing the Ghost King's tail with both hands, he swung it heavily. The Ghost King's body, which was as huge as a mountain, was directly thrown into the air, letting out a shrill scream. The entire Ming abyss hull trembled, and countless ghost beasts were awakened, running over crazily. Yo-ho! You even know how to call for your underlings. Come, come, come. I want to see how many underlings you have. Luo Tian said excitedly, exerting force in his hands. He roared loudly, "Get down!" A force erupted once again. Heavy strike fell heavily to the ground. Rumble, rumble. The Ghost King's body directly smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. A lot of the black scales on his body fell off, and his twisted face also turned pale white. In an instant, Luo Tian didn't stop. He turned his body and moved in another direction. Once again, he threw the Ghost King into the air and smashed it down. It was like a heavy artillery shell. Boom! Again. Boom! You're not dead yet. Let's try again. Boom! Left and right, Luo Tian's body was surrounded by pits of all sizes. There were also many ghost beast corpses in the pits. The ghost beast rushed up and smashed down. It was killed in an instant. Wow, it was too satisfying. Luo Tian directly used the Ghost King's body as a weapon, sweeping away thousands of troops. Sis, are we hallucinating? Damn, I'm about to worship him. Last time, it took us more than a day to kill the Ghost King. I really can't see through him. He's too strong. How can he be so strong? Those inner sect elders are still bent on chasing him out. Isn't this the kind of person our Hua Shan immortal sect needs? My heart is trembling. Han Hua's face was filled with incomparable shock as he watched Luo Tian kill the Ghost King like it was a game. He thought to himself, Brother Hai, Luo Tian will lead the Heavenly Fire Squad to the peak. He can really do it. They were all shocked to the point of being in a mess. Luo Tian was really too terrifying. Seeing Luo Tian constantly teasing the Ghost King and killing the ghost beasts here, this feeling was really good. Boom! Damn, your body is really strong. You're not dead yet. Then let's do it another 10,000 times. Luo Tian dragged the half-dead Ghost King and grabbed its long tail. The steel needle on the tail had already been retracted. He dragged it and ran crazily. Whenever he saw a ghost beast, he would smash it with his hammer. The Ghost King was played by him until it didn't have any temper. It had to be said, the Ghost King's body was extremely strong, and it was also an extremely sharp weapon. It could even compare to an immortal weapon, directly crushing any ghost beast. In Luo Tian's mind, the system beep kept ringing. His experience points were soaring, and so was his immortal chi. The blood essence and bones of the ghost beast were also constantly accumulating. These were all good things for refining. He might even be able to refine an immortal weapon. This was something that every disciple of Hua Mountain dreamed of. Rumble, rumble. An hour later, the Ghost King was not dead yet. Its body was covered in wounds, and the black scales on its body had fallen off, making it look like a plucked pheasant. Seeing this, Luo Tian wanted to laugh. Where's your little brother? Call me again. Just this little brother dares to be impudent in front of me. Do you know how many little brothers I have? If I say it out loud, you'll be scared to death. More than tens of billions. And this is the little brother of my little brother Dandan. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. With his immortal body, he was completely a bulldozer. Wherever he went, not a single blade of grass would grow. He used his own body to rampage around, as if he was able to kill gods and Buddhas with his powerful aura, directly cleaning up the first floor of the Nether Abyss Palace. Only the half-dead boss, Ghost King, was left in his hands. Luo Tian really didn't want to kill it. He really didn't want to, because it was simply too cool to use it as a weapon. However, the entrance to the second floor was very small, and it was impossible to drag it in. Then again, Luo Tian had always been thinking about the Niden in the Ghost King's body. A Niden that could release immortal energy. This was a good thing. Immediately, Luo Tian smiled sinisterly and walked to the side of the Ghost King. Looking at its half-dead face, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but I really couldn't hold it in any more." Humph, humph! The Ghost King's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Luo Tian, his body trembling slightly. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. This was a boss. How could he let it go? Both of his fists sank, releasing the power within his body, and directly punched down, shouting in a deep voice, "Explode for me!" Bam! Rumble! The Ghost King's head was blasted apart. But even so, he wasn't dead. The reason why it was so strong was not because of its strength, but because of the Niden in its body. Luo Tian's face froze, the corner of his mouth drew back, and he shouted, "I'll go. I don't believe that I can't kill you." Then, Luo Tian flipped over and sat on the Ghost King's body. His fists were like rain as he fiercely punched down, continuously cursing. Dead or not, are you going to die or not? I want to see if you're going to die or not." Everyone was scared silly. Too crazy. The Ghost King's HP continued to drop, and the last punch landed. The systems sounded out. Ding! Luo Tian retracted his fist, grinned, and thought to himself, "You must drop that Niden!" Chapter 1. Chapter 411. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The Ghost King's aura slowly weakened. The moment its health bar reached 0, the systems sounded out. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Ghost King, for obtaining 1,000 experience points. Immortal Chi values for 10,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Ghost King's blood essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Ghost King's bone. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Ghost King's huge tail. Damn no. Where's the inner core? Where's my inner core? Luo Tian was about to go crazy. After hearing so many beep sounds, he still did not see the inner core. This caused his heart to tighten as he cursed inwardly, "System, your uncle." At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Ghost King's inner core. Do you wish to devour it? Haha, system, your sister, you scared me to death. Luo Tian's heart relaxed. This was the effect of the 100 points of luck value released from Chun Chun's body. Otherwise, Luo Tian might not have been able to produce the inner core. After all, it was a random drop, not something that could be dropped as you wished. Luo Tian did not stop and immediately checked the attributes of the inner core. Item: Ghost King's inner core grade. Non-immortal Chi value. 100,000 points. Ding. Do you wish to fuse? Luo Tian hesitated for a moment. It was also at this time. Yunling and the others walked over, their faces filled with excitement as they said, Quickly break open his stomach and take out the inner core. This is good stuff. It's worth thousands of fine magnetite. If you absorb the immortal Chi within the inner core, you might be able to break through." Hearing her words, Luo Tian did not fuse with it now. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I've already taken out the inner core." As he spoke, Luo Tian took out the inner core and said, "My Dantian is broken, so I can't absorb the immortal Chi inside the inner core. I'll give it to you. It's time for you to improve your cultivation. There are only 2 months left until the inner sect examination." Huh. No, We can't take it. We didn't do anything. Even if you don't need it, you can exchange it for something. You can even give it to one of the elders. He will definitely accept you as his disciple. Captain, you should keep it for yourself. Han Hua and the others refused without any hesitation. From their point of view, they had not done anything. If they were to be given a share of the valuable inner core, it would be a joke. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He thought of Feng Lei, Xian Yuanyi, and the others who had always followed him, but he hadn't been able to help them. They were brothers who had gone through life and death with him. He had become stronger, but they hadn't grown much. Thinking of this, Luo Tian became even more determined. If he wanted the Huashan immortal sect to rise, he had to nurture his own forces. These people were his brothers and also important figures in the rise of the Huashan immortal sect. Luo Tian's gaze was resolute as he said, "I'll ask you one thing. Am I still the captain of the Heavenly Fire Battle Team? If I am, then the four of you can absorb the immortal chi in this inner core. If you don't treat me as your captain, then pretend I didn't say anything." Luo Tian used his status as the captain to pressure them. This was the only way. If not, they wouldn't take it. Compared to him, Han Hua and the others had this inner core. Han Hua's eyes were filled with gratitude. Every single one of them was filled with gratitude. In the entire Huashan immortal sect, there was probably no one like Luo Tian. He actually took out a ghost beast inner core. If anyone was around, they would definitely laugh at him for being a fool. They were all disciples of the immortal sect. Who would be foolish enough to share a ghost beast inner core with others? Huff! Han Hua took a deep breath and looked at Luo Tian. "All right, we'll take it." Luo Tian chuckled. "That's right. Don't forget, we're a team. I'm the captain. You have to listen to me. Ha ha ha. Yunling, Yun Yi, the captain's shoulders are sore. Give me a massage." Huh. Big pig head. Yunling, Yun Yi directly took out her warhammer and pretended to be fierce. She said, "Do you want me to hammer you?" "That. You guys stay here and absorb the inner core. I'll go down to the next level to scout. Without my orders, none of you are allowed to go down. Do you understand?" Luo Tian avoided the topic. He didn't want them to take the risk. The ghost beasts on the first level were already so ferocious. The ones on the second level would definitely be even more ferocious. Luo Tian didn't want them to take the risk. He only wanted each and every one of them to quickly raise their cultivation and then follow him into the inner sect to change the Huashan Immortal School. This was an extremely difficult task. Since he had promised Master Wunyan, he would definitely do his best to complete it. Yunling said gently, "Big pig head, be careful." They didn't say much. They knew in their hearts that Luo Tian didn't want them to take the risk. Luo Tian giggled and said, "Don't worry, now that I have an immortal body, who can stop me?" Ha ha ha. Luo Tian directly entered the second floor. After Luo Tian's figure disappeared, Han Hua's gaze tensed up and said, "For the sake of the Heavenly Fire Squad, for the sake of the captain, we must not be as relaxed as before. We must quickly raise our cultivation, otherwise we will not be able to accompany him anymore. Captain's strength is simply too terrifying. We have to hurry up." Finished. Han Hua placed the Ghost King's inner core in the air, and the four of them sat around it. All of them began to comprehend the immortal energy within the inner core. The second floor of the Nether Abyss Cave. It was similar to the layout of the first floor, but it was not a hall but a long corridor. The corridor was filled with densely packed ghost beasts, and each of them was shining with a weak golden light. It was obvious that they were all elite monsters. Luo Tian's expression was shocked. He grinned, and the blood in his body began to boil. Looking at the experience points, he sneered, "After clearing this place, I should be able to level up, right? 5th stage of the profound ancestor sect. Zhangquang, just you wait." His heart was set. Luo Tian's brows darkened. Thinking about Han Hai's death and the long scar on Yu Hua's face, The anger in his heart couldn't help but boil. This time, no matter what, he had to quickly level up and break through. He had to use absolute strength to crush Xiangquang. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Luo Tian moved his fists and directly took out the Ghost King's tail. He clenched his right hand and immortal energy poured in. CI. Dozens of steel spikes suddenly protruded from the huge rod. Wow! This huge rod is really sharp. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Then with a roar he rushed in. There was no defense. The immortal body did not need to defend. With one hand, the huge rod swept across, and the other, the seven-star sword slashed out 1,000 sword beams, crazily killing. Luo Tian was like a crazy god of death, continuously killing. Ding! Ding! His experience points was soaring. Chapter 2. It was almost the same as the previous one. The old cow begged for a monthly vote. Chapter 412. 5 days later. 5 long days. It was also an exciting 5 days. Luo Tian did not stop for even a second. He continued to kill and explode. He was crazy and ferocious all the way. A full 5 days. Luo Tian cleared out the second level of the Abyss Cave. What surprised him was that there was no boss on the second level. This made him a little disappointed. He stood at the entrance of the third level. Luo Tian could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. The entrance kept spitting out clouds of fog. It was the fog of death. The black mist within Ming Abyss Valley had drifted out from this place. The mist contained a very terrifying aura. Although Luo Tian could not sense it from the outside, standing at the entrance, even with his immortal body, he could not stop himself from feeling fearful. What on earth is inside? This black fog does not feel like the death aura. It feels more like black pollution. Is there someone burning trash inside? Luo Tian could not help but think to himself. Within the fog, Luo Tian could smell the fragrance of pills. It was very light. It was also very special. It was different from normal pills. This was Luo Tian. If it was other alchemists, they would not be able to smell it at all. His alchemy skills were not simple. Captain, Big Pig Head. You cleared out the entire second level. The 4 of them walked up. The aura they released was different from 5 days ago. Luo Tian was overjoyed. Seems like you all broke through. Han Hua said, the immortal qi contained in this Naiden is too dense. It took the 4 of us 5 days to absorb all the immortal qi in the Naiden. With this immortal qi, it is naturally much easier to break through. Fortunately, I only broke through 1 level. The 2 sisters changed the most. They directly broke through 3 levels and reached level 7 of Mystic Ancestor. Their power now is many times stronger than 5 days ago. Junior brother Zhao also broke through 2 levels. Inner cores were extremely valuable. Even the elders of the inner court would fight over such a treasure. It contained 100,000 points of celestial energy, which was a lot. Ordinary celestial sect disciples could only get, at most, 100 points even if they didn't sleep for a day. Moreover, they would lose it and wouldn't be able to refine it into celestial energy. However, the inner core was different. It wouldn't be lost at all, and all of it would be refined into immortal energy. Zhao Qin scratched his head and laughed. It's all thanks to the inner core. Otherwise, even if I cultivated for another 10 years, I wouldn't have been able to break through to Mystique Venerable Rank 8. Senior Sister Han is the one who's amazing. She's already at the peak of Mystique Venerable Rank 9. If it weren't for the fact that she's purposely absorbing less immortal qi from the inner core, she might have already broken through to Mystique Venerable Rank. Luo Tian was stunned. A single Naiden allowed them to break through so quickly. After doing some calculations, 1 inner core had a total of 9 levels. This F***CK. Too sharp. Luo Tian was secretly excited. Seeing them become stronger one by one, He only felt happy in his heart. He didn't regret it because of the powerful dawn. He thought to himself, if only I can get some more dawn. This way, their cultivation will increase even faster. If I can surpass those elite disciples who are in seclusion and replace them to participate in next year's Immortal Sect Great Competition, that would be great. However, inner cores were so precious that it was extremely difficult to obtain one. Luo Tian still wanted to get a few more, which was tantamount to ascending to the heavens. However, when the Ghost King spat out the Niden in his body, Luo Tian felt that something was strange. Logically speaking, the last time Han Hua and the others came in, they had already killed the Ghost King. Furthermore, his strength had increased to a terrifying level, and he even had an inner core. This made him extremely puzzled. This was not an online game, and the monsters would not be refreshed after being killed. This was the real world, and it was impossible for the boss to be refreshed again. Suddenly, Luo Tian had a very bold idea. He was a little excited by his own idea. His heart sank as he thought to himself, could it be that the Ghost King's Niden was refined, just like refining pills? Thinking of this, Luo Tian immediately thought of the black mist that was surging out from the entrance, the black mist that carried a trace of pill fragrance. His heart couldn't help but sink as he thought to himself, could it be that there is a powerful alchemist below? Damn, isn't this too ridiculous? Captain, what are you thinking about? Zhao Chenjian saw Luo Tian's expression change slightly and couldn't help but ask. Luo Tian shook his head and muttered, I really want to know if this mission was issued by the Heavenly Spirit Elder or not. If it really was him, I'm afraid it shouldn't be. Han Hua immediately interrupted. The Heavenly Spirit Elder controls all the alchemy disciples in the Mount Hua Immortal Sect, and there is no lack of powerful disciples among them. Their cultivation and control of immortal energy are all very strong, and he also has a few inner sect elders under him. All of them are sage realm immortals. He doesn't need to issue this kind of mission at all. As long as he casually says it, there will be disciples to complete it for him. Huh, that's strange. If it wasn't him, why would he want the death flower of the Nether Abyss Cave? Furthermore, it was used to refine the departed soul pill. This kind of pill is too evil. It should be something that the experts of the devil sect like to refine, right? Could it be that someone in the sect is colluding with the devil sect? Luo Tian was shocked by his own words. Devil sect. An existence as invincible as the immortal sect. It was the opposite of the immortal sect. The immortal sect and the devil sect were like fire and water, irreconcilable. If there really was someone in the Mount Hua immortal sect who was colluding with the devil sect, then Luo Tian's expression couldn't help but turn cold as he shook his head. Forget it. These things are not for us to care about. There's no need to care so much. We have to think of a way to explore the third floor. Then, Luo Tian took out all the ghost beast bones that he had obtained in the past 5 days. He quickly placed them there. He didn't know if it was because he couldn't let go of the ghost dragon, or if he couldn't help but put on the appearance of a ghost dragon. But Luo Tian himself was shocked, and then said, All of you move aside a little. Han Hua and the others retreated a few steps and looked at Luo Tian, not knowing what he wanted to do. Luo Tian controlled his hands and directly consumed hundreds of immortal energy. The power flowed out slowly like flowing water, connecting all the bones together. With a deep shout, he activated the puppet technique. Do it for me! Buzz. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The bones quickly connected together and burst out with explosive sounds. It was just like the sound of metal assembling during the transformation process. Half a minute later, an even more powerful ghost dragon puppet was born. Luo Tian did not inject his own idea into it. He missed the ghost dragon and did not want a puppet to replace him in his heart. When he thought about how the ghost dragon had left, he had a feeling that they would meet again sooner or later. Wow! What is this? Captain, you're too awesome. What kind of new cultivation method is this? Just how many cultivation methods have you cultivated? It feels like you know everything. Are you an omnipotent master? Luo Tian laughed lightly. With a frown, the idea controlled Ghost Dragon 2 and directly allowed it to enter the third floor. He wanted to know the situation on the third floor. However, what he didn't expect was Chapter 3. He was one step closer, supporting more than 20 votes. Brothers, give it your all. Chapter 413. Ghost Dragon Number 2. It was refined using immortal energy. Its strength and physical defense were not weaker than any mysterious ancestor realm expert. However, Luo Tian did not expect that after Ghost Dragon Number 2 entered the third floor, he would not be able to sense it at all in less than a second. Luo Tian could control the puppet war soldier with his mind instructs in a second. Even if he was 10,000 miles away, he could still control it. Everything that the puppet saw could be reflected in his mind. However, the moment Ghost Dragon Number 2 entered, a ball of darkness flashed past. Following that, the idea broke and could no longer be sensed. Instant kill. The true instant kill didn't even take a second. Luo Tian's face changed drastically. He took half a step back and said, "There's someone inside." The feeling that the black shadow gave him was that of a person, a very powerful person. Luo Tian was not sure what kind of person he was. It was too fast. The ghost dragon's idea could not sense it at all. Luo Tian's cultivation was not bad, but he was unable to sense it either. Even if his idea was on the puppet, he could not sense it at all. He could only see a black shadow. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Han Hua's expression became serious, and he could not help but ask, "How could there be someone here?" Yunling and Yun, he could not help but say, "Could it be that we saw wrongly? There's so many ghost beasts, and they're so powerful. How could there be someone inside? Even if he is inside, what is he doing?" "I don't know." Luo Tian said he also wanted to know. Immediately, he looked at Han Hua and asked, "Is the flower of death only on the third floor?" Han Hua nodded and said, "The mission said so. The flower of death is only on the third floor." "Then it's difficult." Luo Tian frowned and said, "This mission might not be completed. The strength of the person inside has already exceeded our imagination. We simply can't enter and might die if we do." "Ah, then what should we do?" "Then isn't the mission of the Nether Abyss Cave impossible to complete? Aren't they going to be crushed by the Hurricane team? If we can't complete it, then so be it. Our lives are more important. Captain, let's retreat. Isn't it just a matter of having less points than the Hurricane team? We can catch up with them next time when we do other missions," Han Hua said. She was the one who wanted to trample the Hurricane team under her feet the most. But now, she knew what was important. Luo Tian's words were very clear. No matter what, they could not take risks easily. Luo Tian furrowed his brows. Thinking of the Hurricane team and their insufferably arrogant attitude, he couldn't help but clench his fists. After thinking for a while, he said, "The main thing is that we don't know the situation on the third floor. We don't know if there are people or other creatures inside. What if this is a trap?" Without waiting for them to speak, Luo Tian said solemnly, "Let me try again." "Captain, give up." Han Hua's expression was very calm. "If the mission is beyond what we can afford, we can do other missions to make up for it. Why should we compete? Don't do it for me. Don't do it for Big Brother Hai. Don't do it for the Heavenly Fire Battle Team. You are very important, more important than any of us. Yes. Senior Sister is right. Big Pig Head, just listen to Senior Sister. Wait until we become stronger before we come back. Captain, let's retreat." Looking at them one by one, Luo Tian felt grateful in his heart. But if he were to retreat at this time, he had a feeling that the person on the third floor would leave, and the death flower he wanted would definitely disappear as well. Not only the mission. The most important thing was that there was definitely a big boss on the third floor. Luo Tian wanted to kill it. Luo Tian smiled in relief and said, "I'll try again. This time, I'll send out 2 puppet soldier-s to try. First, we'll understand the situation inside. Then we'll plan our next step. Finished. Luo Tian began to refine more puppets. This time he did not use the ghost beast's bones, but used the gravel on the ground. He no longer used the immortal power, but used the ordinary profound qi. In a few minutes, a mouse puppet soldier the size of a fist appeared. A few minutes later, another one appeared. Luo Tian placed them at the entrance of the third floor and controlled them with his idea. Squeak, squeak! The two puppet soldier-esses that were scouting the way quietly walked into the third floor. Luo Tian's idea carefully entered, following the mouse puppet soldier. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned. Without caring about anything else, he stepped into the third floor and shouted, "He's going to escape!" Before he could finish, Luo Tian had already rushed into the third floor. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked around. His heart was filled with shock. The surroundings were filled with all kinds of flowers that were as bright as blood, and each of them was incomparably dazzling, flickering with the aura of death. The foundation was black, constantly absorbing the aura of hell that seeped out from the depths of the ground. Every single one of them gave off a ferocious power, and it was extremely horrifying. Apart from that, there were also piles of all sorts of skulls, rotten corpses, and a bubbling pool of blood that gave off a foul stench. In the middle was a huge cauldron. The cauldron emitted waves of medicinal fragrance. A corpse was burning in the cauldron, a corpse wearing the clothes of a Huashan immortal sect disciple. In the process of burning, the corpse released strands of immortal energy that were crazily absorbed by the roots of the death flower. Under the burning of the flames in the cauldron, the death flower did not wither, but instead grew even more crazily. A few petals were like a human face, smiling at you a sinister and terrifying smile. Beside the cauldron, an old man dressed in a black robe was hurriedly tidying up the things on the table. The old man's black robe was embroidered with a death flower. It was a huge death flower that was extremely beautiful. Hee hee, the black-robed old man laughed strangely. His laughter was incomparably mournful. Seeing Luo Tian, he stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers were like skeleton claws, directly locking onto Luo Tian's throat, and said in a cold and strange voice, "You actually came to the third floor, then you can go to hell." In an instant he had restrained Luo Tian. Luo Tian had almost no room to react. The power of the 5 fingers carried an incomparably powerful immortal power. At such a close distance, Luo Tian could also see the old man's face. It was a very terrifying face, and it was shockingly similar to the Ghost King's face. It was as if it was carved out of the same mold. People from the Devil Sect. Han Hua was the second to walk in. When he saw the death flower embroidered on the black-robed old man's body, he immediately said. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly and said, "At least you have some knowledge, but you know too much. It's fine if you don't come in, but if you do, you will all die." A powerful force came from beneath the black robe. The black-robed old man's abdomen lit up with several lights, like pearls in the night. Naiden. A stomach full of Naidens. This guy was really refining Naidens. Luo Tian's face became extremely excited. He immediately thought of killing this boss and getting the cultivation technique to refine Naidens to drop at this moment. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he immediately roared, "Bedevilment!" Chapter 4. There was still one more chapter before 10. We are only 12 votes away from the first place. Brothers, please blow him up. Chapter 4:14. Without any hesitation, he immediately roared, "Bedevilment!" In an instant, Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and the blood god armor appeared. His entire body was emitting an extremely strong king's aura. Demon Emperor Xing Tian. His body was huge, and his body was filled with explosive power. He held the heaven-splitting divine axe of the mighty Sky Emperor. His appearance was as domineering as it could get. Han Hua was dumbfounded. Yunling and Yun Yi were stunned. Zhao Chun was stunned. What was going on? He could even transform, and it was the body of Demon Emperor Xing Tian. How much mysterious power did Luo Tian have that he had yet to reveal? Was he still human? He was not even 20 years old, and he was already at the mystic ancestor realm. He had cultivated countless powerful cultivation techniques. These were nothing. He also cultivated various auxiliary techniques, such as alchemy, refining, engraving, and healing. He was almost an all-round master. Who would be able to do such a thing? Even if the mystic Tharch was reborn, he wouldn't be so well-rounded. It didn't matter if he was well-rounded. The key was that he was very sharp in everything, proficient in everything, and awesome in everything. This made them more and more confused. Luo Tian was like a cloud of fog. They could not understand at all. Now he had directly transformed into a demon emperor. They came out shocked and indescribable shock. They could only use one word to describe it. Awesome. The black-robed old man's face darkened, and his body actually trembled. He muttered to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Demon Emperor Xing Tian is already dead. It is impossible for him to reappear. Who are you?" Luo Tian's king's aura stunned the black-robed old man. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian roared, "I am your ancestor!" As soon as his voice fell, his two hands surrounded the heaven, splitting divine axe that weighed more than 90,000 kilograms and directly chopped down. Decapitation strike. Boom! Demon Emperor Xing Tian's technique? Oh my God! Are you really Demon Emperor Xing Tian? Are you really? The old man was excited. He was so excited that before Luo Tian's divine axe landed, he directly knelt down and kowtowed heavily. What's going on? Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He pulled back his axe slightly, but the power behind the attack was simply too strong. There was no way he could block it. The axe slashed down along the side of the old man's body, creating a small but extremely deep crack. Luo Tian couldn't help but think to himself, "This old man must have mistaken me for someone else. No, I'm now the Demon Emperor Xing Tian. He probably knows me. Maybe I'm his ancestor. If that's the case, then things are going to be fun." Immediately, Luo Tian's voice sank as he shouted, "Why are you kneeling before me?" It carried with it the might of a king. The old man's voice trembled. He didn't even have the courage to look at Luo Tian. His body trembled with fear and excitement. He bowed his head and said, "Grand Emperor, I am the 18th messenger under the Punishment King. You are our Grand Emperor, so I naturally have to kneel before you." As expected. Luo Tian laughed excitedly in his heart. His voice was still incomparably dignified as he shouted in a deep voice. This emperor used the great samsara sacred art to be reborn and turned into this handsome guy's body. I have already forgotten many things from my previous life. Show off. He had to show off. That was how it felt. That was how it fit the identity of the Demon Emperor Xing Tian. What great samsara sacred art. It was all made up by Luo Tian. However, the old man in black was extremely excited. It was as if he had seen his own ancestor and said, "As expected, the great emperor has successfully mastered the great samsara sacred art. It is truly the rise of the devil sect. The time for the devil sect to rise has arrived." Ha ha ha! Luo Tian laughed in his heart and could not help but ask, "With this demon emperor here, the rise of the devil sect is only a matter of time. I have something to ask you. You have to tell me honestly. You can't lie at all. Do you understand?" His voice was filled with anger. The 10,000 gene axe in his hand trembled slightly, and an emperor's aura erupted from his body. The old man knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, and immediately said, "Great Emperor, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know." "Good. Then let me ask you, as the Devil Sect's alchemy envoy, why are you in the territory of the Huashan Immortal School?" Luo Tian really wanted to know why he would appear here, and whether or not the corpses around him were the corpses of the Huashan disciples. After all, he was a disciple of the Huashan Immortal School. There were some things that he had to do, since he had promised them. The old man raised his gaze and looked at Han Hua. Luo Tian immediately said, "They are all friends of mine, and are all trustworthy. Just tell me." The old man lowered his head and said, "Yes." It was an agreement between a supreme elder of the Huashan Immortal School and our great elder of the Devil Sect. I am only someone sent by the Devil Sect and have been here for more than 30 years. Speaking of which, the old man's heart was filled with tears. To stay in such a dark place for more than 30 years, a normal person would feel abnormal. Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he thought to himself, "There really is a collusion! What is the name of the supreme elder of the Huashan Immortal School? What is the agreement between you two? Also, what is going on with these death flowers and the corpses of the Huashan Immortal School disciples?" The old man did not hide anything. In front of the Heaven Punishment Devil Emperor, he did not dare to hide anything. In the Devil Sect, the Heaven Punishment Devil Emperor was the ancestor, a god that could not be defied. I don't know what the Supreme Elder's name is. I have to ask the Great Elder about it. I don't know what the agreement is either. I have been here for more than 30 years and have only done one thing, refining inner cores, refining a large amount of inner cores. This is the place with the densest immortal energy in the Huashan Immortal School. In other words, if the Huashan Immortal School is an empire, then this is where the Dragon Vein is located. The Nether Abyss Valley was discovered by the Supreme Elder, and the Death Flower was also discovered by him. However, he does not know how to refine inner cores, and only our Devil Sect can refine inner cores. We need the Death Flower and the corpses of the Immortal Sect disciples. The Death Flower absorbs the remaining immortal energy in the corpse, and after refining it, it can be refined into an inner core. The Ghost King's inner core that you met on the first floor was refined by me. The corpse was sent here by the Supreme Elder. If I remember correctly, these people seem to be the ones who completed the mission of the Nether Abyss Cave. As for how they completed it, sometimes I would go out for a walk, so naturally they obtained the Death Flower. The old man laughed dryly. Luo Tian was overwhelmed with shock. If they completed the mission, wouldn't they die? How terrifying was the strength of the Huashan Immortal School's Supreme Elder! Suddenly, Luo Tian realized that he had offended an extremely terrifying person. His heart trembled as he thought to himself, "This malignant tumor sold out the immortal veins of Huashan Immortal Sect to the Devil Sect and used the corpses of their disciples to refine inner cores. How ruthless! Even more ruthless than the Devil race." However, at this moment, Luo Tian did not care about this, but asked, "Can you teach me this method of refining inner cores?" As long as he learned it, he could directly raise his power to a terrifying level. He wanted to change the Huashan Immortal School. If he wanted to change, he had to control it. So, he wanted to control the Huashan Immortal School. The 5th chapter has been delivered. I'm only 10 votes away from the first place. Help the old cow. In addition, my wife's postpartum follow-up, my sister's baby is 1 month old, and all sorts of complicated matters. Because of this, I decided to rest for the first half of September to recuperate my hand. I will update 3 chapters a day. From the 17th of this month onwards, Old Bull will continue to release chapters until the end of the month. As for how many chapters will I release on the 17th of this month, Old Bull will continue to release chapters until the end of the month. 10 chapters, 20 chapters, or even 30 chapters. Everything is possible. I hope that all brothers will support me. The old cow will be extremely grateful. Chapter 415. Luo Tian's ambition. Ever since he was treated unfairly, he had this ambition. Very strong ambition. To complete it, one would need a lot of power. The Huashan Immortal Sect had stood proudly in this world for tens of thousands of years. Its foundation was immeasurable. To completely control it, one had to have the strongest strength and the strongest methods. If he could refine the inner core, this was definitely the strongest method to control the immortal sect. Luo Tian was excited. Furthermore, he wanted to enter the ancient battlefield. He wanted to level up and surpass Morong Wanjian. However, even if he obtained the 4 cardinal blood and heavenly dragon pearl, the higher-ups of the Huashan immortal sect wouldn't let him open it. After all, it was a forbidden area, the most dangerous place in Huashan. Who would let him open it so easily? These higher-ups of Huashan had become even more timid than ants. How could they let Luo Tian do whatever he wanted? That was absolutely impossible. The black-robed old man didn't hesitate and directly said, "Of course, you are the ancestor of our devil sect. Now that you have reincarnated, the entire devil sect is yours to use, not to mention the method to refine the inner core. Even if you want me to die, I won't frown." Devil Emperor Xing Tian. He had extraordinary power in the devil sect. Every member of the devil sect was a follower of Devil Emperor Xing Tian. The devil sect's ancient war god was unparalleled. In the hearts of every devil sect disciple, he was irreplaceable. Luo Tian was shocked. He didn't expect this body to have such power and be able to control the entire devil sect. His heart couldn't help but tremble as he said majestically, "Very good. This emperor is very satisfied with your performance. Now, teach me the method to refine the inner core. I still have things for you to do." This subordinate understands. The black-robed old man nodded his head excitedly. To be able to serve heaven-punishing emperor was his life's dream. He thought that it was impossible in this life because heaven-punishing emperor had fallen in the ancient times. Now that he was reborn, every disciple of the devil sect should be happy. Han Hua, Yunling, Yunyi, and Zhao Chun were all dumbfounded as they stood at the side. They couldn't figure out if Luo Tian was a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect or the devil sect's war god, heaven-punishing emperor. If he was a member of the devil sect, how should they choose? The immortal sect and the devil sect were irreconcilable. As long as he found anyone from the devil sect, he would immediately kill them. There was no other choice. Now, their captain, Luo Tian, was actually the devil sect's great emperor Xingtian. They didn't know what to do for a while. Their minds went blank. They didn't even know what to think. They could only stare blankly at Luo Tian. The black-robed old man imparted the secret method of refining inner cores to him without holding anything back. However, all of this was done through telepathy. After all, Han Hua and the others were disciples of the immortal sect. He had to be extra careful. If the secret method was leaked, how could the devil sect stand proudly in this world? One had to know that refining immortal chi inner cores was a secret technique of the devil sect. Even the Grand Elder of the Mount Hua immortal sect could forget about obtaining it. A few minutes, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating secret technique. Inner core refining technique. Luo Tian was overjoyed and immediately opened the system's interface. As expected, there was a new skill and he became excited. Damn, who else is there? With this secret technique, not to mention the Mount Hua immortal sect, even all the immortal sects in the profound sky continent will have to listen to me. The number 1 immortal sect, the Imperial immortal sect? Very awesome, right? The number 2 immortal sect, the Starsea immortal sect, is very arrogant, right? Just you wait. Luo Tian was extremely excited. With this cultivation technique, he would have an inexhaustible supply of immortal energy in the future. It would be the same if he wanted to nurture his own power. If he were to rise, no one would be able to stop him. Awesome! Luo Tian couldn't help but roar out. Demon Emperor Xing Tian's body released an incomparably arrogant aura of a king. The black-robed old man was even more excited than him. He was ecstatic in his heart. Xing Tian Emperor is back. Xing Tian Emperor is back. Ha ha ha! The devil sect is about to rise. Immediately, the black-robed old man clasped his hands together and said, "Great Emperor, When will you return to the sect? Lord Sect Leader, all the Grand Elders will definitely be overjoyed to know that you have been reborn. Huh. Luo Tian was slightly startled and said in a deep voice, This emperor does not want to go back yet. Although this emperor has been reborn, the duration is very short, and I cannot transform into a devil for a long time. You go back first. There are a few things I need you to do. Please speak. I will do my best to complete it. All right. Luo Tian also sent a sound transmission through the idea and said, I need the blood of the 4 directions. Help me find out the location of the Heavenly Palace divine race. The item to open the ancient battlefield. If he were to get them one by one, he really didn't know how long it would take. Since the entire Devil Sect was at his disposal, he naturally couldn't miss out on that condition. The power of the Devil Sect was definitely very strong, so getting the blood of the 4 directions should be much easier than Luo Tian doing it himself. As for the Heavenly Palace, divine race, this was related to the SSS super mission and the hatching of the dragon egg. Therefore, Heavenly Palace divine race, Luo Tian had to go personally. The black-robed old man's face changed as he became extremely excited and said, I understand I will definitely return to the Devil Sect as soon as possible and complete the task that you have given me. Don't worry, in less than half a year, I will definitely gather all the blood for you. Good. Next time, I will definitely let your Lord Devil Sect reward you well. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed wildly, his heart filled with endless joy. As long as I get the blood of the 4 directions, I will go to the Heavenly Palace divine race to obtain the Heavenly Dragon Pearl, open the ancient battlefield, and then frantically level up. He, Morong Wanjian, the son of the true dragon, just you wait. The black-robed old man looked excited as he clasped his hands and quickly retreated. He wanted to return to the Devil's Sect immediately. He wanted to bring the matter of Xingtian Emperor's rebirth back to the Devil's Sect. Not long after, the sudden rise of the Devil Sect and the endless anger of being oppressed by the various immortal sects for tens of thousands of years was vented out. Buzz. Once the 10 minutes were up, Luo Tian changed into his human form. Looking at the stunned expressions of Han Hua and the others, he smiled and said, This old man is a bit interesting. Don't look at me like that. I am still me. Whether I am a demon or a human, my name is still Luo Tian. Han Hua's face shook, but he immediately recovered from his shock and said, No one is allowed to say a single word about today's matter. You must swear an oath. I agree. I agree too. The 4 of them directly swore an oath in front of Luo Tian. They were very clear what the consequences would be if news of Luo Tian transforming into the Devil Emperor Xingtian were to spread out. Absolutely not. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not say a word. 4 days. Luo Tian stayed in the Abyss Cave for a total of 4 days, constantly refining inner cores. Now, in addition to the 2 inner cores that Han Hua and the others had, he still had more than 100 inner cores on him. Tomorrow was the day of the Life and Death Arena Challenge. Luo Tian's eyes shook as he shouted, Return to the sect! This morning, there was a car accident on the road. There was a traffic jam for a long time, and I only came back in the afternoon. In addition, these few days, I have something to do in the morning, so the updates are all in the afternoon and evening. Brothers, don't wait for the updates in the morning. Those brothers who still have monthly votes, please support the old cow. Chapter 416. Huashan Immortal Sect, Outer Sect. Senior brother, today is the day that you and that piece of trash are scheduled to enter the Life and Death Arena. That brat hasn't returned yet. I think he must have died in the Abyss Cave. Even if he comes back, he'll still die. It's as if he found senior brother and broke through to Mystique Venerable rank and died outside. Ha ha ha. Zhou Feng's face was filled with pride. He was extremely displeased when he thought of Luo Tian's mouth. Mystique Venerable rank. Just the day before yesterday, Zhang Kuang had broken through. His current cultivation base was already at level 1 Mystique Venerable rank. He was basically invincible among the outer sect disciples. It had been so many days. The Nether King battle team waited for several days in the deep abyss cave, but they didn't see Luo Tian and the others come out. It wasn't hard to imagine that he had died inside. Zhang Kuang sneered. His expression didn't change much. He completely ignored Luo Tian. To him, Luo Tian wasn't even an ant. This kind of trash with a shattered dantian didn't have the qualifications to enter the life and death arena with him. If it wasn't for his anger, he wouldn't have agreed. Agreeing to Luo Tian would only cause him to lose face. Killing a piece of trash was nothing to brag about. Zhang Kuang said coldly, what a pity for those twin sisters. If I had known, I would have dealt with them the same way I dealt with that bitch, Yuehua. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so regretful now. What a pity, Sai. He wanted to taste the twin sisters' flowers. He just didn't expect that. Zhou Feng immediately said fawningly, Senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely find you a pair of even more beautiful sisters. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Zhang Kuang laughed and said, they've been sent down the mountain recently. In 2 months, they'll be preparing for the inner sect examination. Our hurricane squad must pass all of them. When the time comes, we'll also rise in the inner sect. Understood. I heard that the outer sect will select 20 disciples to cultivate in the heaven realm to prepare for the inner sect assessment. Senior brother, I wonder if I'm qualified? Zhou Feng laughed dryly. Heaven realm. This was the public domain of all immortal sects, on a mountaintop with a radius of 10 kilometers. It was spacious and huge. The immortal energy here was thicker than any other immortal sect. It was the best place for immortal sect disciples to cultivate. It was also the place where immortal sects competed. Huashan Immortal Sect. His faction was not as powerful as before, and he only had 1 chance each year. He could only send 20 disciples into the heaven realm to cultivate for 7 days. There were 3,000 disciples in the immortal dominating immortal sect, and there was no time limit. They could cultivate there all year round. The Star Ocean Immortal Sect was about the same. Even the North Pole Immortal Sect could send out 800 disciples. Only the Huashan Immortal Sect. Only once a year, and only 20 disciples could enter at a time. Moreover, they had to look at the faces of the other immortal sections. The disciples who entered the heaven realm could only cultivate at the edge of the heaven realm, where the immortal chi was the thinnest. He looked like a beggar. Zhang Kuang chuckled softly, but before he could say anything, someone rushed in. Senior brother, this is bad. That trash is back. Who? Zhou Feng was the first to ask. His face darkened as he said, impossible. That brat Luo Tian is back. He's already on the life and death arena and what? Zhang Kuang's eyebrows twitched as he asked in a heavy voice. Furthermore, no one from the Nether King battle team, the Four Seas battle team, or the Sky battle team returned, and pah! Zhang Kuang directly slapped him, as if he was extremely angry. Tell me everything in one breath. That person covered his face and quickly said, furthermore, their Heavenly Fire Squad has completed the mission of the Underworld Abyss Cave. Their points in the Achievement Hall have already surpassed ours, and they have become the #1 team. What? Preposterous, this brat. Buzz. Zhang Kuang was furious. A vicious aura was released from his entire body, and the Lion King's blood continued to expand. Zhou Feng, who was beside him, was completely unable to withstand it, and was directly suppressed by his aura to the point where he couldn't even breathe. It was too terrifying. It was also at this time. A voice filled with power came from the sky above the outer sect. Zhang Kuang, you bastard, get the hell out here. The voice was very loud, and all the outer sect disciples heard it. Zhang Kuang's face became sinister, his gaze darkened, and he said coldly, Brat, you are courting death. As soon as he finished, Zhang Kuang's figure disappeared from the room, turning into a ball of light as he rushed towards the training grounds. Hurry up and take a look. That trash Luo Tian actually came back. This brat is definitely courting death. Senior Brother Zhang Kuang broke through to the mystique venerable rank 2 days ago, and even the great elder of the inner sect martial arts hall was alerted. He has high hopes for him, and even wants to nominate him to participate in next year's Immortal Sect Disciple Competition. Isn't that so? Who in the outer sect is a match for Senior Brother Zhang Kuang now? Luo Tian is quite good at alchemy and refining weapons, but his strength isn't even qualified to carry Senior Brother Zhang Kuang's shoes. His dantian is shattered, and he can't even cultivate immortal qi. How can he fight Senior Brother Zhang Kuang? He's just looking for a beating. The outer sect was in an uproar. Countless outer sect disciples rushed towards the training grounds. Even the inner sect was shocked. The great elder's gaze tightened, and he was slightly shocked, thinking to himself, "Is this brat tired of living? He even dares to challenge Zhang Kuang. I thought he had escaped for the past half a month, but I didn't expect him to still be here, and he actually came back. Great elder, this is good. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he can't be a match for Zhang Kuang. He can't even cultivate immortal qi. How can he be a match for Zhang Kuang? Furthermore, Zhang Kuang knows that the inner sect is unhappy with Luo Tian's existence. At this time, he will definitely kill him without mercy. This time Luo Tian must die. This is also good. We gave him a chance to live, but he insisted on staying. Now that he is going to die, we can consider it as an explanation to Elder Wu Nian. He asked for it. He overestimated himself. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Some of the inner sect elders heaved a sigh of relief. In the past half a month, the inner sect had been paying close attention to Luo Tian. They were paying attention to his every move. They wanted to find another way to kick Luo Tian out of the sect. But they didn't expect that before they could find a way, Luo Tian actually challenged Zhang Kuang. This made them feel relieved. The two of them couldn't be compared at all. Zhang Kuang completely crushed Luo Tian. Moreover, he had broken through to mystique venerable rank. This meant that Luo Tian had even less hope. He was dead for sure. In the training field, in the life or death ring, Luo Tian's face was full of arrogance and savagery. He turned a deaf ear to the disdainful and mocking voices below the ring. Su Shan kept shouting below the ring, "Come down quickly. Even if you're a mystique grandmaster level 5, you're still no match for Zhang Kuang. He's already reached mystique venerable rank. You'll die on the ring. Luo Tian, listen to my advice. Where there's life, there's hope. Elder Su, just watch carefully. The captain won't let you down." Even so, Yunling and Yun Yi giggled. Su Shan didn't understand. He didn't understand why Han Hua and the other three had smiles on their faces. Weren't they afraid that Luo Tian would die on the ring? Chapter 2. There's another chapter tonight. Chapter 417. Life and Death Ring. The place where the disciples of the celestial sect settled their disputes. On the life and death ring, life and death did not matter. You could live or die. No one would interfere, and no one had the right to interfere. This was the rule set by the ancestors. No matter how big the grudge was, it could not be settled after leaving the life and death ring. This was also the rule set by the ancestors. On the life and death ring, Luo Tian's eyes were like torches. His mind was focused on everything around him. Hearing their mocking and disdainful voices, it would be a lie to say that he was not angry. Luo Tian was also human. Being mocked made him unhappy. However, he suppressed this unhappiness in his heart. He was like an ancient well, not moving at all. Suddenly, a ray of light landed heavily, directly exploding in a relatively empty area of the martial arts field. Boom! Senior Brother Zhang is here. Senior Brother Zhang Kuang is here. He is so handsome. Level 1 mystique venerable rank and can easily control immortal energy. He must be the future star of the Huashan immortal sect. He can even participate in the Immortal Sect's disciple competition next year. Of course he can. Even the great elder likes him. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be in the Immortal Sect's disciple competition next year. Senior brother Zhang Kuang, beat this trash up. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant in the Huashan Immortal Sect. Well said. Kill him. In a world where the strong were respected, everyone worshipped the strong. Zhang Kuang was strong. Most people hoped that he could defeat Luo Tian completely. Other than that, Luo Tian had crushed all the halls in the outer sect and was extremely arrogant. This made many people unhappy, very unhappy. There was no lack of disciples from the Alchemy Hall, the Weapon Forging Hall, and the Healing Hall. Their hearts itched with hatred for Luo Tian. He had humiliated their halls. When they saw Zhang Kuang land, the entire martial arts field was in an uproar. Zhang Kuang's eyes were cold as he looked at Luo Tian, who was on the life and death arena. His eyes twitched a little, and then he looked at Yunling, who was at the edge of the arena. Yunling couldn't help but sneer in her heart. She thought, the two little bitches are still alive. That's good. I'll kill the trash on the arena first, and then I'll kill the two of you tonight. Ha ha ha. When he saw Han Hua, he was shocked. He couldn't help but sneer. He walked to Han Hua's side and stopped. He looked at her with disdain and said, "Junior sister Hua, why did you ruin your face? Do you want me to give you some good medicine to treat it?" "Ugh. Where's your brother Hai? He didn't die in the Nether Abyss Valley, did he?" "What a pity." As he spoke, a playful smile appeared on Zhang Kuang's face. Su Shan shouted in a deep voice, "Insolence, that's enough." Zhang Kuang's eyes turned cold as he stared at Su Shan and said, "Old thing, you don't have the right to meddle in my affairs. You used your immortal energy to push me back in the Hall of Merit last time. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later." Humph. He was not afraid of Su Shan at all. Who was he now? A disciple that even the great elder, Primordial Chaos Dowmaster, would be afraid of a small outer sect elder? And an elder without any real power? Su Shan's face darkened. Han Hua smiled faintly and said, "Elder Su, why bother with a mad dog who's about to die? He's about to die. Let him be arrogant before he dies." Very calm. So calm that Zhao Chen and the others were a little surprised. It was as if she was a completely different person. Was this the Yuehua who used to hate Zhang Kuang to the bone? It didn't look like it at all. Zhang Kuang's face changed slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he sneered, "Bitch! Don't think that just because you have a scar on your face, you've become fierce. Don't worry, after I kill that kid on the stage, I'll find a chance to take care of you again, ha ha ha." Kiki. Han Hua clenched her fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. Her nails dug into her flesh, and dark red blood dripped down. Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Kuang, and endless hatred surged in her heart. She hated even herself a little breathless. At this time, she saw a resolute gaze on the stage. Her clenched fists loosened slightly, and she smiled softly. Yunling and Yun Yi angrily stared at Zhang Kuang and fiercely said, "Beast! Beast! Our captain won't let you go." Zhang Kuang revealed a lewd sneer. He glanced at Yunling and Yun Yi, and his heart was slightly shocked. In just half a month, they had advanced by 4 realms. This speed was really terrifying, but no matter how many realms they had advanced, they would still become his playthings. "Hey, Zhang Kuang, I say, what are you showing off for?" "Hurry up and come up, I'm still waiting to eat," Luo Tian said with an impatient expression, and secretly said in his heart, "Brother Hai, I'll definitely avenge you today." Zhang Kuang's face turned sinister. He stepped onto the life and death stage, pointed at Luo Tian's face and said, "You dog, you're really tired of living. When we were outside the achievement hall, I said that your life would die in my hands sooner or later. Today, I'll trample you to death in front of all the outer court disciples." As soon as his voice fell, there was an uproar below the stage. Kill him. Kill the scourge of Huashan Immortal Sect. This kid is a ticking time bomb. He offended Xinghai Immortal Sect and even implicated Huashan Immortal Sect. Kill him and give his head to Xinghai Immortal Sect. Senior Brother Zhang Kuang. Kill him in one move. Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. Many disciples of the martial hall shouted loudly. Luo Tian's eyes turned cold and said coldly, Zhang Kuang, are you ready? Zhang Kuang smiled proudly. What? Are you in such a hurry to die? Die. Hey, let's see what you say. I really can't wait. Luo Tian smiled, then walked to a corner and shouted, Activate the barrier! Whoa! A barrier appeared on the life and death stage within a kilometer radius. Light shield. This was the barrier of the life and death stage. This barrier could withstand the attack of a Sage Realm expert, so it wouldn't affect the disciples below the stage. Once the barrier was activated, the life and death stage was like another world. The sounds inside could not be heard from the outside, and the sounds from the outside could not be heard from the inside. Only the two of them could be seen. Luo Tian's expression became ferocious, and asked excitedly, For Sea's Sky, the Netherworld King's squad guarding the entrance of the abyss are all dead. They all died by my hands. I told them that you will be reunited with them in a few days. The day has come. Dog, go to hell. Zhang Kuang's expression darkened. He released a thick stream of immortal energy from his palm. He wanted to display his strongest and most perfect power. He knew very well that not only were the outer sect disciples watching him, but the inner sect elders were also watching him. This was his chance to show off. In his heart, he was secretly happy. Luo Tian was his stepping stone. Beast King Divine Fist. Immortal energy soared into the sky, bringing with it the power of mountains and seas as it rushed towards all heaven. Luo Tian stood motionless in the same place and sneered. Is this kid scared silly? Chapter 3. One more vote to surpass the one in front, begging for a monthly vote. Brothers, help me. Chapter 4:18. Many people were paying attention to this life and death battle. Many people were paying attention to this life and death battle. Inner sect, outer sect. Of course, they were more interested in Zhang Kuang and how Luo Tian would die. He was ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect disciples and was qualified to become an inner sect disciple in 1,000 years. He was even qualified to participate in the immortal sect competition next year. Many people thought highly of Zhang Kuang. They were paying attention to Luo Tian. Of course, they wanted him dead. The upper echelons of the Huashan Immortal Sect couldn't think of a good way to expel Luo Tian from the outer sect after seeing how Luo Tian had repeatedly damaged the outer sect halls. If he could die, perhaps it would be something worth celebrating. Now that he was dead, even if the Xinghai Immortal Sect came to question him, they could say that he was killed on the spot. This way, the Huashan Immortal Sect could avoid being suppressed by the Xinghai Immortal Sect. Senior Primordial Chaos, what do you think? This kid was taken care of without us doing anything. This is good too. It saves us the trouble of explaining to Elder Wu Nian. His skills were inferior. He can only blame himself for dying on the life and death battle. This time, he helped the Huashan Immortal Sect solve a big problem. This martial hall disciple, Zhang Kuang, can be trained more. Several elders were discussing. They all had proud smiles on their faces. It was as if a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. Primordial Chaos, holy man, didn't say anything. He was paying attention to every movement on the life and death battle. When he saw Luo Tian standing there motionless, he couldn't understand why he didn't even put up a basic defense in the face of Zhang Kuang's fierce Beast King Divine Fist. Indeed, Luo Tian didn't put up any defense. Even his aura didn't change much. There wasn't even a trace of fluctuation. The Beast King Divine Fist wasn't too fast. Even if he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Obviously, Luo Tian didn't want to put up any defense. Was he scared silly? This was what everyone thought in their hearts. Only Han Hua and Yun Ling were smiling excitedly. It was a puzzling smile. Su Shan was puzzled. What are you guys smiling about? Why didn't Luo Tian even put up a defense? The insolent Beast King Divine Fist can directly blast a divine bull into smithereens. How can he even? Elder Su, just watch. You'll find out soon enough. That's right. Captain, you're looking down on us. Doesn't Zhang Kuang like to look down on people? This time the captain is letting him know what arrogance is and what contempt is. Luo Tian was looking down on him. His arrogant eyes showed that he didn't care about Zhang Kuang at all. This made Zhang Kuang very unhappy. The image of a roaring lion appeared on his fists. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Luo Tian. He shouted, "Damn trash die!" Boom! His right fist was as heavy as a mountain, and his strength was as wild as the sea. A violent rumbling sound immediately erupted from the barrier, and the power continued to wreak havoc. Too strong. Senior brother Zhang Kuang's punch can probably kill a ghost beast instantly. This power is too strong. This brat is probably already a pile of meat paste. How could that trash block senior brother Zhang Kuang's attack? Instant kill with one punch. What kind of life and death arena is this trash? Ha ha ha. What a joke. The audience jeered. On the stage, Zhang Kuang also revealed a complacent sneer and said disdainfully, "A trash like you with a shattered pubes dares to fight with me? Who do you think you are? I'm nothing, but I know you're nothing. With your little strength, you still dare to be arrogant in front of Lousy? Do you really think you're amazing? Lion King's bloodline, I think it's bullshit." As the dust gradually dispersed, a figure became clearer and clearer, standing proudly without moving. His body exuded an arrogant aura. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he stared coldly at Zhang Kuang. He laughed arrogantly. "Is that all you have? It's really F***King explosive." Suddenly, the entire martial arts training field was shocked. Everyone's eyes bulged as they stared at Luo Tian's figure on the stage that was getting clearer and clearer. Their faces were filled with shock, and they could not imagine it at all. Why was it like this? After receiving such a powerful attack, he only retreated 3 steps. His expression did not change at all, as if he was completely fine. This, he couldn't understand. He couldn't understand at all. What's going on? This brat clearly didn't defend. How could he block Zhang Kuang's attack? What happened just now? How did Luo Tian block it? Impossible with his current strength. It's impossible for him to block Zhang Kuang's attack. Su Shan's face was also filled with shock and said, "How did you do it?" Although Zhang Kuang's Beast King Divine Fist was not at full strength, he still used immortal energy. It was a very powerful immortal energy. Luo Tian did not defend. How did he do it? Han Hua laughed. "Captain didn't do anything." Yun Ling laughed lightly and said, "His body has evolved. Zhang Kuang can't beat him at all." Zhao Chen's face was filled with excitement as he roared towards the sky, as though he was venting the anger in his heart, and said, "Captain is mighty." Yun Ling and Yun Yi also immediately shouted, "Captain is mighty, Captain is domineering, Captain is everlasting." Everyone's gaze turned towards Yun Ling, Yun Yi, and Yun Yi. Another round of whispers broke out. "The captain of the Heavenly Fire Battle Team, Han Hai, is dead. To think that this brat would become the new captain of the Heavenly Fire Battle Team. 3 beauties at once, this is too exciting." Not long ago, they completed the mission of the Abyss Cave, and the Achievement Hall points have jumped to first place, trampling the Hurricane Battle Team under their feet. What? The mission of the Abyss Cave was completed? Are they still human? On the life and death arena, Zhang Kuang's expression was extremely ugly as he stared fixedly at Luo Tian, his killing intent raging. "No matter what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, you will die here today, in the hands of me, Zhang Kuang. Come on, come and bite me." Zhang Kuang, you piece of trash, is that all you have? Too weak. Why are you so weak? Someone like you dares to be so arrogant in front of me? You can't even break through my defense. What a joke! What a joke! Ha 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 ha! Luo Tian was extremely pleased. Arrogant. Zhang Kuang was extremely furious, releasing all the immortal energy in his body. Zhang Kuang's aura became extremely violent. Seeing him like this, Luo Tian became even more excited, thinking to himself, come on, hit me with your strongest strength. I need immortal energy to refine my inner core. I need a lot of immortal energy. Ha ha ha, boom! A punch was sent out. Luo Tian stood at the same spot, mockingly saying, your sister, is that all you have? Can you be any stronger? Please give me some strength, all right? Did you not eat, or did you not poop? Teasing. Completely teasing. Zhang Kuang continued to release immortal energy from his body, and Luo Tian continued to absorb it. Later, this daddy will return all your immortal energy to you. This old cow begs for votes. Chapter 419. Hit me. Hit me. Why are you King not hitting me? Weren't you very arrogant at the beginning, saying that you were going to kill me? Weren't you very overbearing and arrogant in the outer sect, using all kinds of sinister methods to mess with me? Come on, come and bite me again. You're just King piece of trash. Is that all you have? Luo Tian roared again and again. He made Zhang Kuang sound like he was nothing. He did not retaliate at all, letting Zhang Kuang hit him. But the more he hit, the more disappointed Zhang Kuang became. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move Luo Tian at all. His strength was completely useless. Luo Tian, who took so many punches, became stronger and more excited. Fear rose in his heart. How can this be? How can a mystic venerable rank not be able to beat a mystic level 5 trash? This can't be real. None of this is real. It's all my illusion. It must be an illusion. Zhang Kuang's heart was filled with coldness. He stood not far away and stared at Luo Tian. There was an indescribable fear in his heart. Looking at Luo Tian, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He could not even hit him. Suddenly, Zhang Kuang immediately thought that Luo Tian must have a protective armor on him. It must be. He must have a protective armor on him, or else his strength would not be unable to hit him. Thinking of this, Zhang Kuang's arrogance disappeared and reappeared on his face. He snorted and said, Luo Tian, you must have a protective armor on you. With my strength, I can kill you 10,000 times, but you are not hurt at all. Humph. What a piece of trash, using a protective armor. I can't kill you and you can't touch me. There will be no result in this life and death challenge. Dog, if you have the guts, take off your protective armor and fight with me. For a moment, everyone suddenly realized, Luo Tian, you are so shameless. You actually have a divine armor to protect your body. Elder Wu Nian must have left it for you to protect yourself. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have a divine armor to protect your body. You are really too sinister and despicable. Exactly. If you have the guts, take off your protective armor, you piece of trash. Senior brother Zhang Kuang, a mystique venerable rank fighter is no match for you? Since you are so treacherous, get the hell out of the Huashan immortal sect. They were all slandering Luo Tian. If Zhang Kuang was the one being beaten up, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on his head. Luo Tian had the godly armor protecting him. This logic was simply godlike. Not only the outer sect disciples who had never seen the world, but even some of the elders also thought so. Even some of the inner sect elders were very unhappy with Luo Tian's approach and thought that this was an unfair fight. Zhang Kuang was at mystique venerable rank, while Luo Tian was at mystique ancestor rank. Do I have to beat up Luo Tian so badly that he's crawling all over the floor to be fair? Luo Tian smiled. He threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You dog, what are you laughing at? Zhang Kuang snorted coldly. Luo Tian was laughing coldly. Looking at Zhang Kuang's disdainful expression, he said directly, I do have the godly armor protecting me. Come and bite me. You can't win, so you're finding excuses for yourself. Even I feel embarrassed for you. How shameless. As he spoke, Luo Tian turned his gaze and looked directly at the disciples below the stage. His voice became extremely violent, and the immortal energy in his body was released without restraint. His voice directly penetrated and exploded above the entire outer sect. He said mockingly, You guys are really shameless. The young ones are shameless, and the old ones are shameless too. Now I finally know why the Huashan Immortal Sect is in such dire straits. It's not only because you guys are cowards, but also because you guys are shameless. Your skin is thicker than the city walls. His voice shook. Luo Tian continued, Don't King deny it. If I were in Zhang Kuang's place today, you would definitely clap and cheer. Every one of you would see me as the scourge of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Fine. Today, I will completely destroy the sect. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's gaze darkened. He looked straight at Zhang Kuang and sneered. You said I can't kill you, right? Zhang Kuang's expression was still complacent as he laughed. If you didn't have the divine armor protecting your body, you would have died a long time ago. Luo Tian, if it weren't for Elder Wu Nian, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Huashan Immortal Sect. You would just be an ordinary person, a country bumpkin. Luo Tian laughed, then his face darkened. With a move of his right hand, a Naiden appeared on his palm. Without waiting for Zhang Kuang to be shocked, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. This is the Naiden condensed from the immortal energy you released just now. I'll return it to you now. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's speed changed, and he immediately shouted, Level 5 Berserk! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! 9 dragons and 9 elephants, 3 stages. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! God of Death Domain, open for me! Boom, boom, boom! At this moment, Luo Tian directly crushed the Naiden in his hand, causing immortal energy to overflow in all directions. His entire body carried an incomparably huge amount of immortal energy, and in an instant he struck out heavily. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian opened his right hand and grabbed Zhang Kuang's face. Pull hard! He was directly lifted into the air. Zhang Kuang didn't even have time to react. Even the power in his body was tightly suppressed, and he couldn't release it at all. Luo Tian moved in the air and directly flew into the air. His gaze swept across the entire audience, and he laughed sinisterly. His laughter was extremely arrogant, and with a heavy roar he said, In front of me, this kind of trash can only have one result, death. Immortal energy surged. An unstoppable force appeared on his 5 fingers as he squeezed. Bam! Zhang Kuang's entire head was crushed. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered all over Luo Tian's face. His expression became even more malevolent, as if he was a demon. Everything happened too quickly. Even the elders of the martial hall couldn't save Zhang Kuang in time. Everyone's faces were pale and incomparably ugly. The entire martial arts field was terrifyingly quiet. One could even hear a pin drop. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible force. The pressure on their hearts made it hard for them to breathe. It was extremely uncomfortable. Dead. In front of Luo Tian, Zhang Kuang was unable to retaliate and was instantly killed. His death was extremely tragic. Shout! Weren't you guys shouting happily just now? Shout again. You bunch of dogs, why don't you keep barking? Luo Tian's voice roared out without restraint. The anger in his heart had reached an unimaginable peak. The moment Zhang Kuang died, the enchantment on the life and death arena disappeared. Luo Tian stood in the middle of the arena, his gaze coldly sweeping across the audience. He roared with incomparable rage. Damn it, I'll ask you one more time. Who else? Whoever is still not convinced, come up here. No matter how many people there are, all of you can come up here. Since the Huashan immortal sect is already rotten to such an extent, then let them be destroyed. Boundless rage, the killing intent in the martial arts field soared to the sky. The second chapter has been delivered. Thank you, robbing lollipop and / frivolous lollipop. There are also a few brothers who have tipped me. Thank you, brothers. You are the most powerful. There are also monthly votes brothers who seek support. There is still one more chapter before 10 p.m. Chapter 420. Luo Tian's voice exploded in the martial arts field. Arrogant, extremely arrogant, he directly issued a challenge to the entire outer sect. They were unhappy with Luo Tian, but Luo Tian was also unhappy with them. Since that was the case, then he would fight fiercely. Whoever was not convinced, he would beat them until they were convinced. This world had always been the world of the strong, but it was different for Luo Tian. His slaughter of Zhang Kuang made everyone unhappy. Their expressions were ugly, as if they had eaten shit. They couldn't accept it. It was as if Luo Tian shouldn't have won. He should have been trampled under Zhang Kuang's feet and screamed in pain. What kind of logic was this? Ever since he came to the Huashan immortal sect, Luo Tian had never been happy. All kinds of unfair treatment, all kinds of ridicule, disdain, and even framing. Because Luo Tian had promised Master Wu Nian, he had endured and retreated, but his patience had never been good, and his patience was even worse. The death of Han Hai in the Abyss Valley had agitated Luo Tian, and from that moment on, he would definitely change everything. Can't kill? I gave you a chance to live, and you didn't cherish it? Die. So what if they were from the same sect? If you don't treat me as a fellow disciple, then why should I treat you as a human? There had never been such a thing as fairness in this world. Luo Tian vented the anger in his heart, his furious voice exploding in the hearts of every outer sect disciple. Whoever is not convinced, then die for me. No matter how many of you come, those who are not convinced on the life and death arena, I will beat them until they are convinced. Crazy. Han Hua's face darkened as he shouted in his heart, Not good! Yun Ling and Yun Yi also did not expect that Luo Tian would suddenly go crazy and directly challenge the entire outer sect. Furthermore, there was no limit to the number of people. Even with the immortal body, it was impossible to be a match for so many people. Zhao Qin looked at Han Hua and said, Senior sister, Han Hua did not hesitate and directly said, Go! Suddenly, the 4 members of the Heavenly Fire battle team rushed onto the life and death arena and stood on both sides of Luo Tian. Han Hua said in a deep voice, Captain Yu. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and said, Why are you here? Zhao Qin formed a formation with one hand and said with a smile, We are a team. How can I be left out of this kind of thing? Ha ha ha! Yunling and Yun clenched their battle hammers. Their delicate little faces were filled with determination. They giggled and said, Share the glory with Rome. Captain, as long as you say the word, not to mention the outer sect. Even if it's the inner sect, we will accompany you. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The 5 of them threw their heads back and laughed. This was a very familiar feeling. It was just like when Feng Lei, Xian Yuan Yi, and Blind Lu had gone through life and death together. It made one's blood boil. Damn it! A mere mortal dares to be so arrogant? You're looking down on the Huashan immortal sect. Brat, let me challenge you. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. The void rippled. Before the person appeared, an enormous pressure surged over like a raging tide. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from the life and death platform. Ha ha ha! It's Marshal Hall's senior brother Wu Kuang. Just as the disciples were discussing, Luo Tian's figure moved. He gently lifted his right foot and crushed another inner core. Unbridled immortal energy surged out from his body. He swept his foot out and shouted in a deep voice, Get the hell down! Bam! An afterimage flew past. Wu Kong flew out like a bullet, crashing into the wall a few hundred meters away from the training field. His body caved in, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale, defeated in one move. Luo Tian didn't even look at him as he roared again. Who else? Not convinced. I'll beat you until you're convinced. Too arrogant. The Huashan Immortal Sect will not tolerate your impudence. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced either. We're not convinced either. People kept jumping out. Each of them had a ferocious expression on their faces. Most of them were disciples of the martial hall. Each of them was extremely belligerent. When they saw their fellow disciples being sent flying by Luo Tian, they couldn't help but release their anger. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with flowing lights, all of them flying towards the life and death arena. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said directly, "Senior sister, you guys retreat first." Han Hua's gaze tensed up and said, "Captain." Luo Tian didn't wait for her to speak and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." While they were talking, more than 10 streaks of light descended. Their eyes were like torches as they stared at Luo Tian. Their eyes were cold, and they carried an untamed anger. Luo Tian laughed and said, "Very good. I thought that there wasn't a single person in the Huashan Immortal Sect with guts. You guys are very good, very good. I'll give you a chance from today onwards. Follow me, Luo Tian, and I guarantee that you will raise your cultivation by 5 realms within a year." Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you can't be afraid when you see so many of us, right? Brat, to raise 5 realms in a year, do you think we are 3 years old? That's right, to be able to raise 5 realms in 10 years is already not bad. And you still want to use such a method to deceive us. It can't be because you're afraid, right? Everyone laughed. Luo Tian chuckled and said, "It's useless to say more. Come, all of you together, let me see how strong you are, and whether or not you have the qualifications to follow me, Luo Tian." In that instant, the 13 days looked at each other and immediately released the immortal energy in their bodies. Luo Tian let out a light breath and secretly clenched his fists. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His speed was like lightning, his attacks were like thunder, and every attack was made with all his might, striking down heavily. The 13 outer court experts attacked at the same time. Their strength was extremely powerful, but Luo Tian's feet were rooted to the ground as if they were nailed to the ground. His body was motionless. At the very least, his face was somewhat pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "Not bad. Your strength is not bad. However, if you want to follow me, Luo Tian, your strength is not enough. You guys have made your move. Now it's my turn." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian took a step forward, flipped his right palm, and another Niden appeared in his hand. He immediately crushed it and laughed. "This is the immortal energy that you guys released just now. I'll return it to you guys now. Catch it for me." Level 5 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Wind Shadow Step, Stage 5. Whoosh! Luo Tian's body suddenly disappeared, dragging a long streak of light behind him. He threw out 13 punches in a row in a flash of lightning. Bam! 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 They were all sent flying. This was still Luo Tian showing mercy, otherwise they would all have died. Everyone was scared silly once again. How was this possible? Just how strong was this Luo Tian? Wasn't he too terrifyingly strong? The 13 Martial Hall rankers were sent flying just like that. They didn't even have the chance to retaliate. And why did one Niden after another appear in Luo Tian's hands? How many changes did he have? Abnormal? He was completely scared silly. Suddenly, an incomparably thick voice came out. "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have an immortal body? Luo Tian, you are underestimating the Huashan Immortal School too much." As soon as his voice faded, A white-robed old man stood on the life and death arena. Marshall Hall Elder, the strongest person in the outer sect, Shao Chang-ha. All of a sudden, a huge pressure struck his heart. Brothers, give me some monthly votes to support the old cow.